The woman swore before the Lord and the King who is in heaven that if she was helped with this matter, she would give up her firstborn. She had a blade in her hand. In those days, the ruler of the kingdom of Aden was indeed a tyrant. He not only brutally killed his enemies in front of everyone, but also killed their children, even if they were just babies. Moreover, he hated his servants who tried to give him advice at the risk of their lives. He really was a crazy killer who brutally killed even his supporters. Because of a cruel tyrant who could not be compared with any king in history, the capital for a long time was a city of silence, fear, and blood. In an era when the only goal of people was the desire to survive, Count Luxon had two beloved daughters. The eldest daughter's name was Ljubljana. The youngest daughter's name was Kayalan. Ljubljana, once when she was 15 years old. Looking at her younger sister Kalina, she decided to give her beautiful and also very smart sister an appropriate gift. In these difficult times, title inheritance does not depend on birth order. Ljubljana did not understand who even had the right to link titles and families. Meanwhile, Kalina told her little sister that she was choosing this thing because, after all, it suited her better. All this made Ljubljana think that the next Countess of Luxina should, in theory, be Kalina. Ljubljana ordered Kalina to better clean up her dirty hands right now. The older sister hoped that Kalina would one day become smarter and not try to take what belonged to her sister. But for now, Ljubljana is worried about the future. The girl was very surprised when her uncle started running into her room, and with horror on his face, said that he had just received a call from the capital. Before Ljubljana informed her parents of her decision, their parents were summoned to the capital and killed. Their uncle told them this. They were killed by the royal family. Kalina couldn't calm down at the funeral. People did not understand what the count was to blame for, and they also said that the pearl given to the king had a crack. Just one crack. The funeral was supposed to last 3 days. The condition of the corpses was terrible. There were few mourners. It was such a strange thing to look at the tyrant. Their bodies were hardly recovered to be handed over to the land of the Luxon family. The father's attempts to protect his children by giving up power and leaving the capital failed. Ljubljana couldn't forgive it. The day the peace in their family was destroyed filled Ljubljana with determination, once and for all. Since then, time has flown by. And one day, when there was a month left before the main character's 20th birthday, Ljubljana congratulated Kalina on her 18th birthday. She presented her birthday present to her sister. The guests were completely shocked because it was the signet ring of the Luxon family. Everyone was shocked that Ljubljana wanted to give the title to Kalina. People did not understand whether Ljubljana would not retain her status and wanted to lose her inheritance. The uncle argued with Ljubljana and assured her that they had already held the coming-of-age ceremony for 18 years. But Ljubljana denied this and said that the time had not yet come. Ljubljana was grateful and said that she was thinking about going to the monastery at the palace. Uncle thought that now was exactly the time she was talking about. The main character said that she kept thinking about this after the death of her parents. She said she wanted to live her life as a nun and escape from the world. Kalina shook Ljubljana and said that she knew she was pretending to sleep because her eyelids were moving. Ljubljana said that she was sleeping, but she knew that her sister was sleeping with her. The younger sister assured Ljubljana that she knew why she was going to the Lutel monastery. Ljubljana could not restrain herself and asked why. The sister said that Ljubljana wants to go there at a minimum because she wants to eat and have fun all her life. Because there is not much need for discipline there, and their family has made a lot of donations there, so Ljubljana can at least 20 hours a day sleep and have fun. Ljubljana thought her sister was too smart and said that she was not going to sleep 20 hours a day. Kalina said that she forgot that she needed to eat, so it was 15 o'clock. The main character told her sister that since she already knows, she should make a donation. The abbot there is a very greedy person. If you reduce the amount of donations, he will get it. She wondered how she would cope. Kalina began to hug her sister. The girl joked about Kalina crying. The younger one didn't like it because she just said it in a very uncool way. The younger one told Ljubljana that she did not force her to write first, but if she sent, then Ljubljana must answer. Lena agreed and said that it was her fault. Ljubljana also noted that Kalina should not take revenge on her. She just wanted to live as they live. Ljubljana will have fun in moderation, and Kalina will be smart and take care of the family. The main character asked her sister to forget about everything and continue living. Surprisingly, Ljubljana had few things: some clothes, a couple of books, and also my father's handmade bow and arrows. Ljubljana lived a calm and measured life in the monastery, answering letters from Kalena every day. The letters were filled with the daily deteriorating affairs of the kingdom, and Ljubljana no longer read this with interest. The travels of a tyrant who says he will never grow old, bathes in the blood of children, and extorts unheard-of huge amounts of taxes, ruining even the nobles. To all this nonsense, the main character simply shook her head, and in her answer did not mention anything related to the word tyrant. From the moment Ljubljana began living in the monastery, a girl ran into the room and shouted to Ljubljana that now was not the time to sleep here, because she had guests. The main character should have gone to the chapel faster. The sister, whom Ljubljana saw for the first time in several years, smiled at her and began to say that they had not seen each other for a long time, and it seemed to her that she was ready to finally overthrow and destroy that scoundrel. Well, or in a different order, the result is still the same, so she needs the help of her older sister. Kalena invited Ljubljana to destroy this tyrant together. The main character left the title and care of the family to her smart sister. In this cruel world, the main character thought that this would be the best solution to preserve the title and protect her little sister. While Ljubljana spent all 4 years, just in case, she trained in the backyard of the monastery. Her smart sister was finally able to find a way to turn this bastard down. It just wasn't enough to just protect their family and land. Callan even said that it was possible to change the order and first kill and then overthrow. She appeared before the main character with full readiness to overthrow the tyrant. She asked her sister for help, and if she says so in this situation, Ljubljana will have one answer. This is, of course, to help your sister. Birth name, Lubian, new name, Crystal. And she, as a former member of the family of Count Luxon, swears that her sword and arrows will be directed at Callan's enemies, and her shield will protect her mistress. Until her last breath, the main character will love and respect her mistress and serve with all the fullness of her soul. Ljubljana asked to be accepted. Callan asked not to sell her faith in this oath. The price of loyalty is sweet, but the fruit of betrayal is poisonous. The earthly shell and soul of Ljubljana, faithful to God, and all belongs to Kalena. The younger sister announced that she was giving a new surname to Ljubljana, and both of her names now belonged to her. Ljubljana Crystal von Eschlian. The main character had to pick up the sword and follow Kalena. Ljubljana said that she would be happy to follow her sister. The main character is far from a religious person. In fact, she doesn't really believe that God exists, but if they, the children, are really God's favorites, as it is written in the Bible, then Ljubljana asks God to sanctify the way for her sister so that she can achieve her goal and protect Kalena. She swore that if she was helped in this matter, she would give up her firstborn. The group following Callan was already a serious force. Her army became the nobles and people of the south, who were persecuted by the tyrant. All the monks from the monastery who followed Ljubljana were added there. Callan's army did not go straight to the center, but slowly moved north and east. To the east, Count Dominant hung a white flag and opened the gates. To prove his surrender, he sacrificed his best swordsman, his son, Ludante. Thanks to the Count's surrender, they gained the east without bloodshed, and soon Ljubljana, having received orders from Kalena, headed to the west of the kingdom. There was a small battle there. Every time the main character saw enemies, she dealt with them, one by one. There was only one thing she couldn't kill: the main defender of the west, Feltarg Kadrik. The man ordered to find everyone quickly, and at the same time the main character shot at him, but the branch on which she stood let her down, and she fell right at his feet. The man was very happy because he finally caught her. The man lost one eye due to Ljubljana's arrow. The man shouted that now she would get it for piercing his eye. The sword pierced the shoulder of the main character, and having received one blow each, they all peacefully sat down at the negotiating table with damaged shoulders and an eye. Feltarg said that, unfortunately, surrender was not in his plans. Ljubljana understood that it would not be possible to solve all this so quickly. The man said that if they decided that the Westerners would also make the decision as easily as the East, then this would not happen. Everything is different with them. Kalena burst into the room. She asked how her sister was feeling too. Seeing the main character's younger sister, the man said that they agreed. Ljubljana was in complete shock and did not understand what kind of idiot he was, because just now he was against it. And even if he is an enemy, but with powerful willpower, the main character thought that he would make a good groom, but apparently not. The elder sister understood that she had sworn a blood oath and still had to get married. but she still decided that she would not rush and would first make Callan an empress, and then she would think about who to marry. And then one day, having the south, east, and west in their hands, Callan's army headed to the center. Finally, they were already there. The capital, exhausted by the tyranny of the ruler, did not resist the uprising of the Luxon County. Residents scattered flowers and greeted them with all their hearts. Without any problems, the army passed through the 7 gates and found itself in the very center of the capital. But while preparing to fight the king, they met an unexpected guest. A delegation from the king has arrived to see Mrs. Kalina. The men entered without permission. One of them said that their merciful king asked to convey that although Callan is a rebel, he wants her to become his concubine and bear him a son. Then he will forgive this crime. The man was immediately killed, because it was not clear how he dared to say such a thing to his lady. That night the final battle took place. The royal army lasted only 1 night. Its incompetent fighters were busy escaping, and the tyrant himself asked not to kill him. He offered money, land, and told them to take whatever they wanted. The tyrant said that if Kalina needed land, then they could rule together. He fell to Callan's sword. The lady's last words to this man were that he still did not understand anything. Now, finally, Callan has avenged her parents' death. The next day came, and the only sister of the main character, Callan, became the new ruler of the kingdom. Ljubljana was glad that it was finally over. Callan has ascended the throne. Now all that remains is to fulfill the blood oath. Kalina again approached her sister and asked her to help her. The main character did not understand what could happen. Kalina said that she wants to turn the kingdom into an empire and therefore asks if Ljubljana can help her with this. Ljubljana understood that her sister did not want to be just a queen, but an empress. Callan added that if her sister would help her, then at the same time she should catch the dragon. Ljubljana didn't understand why her sister needed a dragon. Callan said that the empress's throne should be decorated with dragon skin. Ljubljana agreed. She didn't care what her sister wanted to do. They occupied all neighboring kingdoms. They first destroyed most of them and then absorbed them. Some, on the outskirts, were left alone with an oath of allegiance. And in the end, the 4 of them headed to the northern mountains to hunt the dragon. Kalina told them to be careful, and Ljubljana told her sister to go to safety. Callan ordered to kill the dragon carefully, trying not to damage its skin. Ljubljana told her that her little sister had just been nearly crushed by a dragon. So Kalina told Ljubljana to be careful too. At the end of a fierce battle, Dante cut out the dragon's eyes and heart. As a result, Kalina sat on a throne trimmed with dragon skin and put on a crown with a dragon heart, and she became the first empress. There were always 3 people next to her, serving her entirely. They were awarded the titles of dukes and were given lands by the empress. The dominant of Black Tulips received western lands. Feltarg received the southern lands from the Rose of the Iron Cross, and Ljubljana, who was called Ashlian of the Silver Line, received the infamous northern lands. The beasts born from dragon blood have been infected, and the only people there are prisoners. Abandoned lands. Kalina turned to Ljubljana and said that since she trusted her, she would allocate the northern lands. She asked the Ljubljanas to protect her empire. The main character did not know what to answer. Having received an order from her only blood, from the Empress, Ljubljana went straight to the north. She re-educated the criminals, made them ordinary citizens, and imposed taxes. Those who did not have problems with their limbs were trained as soldiers, and after driving out the monsters, they built a high wall to minimize the damage. When more or less calm times finally arrived on the land of Ljubljana, Ljubljana received a letter. She noticed the imperial seal on it. The main character did not understand what happened, and so, at the age of 20 in Ljubljana, she received an order to return to the capital. Ljubljana was shocked on a grand scale. Just a few years ago, this city suffered from tyranny. The capital, which the main character has not been to for a long time, has changed greatly. It changed so much under the rule of Callan and began to look like the real capital of the empire. The secular society of the center also flourished well, and Luciana became for them all a savage from the northern lands. People were talking about the fact that Ljubljana would return, and some said that she was 2 meters tall and had a third eye. And if you touch her, your neck will break. Some even said that she tore off the head of the beast with one hand. Ljubljana assumed that while she was gone, everyone had contracted a disease that resulted in amnesia. Ljubljana was sitting with her sister, who was laughing. Ljubljana doesn't understand why she laughed and asked if it was funny for her sister. Kalina wondered why Ljubljana was just listening to this and noted that she needed to break their necks. Ljubljana assumed that it was Her Majesty who started the rumors, but the Empress said that it was not her because she already had classes. Ljubljana realized it was her. Kalina said she was simply providing a little insight into the difficult situation in the north, so that they don't forget how hard she tries and be grateful to Ljubljana. And they themselves have already spread these strange rumors. Callan simply advised staying in the capital, and then the rumors would quickly disappear. Ljubljana didn't want to stay, but Kalina said that she still had a lot of organizational problems and a lot to do, so she needed her sister's help. Ljubljana understood that she needed to little by little start looking for a husband, the first child to be dedicated to God, and the second to inherit the title of Duke and remain loyal to the Empire. The main character needed to find someone who could easily help her have at least 2 children. She needed a strong man. Upon arrival in the capital, Callan allocated the main character a mansion next to the Imperial Palace. Before Ljubljana, invitations arrived at the mansion to be collected in one pile. The main character wanted to refuse everything, but agreed to one thing, that they chose Cullen along with the maid of honor. Firstly, in order to show the friendship between the 3 new dukes and strengthen the authority of Kalena, who must oust the graceful, rude people of the capital, the woman brought an invitation to this week's parties. The maid of honor ideally selected 2 parties attended by young people from social circles. Ljubljana was angry with herself for agreeing to this. The maid of honor told her that a beautiful girl should not express herself like that. Ljubljana noticed that this woman was very similar to her grandmother, so she could not say anything against it. The main character decided to forget that she tore the dress that was prepared for her for this. Still, she thought that she should probably try going. Today, everything was business as usual again. The banquet at which the main character is present today is hosted by the Marquis. All unmarried young girls and boys participate in it to demonstrate their knowledge and talk about the state of the empire. Of course, this is an event where everyone can calmly propose to each other that they meet, and it is not necessary to get married in the end. Ljubljana stood away from everyone and thought about the maid of honor. She was pleased with the thought that the woman could not see her now, and she also gave her a watch, which still did not help her. The woman told the main character that this is the most fashionable thing now, and she should pull it out during the conversation. And Ljubljana should choose someone good and not ambitious. This woman really resembled the main character's grandmother. Ljubljana recalled how her grandmother called her Luby. I promised that she would definitely have a good and unambitious husband. Ljubljana told her grandmother that she would meet a smart and handsome husband. But my grandmother said that a girl from an influential family in the capital chooses a smart and even handsome husband. The grandmother asked the girl to remember her words that she needed to find a husband who would not damage her reputation and property, because Ljubljana is the future of the county, and she should not even look at those who want to undermine her authority. Ljubljana decided that she would look for a husband based on her grandmother's words. She needed a good man, but also a strong one, so that he would help her conceive at least 2 children. During the Civil War, many good men died, but we need to figure it out and, most importantly, give birth to 2 children. Such rare exhibits as Kadrik or Ludante already belonged to Empress Kalina. The men jostled and called the girl the King of Beasts from the north. The main character heard all evening that she was a cruel killer, and they also said that during the lunar battle she literally had no tears or blood, and she was a real bloody duchess. Ljubljana didn't understand why rumors were spreading only about her. See, Kadrik and Ludante were much crazier than her. The girl kept hearing about how bad she was, and that's why she squeezed the glass of wine in her hand so tightly, and it cracked. The main character was very angry because thanks to her they all live in safety and did not understand how they could say such things. A maid approached Ljubljana and asked if she was okay, but the girl said that she was fine and did not need ointments. Ljubljana thought that this marquis most likely had a financial problem because he was using low-quality dishes. Many women really liked the Bloody Duchess, and many of them did not understand why she was a woman. The girl did not understand what these strange looks at her were, and she quickly turned around. Hatred, disagreement, steadfastness. Apparently, the girl who fell in love with Ljubljana is the bride of one of those whose self-esteem was hurt. They didn't even dare challenge her to a duel. Suddenly, the girl saw the Marquis's wife in front of her. Ljubljana approached her and thanked her for calling her. The Marquis's wife said that the Duchess herself takes her banquet to a new level with her presence. Ljubljana said that she was sloppy and her things were wet, so it was time for her to leave. The woman was a little upset. She said that next time she would definitely wait for her. The main character went outside and decided to take a little walk. Because it doesn't matter if she goes now, then the maid of honor will look at her, asking why she's already returned. But if you think about it like that, God really exists. Kalin easily dealt with the tyrants and took the throne. It also took over neighboring countries. She created an empire and became empress. The strange thing was that it all happened so quickly and easily. Ljubljana understood that she needed to quickly fulfill her promise to God. She told herself this every day, but marriage is not that easy. Suddenly, the girl heard that someone had no chance of getting out of marriage. She began to spy and saw a man talking to a woman and did not understand how, out of many things on the planet, marriage could be mandatory. Looking at the girl, she noticed that she was very beautiful, and next to her was a man. His outfit is absolutely ordinary. He seems to me to be a member of an aristocratic family. In a black suit with a white tie, that's all. The main character was very interested in what kind of person he was. He was an incredibly handsome man. If God really exists, and if he created not only this world, but also angels, this is definitely, maybe one of them, the most beautiful but with the most terrible mood. The woman asked that Ljubljana not avoid her. The man removed his hand because he did not allow himself to be touched. Ljubljana noticed that this man does not know about manners. The man looked around. But the woman said that she would not give up and would do everything so that he would be hers. Louisman told her to shut up. Ljubljana was surprised by the way he spoke to her. The man was looking for someone among the bushes. Ljubljana was afraid that he was looking for her. The main character was ashamed that Duchess Ashlyn had become a laughingstock because she was hiding in the bushes, but the fact that she saw him here today somehow felt like she was getting into something very tiresome. Although Ljubljana's ideal is a handsome man, he seems to have a terrible character, and Ljubljana is looking for a kind and strong man. She again remembered her grandmother's words. Ljubljana promised not to forget these words. Only recently did she think so. Ljubljana met him at the palace. However, here he behaved differently than then in the garden. He looked as if he was melting the hearts of girls with his gaze and hand movements. Ljubljana thought it was because he was handsome and didn't look so disgusting. Kadrik told Ljubljana that she looked good. The girl was glad to see her old friend here. But the man said that she was rather glad to see not him, but the alcohol. Kadrik, looking at that man, asked what it was. Ljubljana asked if he saw with his one eye how handsome that man was. Kadrik started talking about how he lost his eye because of someone and became more sensitive. But Ljubljana just smiled and noted that this was an ordinary denial. The man was very interested in this, and he asked if she was happy only because he couldn't see. But Ljubljana admitted that she was still ashamed of him for this misunderstanding. To be more precise, she is sorry that she did this to the candidate for husband Cullen. As a result, Ljubljana asked who this man was because she would see him for the first time. Kadrik said that this man is the grandson of Earl Graham. Ljubljana realized that if he was Graham, then he was from a family that was close to the tyrant. Ljubljana recalled that during the midnight battle, the day the gates opened, the entire family surrendered and submitted to Kalina. It would not be strange to destroy them, as is usually the case. Kalina ordered her older sister that if anyone other than the royal family surrendered, Ljubljana must spare their lives. But thanks to Kalina's kindness, they survived. And the main character's opinion about the Graham family is that they are people ingratiating themselves everywhere for the sake of survival. After this, Count Graham bought beautiful men and offered them to Kalina, flattered her as best he could, and removed the gifts in order to stay close to Kalina. When the main character saw the gifts from that count, she was in complete shock and asked her sister what she would do. Ljubljana even offered to help look after him if her sister wanted it. But Kalina said that this was not necessary, and Ljubljana should just tell him that the Empress liked everything. These words made it clear to the sister that Kalina had a plan. But it was a little strange, because as far as Ljubljana remembered, the Count's people had wheat-colored hair and brown eyes. Most of the people had no muscles. They were tall and dry. I couldn't believe that there was someone with such silver hair and black eyes. The day the Graham family surrendered, they of course checked the Count and his family. This man most likely looked like the illegitimate son of a tyrant. Kadrik confirmed this. Ljubljana couldn't believe it. Louisman fen lux Acel von Graham. Kadric asked Ljubljana if she knew what this name meant. The main character knew that such a name was a sign of the royal family. Shiny silver hair, black eyes, and gorgeous looks. Ljubljana still couldn't believe it. Kadric called him his last blood relative. More specifically, this man is the last member of the royal family that they destroyed and the only descendant of the Tyrant. Shiny silver hair and black eyes, distinct traits from the previous royal family, the only descendant of the past ruler. Ljubljana did not understand how the descendant of the Tyrant survived, because Ljubljana believed that they destroyed all of his relatives during the Midnight Battle. Kadric said that everyone, and even newborns, this was not enough to get to him. How it happened that he stupidly ended up at a banquet organized by the Imperial Palace was not clear. Kadric added that they recently found out who he is, and this man is from the House of Scientists. This surprised Ljubljana. The House of Scientists is a place where people lock themselves in a high tower-like wall. They are a group of mad scientists who dedicate their lives to learning. Getting here, a person must give up his last name and swear an oath to God that he will study until his death. Once there, you can find yourself outside only after your death, which is why this place was even worse than the monastery. They were respected by both the people and the tyrant himself, because the scientists maintained political neutrality. Even Callan, who besieged the capital to kill the tyrant, did not dare to touch the House of Scientists. Ljubljana didn't know that there would be a tyrant's illegitimate son in such a place. Now she understood how he survived, but it was unclear why he was here. Kadric asked if he had contacted the North, but the main character said that she had not received any news from him. Kadric did not believe that this was true. The man regularly sent people. I even sent information about the general situation in the central region. He was very angry because he believed that Ljubljana did not specifically look at any of the documents that he sent her. Kadric was very angry and asked if she thought that he had so much free time to write her letters by hand every month and waste paper. In fact, Ljubljana had her reasons. The man said that he regularly sent them so that Ljubljana would not feel isolated in the north and would have a general understanding of the events of the capital. He understood that his efforts were in vain because she didn't even read them. But Ljubljana assured Kadric that she had seen them and was very grateful to him. Kadric considered himself a fool because he felt a sense of relief. Therefore, Ljubljana decided to ask what all this had to do with the illegitimate son of a tyrant walking around the imperial palace. The man said that on the orders of the Empress, since they lack personnel, and she wants to create a new administrative system, teachings that deny reality are not worthy of existence. Therefore, the scientist's house was destroyed, and their people began to really work. And so, while everyone was restoring their names and family ties, the illegitimate son of the tyrant was found. Ljubljana was shocked that they allowed him to live even after they found out everything. Kadric said that this was Her Majesty's decision. The two of them were very irritated. There are still a few small fry left, unsuccessfully trying to follow the ideas of the tyrant and restore the former kingdom. Ljubljana assumed that Kalena was simply trying to bring them to light and get rid of everyone at once. Most likely, this is the case, which is why Count Graham is still trying to get closer to the Empress. Not worrying about growing powers is just like Callan. Ljubljana noticed that aristocrats were gathering around him, literally clinging to the tyrant. The main character was glad that she avoided meeting him that time, because if she contacted him, she would get stuck in an annoying situation. The main character did not understand why this fair-haired man continued to look at her with a look full of despair. The man said that Her Majesty had arrived. Kadric told Ljubljana to come with him. Ljubljana herself understood that in any case, Kalena or someone else would deal with this. The work of an empress is not associated with beauty or infuriating tricks. The main character just needs to find a suitable groom and return to the north. Ljubljana hated annoying things. That's what she thought before. The main character saw how the woman assured this descendant of the tyrant that she would marry him in any case. The girl decided that she needed to return and not even think about going outside to get some fresh air. They continued to argue. The girl said that this time she would not let him go. Because today is the day she will make him hers, she hit the man. The girl said that she really didn't like seeing pain on his handsome face, so he should be hers. The woman said that he should know that cooperation with her family was absolutely necessary for Count Graham's plan. Not to mention that there are already talks about marriage between their families, so the guy should just give up. Suddenly they noticed someone. It was Ljubljana. The main character told them that no matter how urgent it was, she did not think it was worth doing this on the territory of the sacred imperial garden. The situation is completely different from the past. Ljubljana wondered if she should help him, despite his background. The man began to ask for help. The woman pressed Louismond and was very happy to see Duchess Ashley. The girl introduced herself as Lysana from the Marquisdom of Odile, and as the Duchess can see, she's spending time with the man she loves. And she was not even aware of the Duchess's presence, so she sincerely asks for forgiveness. Ljubljana noticed that she had rather elegantly said not to disturb and leave, which was to be expected from a lady from a noble family, also telling this skillful lie. But there was something else. The Marquise Odile was still in relation to the Tyrant. They are still strong supporters of the Ainos royal family. In the Old Kingdom, the Marquisdom of Odile had a long history. However, after the overthrow of the Tyrant, they were driven into a corner and forced to suffer the humiliation of being removed from central positions and demoted in rank. The power of the Marquis was so powerful that even a tyrant could not kill him. Ljubljana heard that they moved from the capital. Therefore, the main character believed that Lysana would hate the Old Kingdom. But Lysana works with Count Graham to restore the Ainos royal family. Even 5 months after the fall of the kingdom, Marquis Odile did not submit. Callan admired his determination, and she promised to restore the title, as well as return the territories taken by the tyrant. Marquis Odile knelt down and bowed his head in front of Kalina, but they were not truly devoted to her. In the name of the success of the uprising, they came to a temporary compromise. Lysana asked the Duchess not to tell anyone about their relationship, because they were still a little wary and reserved. Ljubljana understood that it was a stranger, because the only thing she saw was one-sided aggression, and the expression on the face of this illegitimate son of a tyrant spoke for itself. Ljubljana turned to Lysana and noted that she felt that this gentleman did not share her point of view. The guy himself screamed, asking for help. Lysana denied all this. She turned to Louismond and said that because of his shyness, even the Duchess doubted their relationship. Louismond quickly stood up and hid behind Ljubljana. From a distance he seemed thin and frail, but if you look closer he was quite complex. Most likely he fell because the lady unexpectedly hit him. Anyway, Ljubljana didn't understand why this guy was so clingy. The main character asked him to relax a little. Lysana was shocked because it seemed to her that the Duchess was trying to boast that Louis had rushed to her. It was still not clear why they were so close at all. The girl asked how dare they. But Ljubljana asked the lady to clarify the situation first. She asked to be a calm lady. Ljubljana noticed that it would be better to continue the conversation during the day, even tomorrow or any other day. In the meantime, she will help a member of Graham's family get home. Lysana was very annoyed by how calmly Ljubljana speaks, because she behaves as if she has power here. She thought that she should be next to Louismond. The girl could not accept that in her place there was now a killer from the north. She shouted that she would never forget what the Duchess had done. Lysana understood that since she was pushed into a corner, she would have to leave. Ljubljana told the girl to tell Duke Feltarg if she did anything wrong. The girl was angry because Ashley and Feltarg had teamed up to suppress her. She assumed that Duke Feltarg was targeting her Louismond. Ljubljana decided that she would leave all the trouble to Cadric. Lysana was waiting for that moment to save her Louismond from the clutches of these two perverted dukes. It was a complete misunderstanding. Ljubljana snatched her hand from Louismond. Ljubljana said that this was her goodbye. The man was surprised that he was going to just leave, and so Louismond asked Ljubljana to wait. He grabbed Ljubljana's hand. She didn't understand why he grabbed her. The man asked the Duchess to marry him. The man begged Ljubljana to marry him. The main character did not understand what was happening. She thought he was crazy. The man understood that she was probably wondering why he was saying this after the second meeting. But Louismond had no choice to survive this time. He needed to stay close to this woman. This time, he refuses to die. Count Graham not only swore allegiance to the tyrant, but also offered his daughter. As a result of this, the illegitimate son of the tyrant and blood relative of the count, Louismond Fen Lux Emil von Graham, was born. It was assumed that the daughter of Count Graham would become queen, but she was poisoned, and the first prince constantly threatened young Louismond with violence. In the end, Louismond chose the life of a brawler as if he didn't need the throne to survive. All the assassination attempts made by the queen and the first prince were eventually stopped, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Callan ordered the killing of all illegitimate children. Louismond remained. Cadric and Lou Dante look at this dirty creature. It seemed that Louisman's short life was over, but the man suddenly came to life. He was sure that he was executed, but he returned to the past. This was his chance. This time he promised himself that he would not die and would survive at any cost. However, even if he swears allegiance to the first prince, even if he pretends to be a woman, the vicious circle cannot be broken. This is how Louisman experienced his 7th death and is now living his 8th life. The man turned to the House of Scientists and asked to study there. He understood that if he studied, he could survive. As a last resort, he successfully locked himself in the scholar's house and intended to study for the rest of his life. But this plan ultimately failed. Kalina was very angry because she didn't know that Earl Graham had a grandson. He is the only pearl left by the Count's youngest daughter, a diligent and attractive young man. Louismond was brought here as a candidate for the Empress's concubine, but he didn't think she wanted it herself, because those eyes are clearly filled with the intent to finish him off. The man understood that his 8th life might end here, but for himself, he decided that he had to survive, but for this he needed to find someone who would protect him. This must be the one who is held in high esteem by the Empress, and the one who will get her out of the clutches of Count Graham and Marquise Odile. He needed the powerful Duchess Ashleyne. She is the only one who can become his savior. The man asked the Duchess to remain married to him for 3 years, and he promises to divorce her immediately after this period expires. Louismond also noted that Ljubljana, in any case, needs to fulfill the blood oath. During his 7th life, he heard about the blood oath made by Duchess Ashleyne. The man said that it was not so easy to find a candidate, so he asked to accept him. The man knew that she also wanted to get married, so he hoped that she would definitely agree. Ljubljana threateningly asked how he knew about her blood oath and pointed her sword at him. The Duchess asked again how he knew about this. The man was in complete fear and understood that now he could possibly die again. Dukes Dominant and Feltharg were not enough for him. Now he will also have to die at the hands of Duchess Ashleyne. The man didn't want this anymore. He didn't want to die. Louismond began to cry. Ljubljana did not understand what caused this and asked him. The guy said that he was sad to die like this. Ljubljana told him to be honest if he wanted to live. This was his last chance to answer how he learned about his oath. Louismond recalled the professor telling him that not every path would lead him to the answer. Discovering new paths is part of science. He understood that the professor was right. The man understood that if he did not find the answer along this path, then he simply needed to create a new one, even if he had to blame someone else. Louismond admitted that he heard this from his grandfather, who is planning an affair. He was shocked that the Duchess didn't even raise an eyebrow and asked what was wrong with that. She asked why he suggested his name to her, even if he heard it from Count Graham. Louismond admitted that it was all for the sake of survival. As he said, Earl Graham is planning treason, but he is not interested in a destroyed country. The guy is loyal only to Her Majesty the Empress, so he would like to avoid a coup. Ljubljana asked if this was the only reason he proposed to her, and she noticed that she really needed to find a husband. But he doesn't have to be involved in the coup attempt. This is true, but Ljubljana scared off all her candidates. There is no other way to explain the fact that at this age there is no husband. Louismond saw in his 6th life that Duke Feltharg was definitely up to something. Louismond promised that he would reveal all the details of his grandfather's conspiracy, and he will try for the good of their marriage with all care and sincerity. Louismond will do anything to help him, no matter what Ljubljana asks. He did not understand why the Duchess was silent. Louismond has one last option. He promised that he would never fall in love with Ljubljana. This is how the heroines of the novels he read in his 2nd life speak. None of the main characters rejected their proposals, so this strategy is 100% effective. These are the terms of an arranged marriage. Ljubljana did not understand what he was saying. It was zero efficiency. It doesn't matter whether the newlyweds have feelings before the wedding, but after it, the husband must be faithful to his wife. And Louismond openly and boldly declares that he will go to the left. The main character asked if he said that he would want another woman besides his wife even after marriage. Louismond denied it and said that was not what he meant. Louismond said that he would be faithful to his wife and would not sleep with others until the end of his days. It seemed to Ljubljana that he was not mocking. Louismond added that he does not want to have children out of wedlock, such as himself. According to the blood oath, Ljubljana's first child will devote 20 years of his life to serving God. She would like the second child to become an heir who will devote himself to the empire and the empress. Having children with the tyrant's illegitimate son was not part of Ljubljana's plans, but in 3 years, she will be able to give birth to 2 at once and get a divorce, so there is nothing wrong with that. If you look at Luimon's form, he fits without question. Although quite slender, his chest is wide, plus a good physique. From the waist down, he also looks strong. If so, it is unlikely that Ljubljana will have problems conceiving children with Luimund. The man became embarrassed and did not understand why she was looking at him so intently. Luismund apologized and asked the lady not to look at him. He was very embarrassed. His voice trembled. Ljubljana was amused by this. After all, in the capital, so many women's gazes were directed at him. But he became embarrassed after she cast her gaze. Ljubljana lowered her sword. She said she accepted his offer. Luismund was very grateful and said that she could ask for anything she wanted and he would do whatever he said. Ljubljana noted that testing his resolve was not that difficult. Ljubljana told Luimond to come to her estate on the 3rd night. She wondered if they would be able to conceive a child. Luimond did not understand what Ljubljana was talking about. The main character asked if he knew what the essence of her blood oath was. The man thought that the point was to get married, but Ljubljana said that this was only the part necessary to fulfill the oath. Ljubljana believed he didn't know the details. Ljubljana said that she needed a child, or rather 2. Therefore, Luimond needs to get together with her and have at least 2 children during the marriage. This was Ljubljana's condition, and therefore if Luismund really wants to marry her, she said they would meet in 3 days. That's what Ljubljana said, but as expected, he didn't come, and he seemed full of determination. Ljubljana even let everyone leave early. The main character believed that children were a strange condition. Even when Kadrik found out, he was slightly surprised. He didn't know what her type was. Ljubljana only said that he was handsome. Ljubljana thought about whether she should just give up or go look for him. A servant approached the lady and reported that a black carriage had secretly left Odil's marquisity, but this carriage returned to Earl Graham. He asked what they should do. Ljubljana said she had to go immediately. Ljubljana didn't even know where to look for him. Suddenly, she heard a cry that said that he would not, begged to let him in, and assured that he had already said that he was against it. The main character could roughly understand what was happening here. Luimund screamed in rage, not understanding how they could do this to him. His grandfather shouted to him that he would marry her sooner or later anyway, and there was no problem with that. All this time, Luismund thought that the lady wanted to achieve on her own initiative, but his grandfather was behind everything. Luimund asked his grandfather if he was so hungry for power that he was ready to sell him, the only thing he had left of his daughter. He noticed that his grandfather had not changed at all. Count Graham pretended that he did not understand what was going on. He ordered the servants to drag his grandson here, closer to Lisana. The girl was in a luxurious white dress, and she herself noticed that Louis should not make her wait any longer. Luimund told Lisana to shut up because he had no reason to be with her. The grandfather shouted at his grandson to stop being capricious, because even though he was his grandson, if he stood in his way, the grandfather would not hesitate to send him to meet his mother. Luimund understood that probably his 8th life would also end now. He was very angry because this time it would happen at the hands of his own grandfather. The man was very interested in whether he would one day be able to get out of this loop. Someone came into their room and everyone was immediately scared. They covered Lisana and asked who it was. Ljubljana decided to satisfy their curiosity, but then they all themselves realized that it was Duchess Ashley. Luismund didn't understand how she got here. The main character gave her hand to Luimund and told him to get up. She called him husband and said that she had come to save him. The man wondered if, during all this time, anyone had treated him the same way as Duchess Ashley. Grandfather was in complete shock and did not understand anything. He asked what kind of marriage we were talking about, because marriage with the Duchess was not in the plans. The man shouted, confused as to how the Duchess dared to enter his estate. Grandfather said that entering his estate without warning was illegal. He ordered the servants to take Luimund to another room. He assumed that she had come alone, but whether the Duchess could cope with the guards alone was not clear. Grandfather thought that she was just a knight who had learned a little strategy. The Duchess is proud of herself just because she is the Empress's elder sister. The security decided to come over and tried to take Louis away with an apology. Ljubljana did not understand what to do. She decided that they were ordinary people, so they probably wouldn't die if she hit them lightly. Louisman thought that she was probably going to leave him, so he grabbed her hand, saying that he didn't mean to do it, but did it out of surprise. The man began to apologize for this. Ljubljana sat down next to him and said that she was going to leave only because he took her hand. Ljubljana said that she already said that she came to save him. In all his 7 lives, Louismond had never felt such warmth. Embarrassed, the guy thanked the Duchess. On the 8th time he met the first man who saved him from death. Ljubljana thought about how difficult it was for Louismond. She had only seen this man a couple of times, and each time he was in an unpleasant situation. The servant said that from now on the master would be under their care. Ljubljana said that from now on, anyone who touches her fiancé must be prepared to become a victim of monsters. The Duchess asked Louis if he could stand up. The guy quickly stood up. He began to thank Ljubljana, when suddenly he twisted his ankle and began to fall. But Ljubljana grabbed him, preventing the guy from getting up. Ljubljana didn't notice right away, but he's surprisingly tall, and his body is quite muscular and strong. Ljubljana asked if her husband was okay. The guy in turn thanked the lady. Grandfather did not understand who dared to take Louismond at will. The man shouted at Louismond, saying that he was not allowed to leave without his grandfather's permission. The man still couldn't calm down. Ljubljana asked if a man who had gone through the coming-of-age ceremony really needed permission to leave the estate of his own free will. The grandfather assured that Lumen needed to ask, because this child belongs to the Graham house, and to him in particular. Louismond did not understand how to understand this. Louismond was ordered to remain silent. Ljubljana asked the Count if it was Louismond. This was some kind of object that might have an owner. The Duchess said that if so, then from now on Sir Louismond is part of the imperial family, and it will belong to Her Majesty. The Count did not understand what kind of nonsense Ljubljana was talking about. Ljubljana said that she believed that the Count was talking some kind of nonsense. She asked the Count whether he realized what a sin he was committing by trying to take possession of the Empress's property. She asked if this meant that the Count yearned for power equal to Her Majesty. Louis couldn't believe that someone would oppose his grandfather like that. The Duchess explained that the estates, territory, and all employees of the Empire belong to Her Majesty, and she has the right to take what belongs to her sister. The Count was very annoyed by what the Duchess was saying. He asked Louismond what he was doing and ordered him to come over immediately. Ljubljana whistled, and at that same second arrows flew at the Count. They didn't hurt the man, they just scared him. He didn't understand what was happening. The main character said that her people are outside right now, and she ordered the Count to listen to her carefully. She repeated again that his grandson was now her husband, so the Count shouldn't do anything stupid anymore. She took Louis into her carriage. He didn't know if everything would be okay. Ljubljana did not understand what Louismond was talking about. The guy said that his grandfather, or rather the Count, if he accuses Her Majesty, there will be problems. What the Duchess said cannot be called a lie. But according to customs, nobles have full right to their property and inheritance. It is enshrined in imperial law. And the Duchess could be punished for violating property rights. Therefore, it is better for Ljubljana to abandon Louismond. He wanted to say this, but he couldn't, because then she would definitely leave him. Ljubljana said everything would be okay. Ljubljana assured the guy that she would sort it out, so Louismond didn't have to worry. And at the same time, she asked if her husband needed help. The guy was surprised. The main character noticed that she was asking for help stopping hiccups. Louismond did not understand how she was going to do this while they were in the carriage, because there was nothing there. Louismond didn't want to believe it, but he still thought that she was going to stop the hiccups with a kiss. The guy became very embarrassed at the thought. He had done this countless times in past lives, but this was the first time he would kiss. Ljubljana said that she would not force him if he did not want to. Louismond began to deny it, and say that it wasn't that he didn't want to. Before Ljubljana could finish speaking, she pushed him against the wall, which made the guy wonder if he had done something wrong. Ljubljana stood up and noticed that the hiccups had stopped. She said that one of her subordinates was eaten by a monster because of hiccups, so the Duchess does not really like this sound. The guy was very glad that the hiccups had finally stopped, and he experienced complete relief. If you think about it like that, Ljubljana is a good person. Because they were not yet married, she called Louismond her husband. He didn't think that the Duchess would come to save him, and the guy really hoped that she would never have to regret her decision. Louismond decided that he would not allow Ljubljana to regret her choice. Therefore, today he will fulfill the condition of their marriage. When they arrived at the estate, Ljubljana was embarrassed. The Duchess thought her maid would be asleep since she left without warning. The woman noticed that the guest arrived at such a late hour, and this was quite unusual. The woman said that first of all, she would prepare the bath, so Ljubljana should follow her. The guy thanked him for such concern. Ljubljana didn't want the maid to look at her like that because he was just a guest. And then the Duchess realized that for the first time a male guest was coming to her estate, besides Duke Feltharg. Embarrassed, the Duchess said that they were not at that stage yet. This surprised the woman very much. After her words, Ljubljana realized that she really should have just remained silent. Ljubljana, lying in the bathtub, thought that he would finally live, because somehow he managed to get here. Although the guy is still worried. If we talk about the original plan, Ljubljana wanted to appear in front of her as a person from the House of Scientists and start talking about the future, pretending to see it. But in the end, Ljubljana decided not to think about appearing, because he still couldn't believe that he was ultimately protected. The guy didn't understand what to do. Ljubljana was confident that he could somehow attract Ljubljana. There was a reason why he had to come to this estate today in the first place. Now was not the time to become limp, because today Ljubljana had to make a decision somehow. Ljubljana thought about what would happen when her sister found out about this. Ljubljana didn't know how to explain this to Kalena. She can already imagine how today's mess will turn out. Ljubljana is not a simple man, but the flesh and blood of a tyrant. The girl remembered that she was not in the north now. Louis came into Ljubljana's room. The girl did not understand why he came. The guy was very embarrassed. The Duchess asked if everything was okay, or maybe he was in the wrong room. Ljubljana said that he was here for what they had to do together. Ljubljana did not understand what was going on, assuming that he was talking about that conversation. Ljubljana said that everything was fine and they should rest for now. Ljubljana quietly asked if he could do it today, and immediately said that he wanted to do it. Ljubljana didn't understand how someone could be so persistent while blushing so much. She noticed that Louis had courage. Ljubljana again called the guy Sir Ljubljana, after which the guy asked to call him Louis starting tonight. Ljubljana said what they talked about a few days ago. Louis didn't understand why she doubted it, even though she called him her husband. The guy hoped she didn't regret bringing him. Ljubljana thought about telling Kalena everything, but she didn't even have time to think of what to say the next time she visited. Ljubljana understood that if he did not marry now, he might die. Ljubljana could not be allowed to regret her decision under any circumstances. No matter what, Louis must make Ljubljana believe in him tonight and make the marriage a reality. Ljubljana moved closer to Ljubljana. Ljubljana thought that she should go to the Imperial Palace tomorrow and report everything. Louis took the girl's hand and pressed himself against her. Ljubljana threw Ljubljana onto the bed and pinned him on top. The guy asked to let him go because he was in pain. He approached so suddenly that the Duchess's reflexes worked, but he seems to be stronger than Ljubljana expected. She thought it would be soft, but pressing him, she feels strong, dense muscles. The Duchess thought that if he had such a body even without training, then he could turn out to be a skilled knight with the right amount of effort. Louis said he was giving up. Ljubljana asked what Ljubljana was doing. The guy asked if they should do it. Louis said that the Duchess was the first to propose. He thought about whether it was too risky. The girl repeated herself and said that she had already said that everything was fine. Louis asked to let him go, and Ljubljana asked if he would return to his place if she let him go. The guy refused. Ljubljana said that in this case, she would not be able to let him go. She noticed that everything was the same as last time. This look. The same look with which he bored into her at a social party, as if telling Ljubljana that he is determined and has his reasons for this. Ljubljana didn't understand why he was looking like that. Ljubljana turned to Her Majesty and asked if she could let him go now. Ljubljana noticed that Louis seemed to be used to this. Louismond was surprised and did not understand in what sense he was used to it. He said he doesn't know about the others, but he doesn't want to hear that from Ljubljana because it's his first time and he's not a womanizer. Ljubljana was very surprised that this was his first time. She didn't understand why she was so happy about this. The Duchess released Louis and covered her mouth. Louis took Ljubljana by the neck and kissed her. He understood that most likely he would not be able to do this with today's thoughts in his head, but he suggested that the mistress make a child. Ljubljana asked Louis to wait. She did not understand why she was accepting him. The guy put the girl on her back and said that he would take care of everything himself. The Duchess understood his intentions and decided that in that case she would accept him. She pulled the guy into her arms and started kissing him. Morning has come. Ljubljana saw Louis next to her and remembered that he had been with her all night. This is the first time someone else is in bed with her. Ljubljana slept well, but for some reason she feels tired. Louis began to cuddle up to Ljubljana in his sleep. He asked to wait a little and asked to sleep a little longer. Ljubljana understood that most likely he was talking in his sleep. The Duchess was sure that when he woke up, Louis wouldn't even remember what he was talking about. She couldn't believe how happy she was just looking at him. Ljubljana noticed that the guy woke up. He looked strange, so she assumed he was still half asleep. Louisman smiled and asked if his Duchess slept well. The guy started cleaning the bathroom and was looking for something, saying that they usually put it here. Ljubljana didn't understand what was wrong with him. She didn't understand why he was so good, even though it was his first time. He also knows where they usually put it. He found oil and began adding it to the bath. Ljubljana did not want to be enchanted by his angelic beauty, although she was jealous. Louis apologized and quickly took the lady into his arms. He undressed the Duchess. Ljubljana wanted to complain, but there was simply nothing to complain about. The right temperature, and the harmony created by dried petals and essential oils. Louis began to wash Ljubljana, asking if she was hot. The guy asked to let him know if anything bothers him. Ljubljana noticed that the water temperature was perfect and noted that Louis was good at it. Louis was very grateful, and he said that this temperature is great for relieving fatigue. Ljubljana noted that he found the oils very easily in the cabinet, but Louis said that in most homes, bath salts and perfumes are in the same place. The main character understood that it was not so simple, but Louis could easily cope. Louismond was very grateful to his lady. Louis shared with Ljubljana that he was told off a lot at first, but that he quickly improved his skills because of it. Ljubljana wondered where he learned this. The main character is even more furious because she is pleased. She wants to say something about his skill, but looking at that face, all irritation evaporates. Louismond said he would bring towels. He started it himself, but doesn't even know where to look. Louis wiped his mistress's head while she ate and allowed her to enter. The maid came in and told the Duchess that she needed to hurry up and eat because someone had come to the imperial palace, after which a message came from there to come there quickly. Ljubljana was a little upset. Louismond was very scared. He began to ask what they should do, but Ljubljana gagged him with bread. Ljubljana said that she would eat before leaving. She said that she would leave immediately after the meal, so the woman should prepare the carriage. The Duchess understood that if she was called to the palace, then Callan would already know everything. She told Louis that she would go to the imperial palace, and he would stay here for now. Louismond grabbed Ljubljana by the sleeve and asked if she would be okay. The girl said that she would return as soon as possible, but first she would visit Lena and assess the situation. The servants noticed Duchess Ashley, that is, the same bloody Duchess. The atmosphere today is, as expected, frightening. Callan noticed her older sister. The Empress noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ljubljana greeted. Callan noticed that there were only 2 of them here, so she could skip the formalities. Ljubljana said that even if that was the case, she couldn't dare to do that. Ljubljana thought that Lena already knew, and because of this she called her, so she needs to watch her words. Kalina asked with a smile how Ljubljana dared to do this a few days ago. The main character understood that she would not return whole today. The Empress said that it seemed like she had a lot of news for Ljubljana. She said that everything was fine and asked why her older sister would upset her. Callan ordered the servants to leave them for a few minutes and asked them to bring them a cup of tea. The girl believed that Ljubljana had something to say. The younger sister sat down and said that there were only the 2 of them in this room, and she was ready to listen to what Ljubljana wanted to upset her with. Ljubljana only now realized that she knew, but she asked anyway. Kalina asked her sister if she liked everything. Ljubljana said she couldn't say she didn't like it. Kalina was happy and said that Ljubljana can get married because she gives her approval. These words surprised Ljubljana very much, and she began to ask again. Ljubljana was in shock. Kalina asked if Ljubljana had come to her to tell her about her marriage. Ljubljana said that everything was so, but asked again if she was sure she didn't mind. Kalina calmly said that Ljubljana could get married. Ljubljana couldn't believe that everything could be so simple, because Callan was going to use the tyrant's illegitimate son to lure out and destroy the rebels. In exchange, Kalina announced that neither she nor the other dukes would attend her wedding. This is what Ljubljana expected. Callan did not betray her plans or change them. Using her sister's wedding with him, Callan probably intends to destroy all those who disagree at once. Kalina asked her sister not to be upset because she had said this in advance. Ljubljana was not against this. She understood that not only Callan would not come, but also all the dukes. Once the wedding ceremony is over, the nobles will be busy spreading rumors. People will say that Ljubljana was fascinated by the tyrant's son and quarreled with the empress. No one should notice that this marriage is fictitious, and most of all, Ljubljana is worried about that person. At this rate, by the time the marriage contract expires, Louis will be accused of treason and immediately executed. Ljubljana must somehow prevent this. Ljubi apologized for interfering with her plans and causing trouble. Still, Ljubljana spent the night with him, and she can't help but worry about her current husband. Kalina didn't understand why her sister was apologizing, because she always had a soft spot for handsome guys. Ljubljana began to deny a little. The Empress did not understand why not, because there is no explanation why she saved Duke Feltarg then. Ljubljana said that he saved himself and also lost an eye. Kalina asked if Ljubi thought it would be easier to take away an eye than to kill it. Ljubljana was angry because she felt like she was being picky with her words. But the Empress said that her sister was still crazy about her beautiful appearance. Ljubljana was embarrassed and said that this was not so. The Empress did not understand, in a sense, this was not true, because even knowing what Callan was planning, Ljubljana chose him just by looking at his face. The younger sister was glad that she knew so, and was sure that everything was so. Ljubi asked not to laugh at her, because she is an empress and must behave nobly. After these words, Callan asked how, in her sister's opinion, an empress should behave. There is no such thing as nobility, because any action of Kalina is majestic, as is typical for an empress. Ljubljana noticed that it was very similar to her sister and began to lean. Kalina was angry because her sister wouldn't even share breakfast with her. The Duchess said that she had eaten before coming here. Kalina told her to think about it being lunch. Kalina said she wouldn't take no for an answer, because Ljubljana does not need to rush to feed the animals in the north. Ljubi didn't know what to do because she had already eaten. The Demon King has arrived. The main character did not understand the meaning of a king and whether there is a king who kills his people. Callan noticed that he was. Ljubljana noted that this is why they killed him. Kalina said she was the one who killed him. Ljubi stroked her sister's head and noticed that it was her. The Empress said that Ljubljana could go after she had eaten. The Duchess was angry because she had a feeling that she would burst. The man came to the door and informed the Empress that Duke Feltarg was still waiting for her. Kalina noted that she remembered this. The man noticed that he had come to see Duchess Ashley at the palace, so there was no point in making him wait so long. Callan allowed him to enter. Kalina greeted him and noticed that, judging by his appearance, he had a lot of things he wanted to tell her. The man came closer. Lena apologized for the long wait. The Duke asked if Kalina had given them her blessing. She said she wasn't sure she understood what Feltarg meant. The man asked Her Majesty not to pretend. He said he didn't agree, and he asked in horror why she allowed the tyrant's illegitimate son to marry Duchess Ashley. Kalina assumed he was asking because he didn't know. On the one hand, he is the most valuable and capable person, loyal to the empire from its very foundation. On the other hand, the illegitimate son of a tyrant, and the mistake of the millennium from the House of Scholars. And wouldn't it be better to use and throw away someone who is nothing without his appearance? The Duke was shocked. The Empress asked if he wanted to say anything else. Callan asked if he thought it would make sense to marry two of the three dukes of the empire. Kalina asked if the Duke was going to go against her will. He asked her if the lady knew how hard it was to resist making a scene. The Duke has spent the last few years searching for his distant relatives, and he did this because he wanted to give up everything, including giving up the title. And all this was in order to achieve Duchess Ashley. But the Empress did not allow this. Kalina said she didn't want to lose such a significant figure. The Duke asked Her Majesty to tell him the real reason. Callan has already said that he is the most valuable to her. Kalina sat calmly. Even though his family was killed by a tyrant, he remained to defend the border until the very end, for the sake of the people. Ashley mistook him for a man who had given up after setting his sights on Callan. But in truth, he gave up because he realized that in front of him stood a real traitor who would not make a truce with a tyrant. Having failed the uprising, the people who joined it were destroyed. Based on this, we can conclude that he is a truly virtuous person, and among other things, he developed unwanted feelings for his subordinate, for whom he was ready to go to the ends of the earth. If he marries Ljubljana, he will be faithful to her until the end of his days. Even so, Callan hates him for hurting her older sister. The Duke asked if the Empress knew why he lost his eye. Kalina said it was because of the arrow her older sister shot, and she asked if she should explain it to him more clearly. The Empress asked if he knew how her sister fought with an injured shoulder. She could no longer use a bow, so she went to the battlefield with a sword. And Feldharg simply smiled and was happy while her sister suffered with such a large wound. He said it wasn't that bad. Be that as it may, that wound destroyed Ljubljana's body. Kalina asked if he wanted to marry her even after leaving so many scars on her body. The Duke said that it was a fair duel, and he noticed that he had already paid the price that time, having lost his eye at the hands of the Duchess. And if he hadn't fought back then, the Duchess would probably have killed him. And so the man asked if Kalina expected him to die that day. The guy said that if he had not counterattacked, he would have died. The Empress knew that at that time it was only self-defense, but that's why he can't marry her. The Duke asked what he should do then. Kalina turned away and said that she would die, and now he must understand why the Empress will not bless their union. Feldharg asked what about the tyrant's illegitimate son, because this creep is just using the Duchess to save his own skin. The Empress took a handkerchief from the cabinet and asked the Duke if he knew what it was. The guy said it was a shawl. Kalina noticed that she was beautiful. She told the Duke that her older sister received it as a 15th birthday present. She kept the shawl in the closet, but Lena took it out of there a couple of times just to touch it. The shawl was so beautiful that Kalina simply begged her sister to give it to her. The Duke suggested that the Empress herself stole it, but Lena said that she herself gave it away. Kalina said that since her sister liked this shawl, it is obvious that she also thought it was beautiful. Therefore, every time she saw it, she begged to give it as a gift. But Ljubljana liked this thing so much that she did not even dare to put it on. She continued to refuse and became angry when Lena touched her, but eventually gave her away. I gave it away without ever wearing it. That's the kind of person Ljubljana is. The Duke asked if the Empress was hinting that the illegitimate son was akin to this shawl. The Empress was glad that Feldharg caught on quickly, which was to be expected, and she asked what benefit it would have for her sister. The Duke asked if he should try to gain pity and steal her heart. Callan didn't care, because after all, if she asked her sister to kill him, she would do so. The Duke himself noticed this, because if you think about it, the Empress never allowed him to confess or openly show feelings for Duchess Ashley. The Empress always watched from afar and got rid of anyone who dared to approach the Duchess. Therefore, he asked if Lena would sit with her hands folded this time. If all this time I approached the matter so thoroughly, but now everything has been left to chance. And there is probably a reason for this. Callan noticed that he was really smart, and that's what Cullen liked about the Duke. Ljubljana thought that Lena was planning to kill him anyway, and she wondered if she would be able to get pregnant before then. When the Duchess entered the estate, she noticed that the maids were running everywhere and looking for something, while sharing where they had already looked. Ljubljana asked what happened. The maid didn't know what to answer. The maid tried to say something, but the head maid interrupted her and said that she was distracted and her fiancé was missing. The Duchess was in complete calm. The Duchess asked when he was last seen. They said that a colleague visited him and stayed in the room for a short time, and after that, Ljubljana asked which colleague she was talking about. The maid said that she was an official of the Empire and studied with him in the House of Scientists, and her name is Peony Lauren. Recently received the title of Baroness. The main character realized that it was a woman. The woman said that they were close friends, which sounded convincing. Ljubljana realized that it looked like Count Graham had not kidnapped him. The main character did not understand why he ran away and asked if they had searched the estate. The woman confirmed this, but except for the West Wing. Ashley didn't understand why they didn't look there too. The maid said that she told him not to go to that part of the building, and he promised not to go. The woman said that such an elegant and worthy person would not break his promise. The maid also confirmed this, because that smile does not look like the smile of a liar. Ljubljana went to the West Wing and couldn't believe that her fiancé was here. She could not believe that she was deceived by his beauty, even though she was a maid. The guy was lying on the floor, and there were many books near him. Ljubljana didn't understand what it was. The woman noticed that since he studied only purely scientific works, perhaps such literature could hook him. Ljubljana decided that in this case, she needed to replenish her library with such books. The woman asked whether the Empress approved of the Duchess's union. The woman started telling her to get married as soon as possible, but Ljubljana covered her mouth and asked her to wait because she was not ready so quickly. But there is not much time left to wait until Her Majesty's decree. There are some things from the imperial palace outside, so Ljubljana asked to bring them in. The woman asked if the Duchess was going to stay here. Ljubljana noticed that Louis was too fast asleep to wake him. The Duchess was thinking that his wife had come home from work and he was still sleeping. Realizing that they were left completely alone, the beauty turns towards the man, who still shows absolutely no signs that he is conscious. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, the lady thinks about what to do next. A finely gloved hand gently touches Graham's ear and cheek. The woman promises herself that she will do whatever she wants and will work hard, trying to please the Empress. If only this carefree love will live even longer than the 3 years that were originally discussed. In any case, nothing can be done, because it's still hard to be the head of the house. The sister decided to take a certain step, so in the morning a carriage arrived, to which they pointed out and said that if the red-haired woman sorted out all the matters, then she would receive permission to marry. Most of the important documents could not be stored anywhere, so they all remained in this office. The girl was worried that problems might arise, but she never expected that someone would be able to sleep soundly on the floor of the room. Sitting down on the floor and leaning against the back of the chair, Ashley sighs and turns a languid look at the blonde. Thoughts turn to the first impression that was created as soon as the lady arrived at the estate. She became very angry, thinking that her future husband had left the estate. It seemed that he just wanted to make fun of her, thereby leaving her completely alone after he himself asked for help. Now, everything has dissipated. Looking at that cute little face with her eyes closed, Luby wonders what the point was. The guy never gave any reason to doubt his loyalty. Strange doubts still creep into my head one after another. The man is not distinguished by either strength or hardness, being someone completely ordinary. For some reason, the girl is so worried about someone who has nothing but fragile beauty. No longer stroking the young man's hair, the Duchess turns her gaze to the side. He really seemed too calm, so it became clear that Louis felt safe, so he fell into a peaceful sleep. I immediately remember the moment when the beauty brought the guy home from his grandfather's estate. He was terribly scared and visibly nervous. It seemed as if every nerve in his body was under wild tension from the whole situation. Closing her eyes and sighing heavily, the girl understands that it will be absolutely impossible to hate such a person. There are many reasons for this that are quite simple for the mind. You wouldn't think that this would somehow affect her image. However, this is all because the Duchess is no longer the young and weak girl she used to be. Time has passed, and everything has changed. Now as it should be, at least life has more meaning. Ljubljana has a husband who will very soon become that man officially. If everything goes well, the Virgin will be able to protect him, hiding him from the hated problems of the world around him. You should remain calm and not pay attention to anything, then everything will be rewarded. There remains only one problem that has been haunting since the moment it was announced. The headmaid's words about the fact that Louis's visiting friend was a woman are still echoing in my head. A strange colleague named Peony Lauren did not inspire any confidence, even with her name. The girl trusted her lover, even if curiosity got the better of her in the end. After checking, she did not find a single woman with whom he had any relationship. This could be explained by the fact that the guy previously lived in the House of Scientists, where they most likely met. Kneeling down and being closer to the guy, the girl carefully squeezes his hand, hoping not to throw out her anger. Perhaps this was the reason why the young man insisted on a marriage contract. Shifting her gaze to the sweet face, the woman sighs, realizing that this is most likely not true. 3 years later, he decided to escape and leave his legal wife as soon as the term expired. The hand touches the silky hair again, slowly running its fingers through the strands. I couldn't believe that the man just like that decided to run away with Peony, who was his close friend, about whom absolutely nothing was known. Memories from that very night in the garden seemed to come to my head on purpose. Louis was extremely persuasive, almost begging the lady to marry him. For complete happiness, he could only fall on his knees in front of her and cry. Forcing the red-haired woman to freeze and listen, the guy continued to beg for the Duchess to be married to him. At first it seemed pleasant, but the point was that it would only last 3 miserable years. Virgo did not want such a future for herself, but it was impossible not to help. All that remained was to believe that Louis had pure intentions and was doing all this just to save himself. Anger bursts out, leaving consequences in its wake. Ljubljana tightly squeezes the piece of paper that just happened to be in her hands. The guy will divorce the heroine exactly 3 years later, without even blinking an eye, leaving her completely alone. Turning again towards her lover, Ashley intently examines his body and facial features. Thoughts haunt her, making it clear that she is no longer able to calm down and answer her own questions. The eyes drill everything around, still being in a rather relaxed state. It remains a mystery why the young man made such an offer. He could have tried to ask for protection, but that is exactly what he did. Doubts won't go away until it's all over. That brunette still remains in the mind as a second backup option for the king's son. He never revealed his plans or what was troubling him, leaving everyone in the dark. A few hours ago, exactly what happened that could clear everything up for the young lady. She was in a completely different place to see all this, so she simply missed it. His hands fall on the table in anger, making a characteristic clap, which makes it clear that the man is no longer able to restrain himself. There is only one question spinning in my head. How? Louis is ready to cry or do something worse. He became too bold to allow himself to do all these terrible things. It seems that immediately after arriving, something went completely wrong. Then the couple spent the night together. Everything was going as it should, and Louis seemed to have done quite well, considering that after everything he even prepared a beautiful bathroom for the Duchess, which really surprised her. It seemed that nothing had happened, but the lady was not at all embarrassed, not showing her true emotions, but rather tired. You could tell by her face that this was getting pretty boring. I don't want to admit my mistakes, however. To clarify the circumstances, I will have to. The girl most likely just didn't like something. She didn't say a word as she left for the imperial palace, leaving a trail of silence behind her. In horror, putting his palms to his face and burying himself in them, trying to let everything out, the blonde realizes that he has miscalculated somewhere. Maybe it was not his body that was needed, but something else that was hinted at. The self-flagellation was interrupted as soon as rustling sounds were heard outside the door, and then brief but repeated knocks. Nodding his head, the man allowed the man to enter. A woman with gray hair who has just entered the room helpfully conveys information that Miss Lauren has come to see the guy. Without saying anything else, the maid seemed to be asking a silent question about what she should do next. Louis, not wanting to give any answer, quickly jumps out of bed and heads towards the exit. The shoes tap evenly on the parquet, making it clear that the hero is really in a hurry to get to the meeting. He couldn't believe that Peony herself, who was a famous honorary student from the House of Scholars, had arrived at the castle. Almost throwing the door wide open, the young man jumps out into the corridor. It is the friend who must give at least some answers to the never-ending questions, which are becoming more and more every day. There is no limit to joy because an old friend is already in the room, carefully lowering a mug of long-cooled tea. Lauren was the royal conservator of the House of Scientists, which gave her even more status. No longer holding back, the blonde rushes to the meeting and climbs into the woman's arms, shouting about how long it's been since they've seen each other. Putting her hand forward, the beauty asks him to move away, which is quite typical of her, because the maiden never wanted anyone to have the right to touch her. Sitting down on a chair and looking at the trays completely filled with sweets, the guy asks how the girl found out that he was here. It's simple, because the lady heard about it when she came to work in the morning. Remembering this, Graham scratches the back of his head. Work still remained something important, not counting the fact that the man forgot to warn absolutely everyone there about the vacation. Peony was more prudent, so she officially asked for time off for a friend. However, the Virgin is here not because of gratitude, but because of rumors that began to spread like a comet. From the very morning, in the House of Scientists, everyone talked only about Louis Monde and how the Duchess fell before the beauty of a man, so she stole him from the hands of the Count, bringing him to her estate. It sounded funny, but to some extent, it was still true. Grabbing the cookie and starting to chew it slowly, the brunette listens to her friend's excuses, not burning with any strong desire. It turns out that her ladyship simply learned about the terrible situation, so she decided to help. Now my friend is not very interested in this, because the next question becomes something more important. The man must give an answer about work, even if he does not return there in the near future, asking him to convey his apologies to his superiors. He simply has to survive this somehow, because he won't be able to leave this place on his own. Nodding, Peony gets up to leave the estate. Now she has heard everything she wanted, so the time has come. The visit was very important, even if it took a lot of time. Just about to go out the door, the girl freezes, as if something very unexpected came into her head. It is not clear how this will end, but expressing your thoughts has never been something to do. Turning to Louis again, the girl warns him that he should be careful. This whole mess is definitely not for her, but it's worth keeping an eye on events so that later it won't be too late. Don't go too far for answers because there is only one truth. There are many ways to find out what you are interested in, even though they may be painful. This was not said from the heart, because these were the words asked to be conveyed by the professor from the House of Scientists, who learned that Peony was going to visit an old acquaintance. After a few seconds of thought, the guy suddenly grabs the girl's hands and starts shouting that this is the right answer, which will help a lot. He seems to be very excited about everything that is happening, which is absolutely true. The eyes glow with happiness while the young man continues to thank his friend. She is truly amazing and can definitely be considered the best student. Not sharing such joy, the brunette asks if she can finally go. The door closes with a slam, leaving behind an unpleasant sound. Now everything was clearer, making it clear that the answers did not need to be dug too deep when they had all been lying right on the surface all along. The guy has knowledge from books he read in a past life, which will greatly help in such a difficult task. Even if the maid insistently asked to stay and did not go to the West Wing, the blonde, of course, was not going to listen. He had his own plans that could not be destroyed halfway. Skipping past other people, the main character headed straight to the forbidden section, because all the necessary answers were probably hidden there. Walking up, Louis finds that very important room. Opening the door and getting inside, the guy freezes, trying to find the right words. The walls to the ceiling are lined with shelves with books in which you will need to try to find information. Past lives had taught the prince a thing or two, and he was no longer going to miss out on any more opportunities. To survive, the man always read different kinds of novels, which always featured only two main figures. Most often it was the cold-blooded emperor, the cold northern archduke, and the damned werewolf. They were all on the evil side, but only for the time being. Spending the night with the main character, the men became obsessed with her, and the story became filled with romance. This was clearly all for a reason, as if hinting that Louis should do much the same without changing his recipe. The Duchess was in the place of those very minor characters. There may be at least one exception, where something went wrong and then the hero managed to fix it. Fingers deftly grabbed the next book, which is closest in the section. Opening the pleasantly smelling pages, the guy flips through the sheets one after another. Attempts remain in vain, because the whole process will clearly take much more time. There definitely must be an answer somewhere. All you have to do is not give up. The focused gaze freezes on every word that somehow resembles a life preserver. If all else fails, the chances of survival will drop to 0, thereby ending the prince's 8th life. Everything seems completely more neglected, so it doesn't go as it should. Inspecting yet another chronicle, the young man falls to his knees and frantically examines the sheets scattered on the floor around him. Grabbing his forehead, the hero experiences confusion that can be felt several meters away. For some reason there is nothing anywhere, which is annoyingly strange because someone must have had a similar situation happen. Fingers slide along the page of the last book, which was nearby on the floor. For some reason, they all fall in love with the main character immediately after the first night spent with her. This does not seem logical, leaving behind a trail of fictitious myth. The sad look switches somewhere to the side. It is impossible to describe the real disappointment that rages in the body, making you want to cry. Apparently, Louis' efforts were simply not enough. There was no denying the fact that the boy had enjoyed being with her ladyship that night. She was simply beautiful, not allowing herself to be compared with anyone else and becoming the first overall winner. The situation itself puts pressure on the brain, forcing it to think more slowly. It seems ridiculous how she pretended that everything was fine, leaving absolutely no chance for her to learn how to improve herself. The blonde mindlessly looks at the ceiling, which is somewhere very far away. It is impossible for a hero to be abandoned after the first night, but this time anything can happen. Don't get too far ahead without knowing the truth. If you think about it, you can understand that the Duchess did not say anything to the head maid. When they arrived at the estate last night, the maiden only made excuses, introducing her future husband as a guest. After everything that happened, the guy didn't want the girl to leave him alone in the morning, but gave a specific answer that would clear everything up. There was at least something she could have done before being sent to the imperial palace. The feeling of waiting became the worst torment. The lady did not answer, only stroking her husband's hand and leaving him completely alone. She left the estate for a long time. Thoughts still cannot calm down, while the young man turns from side to side. This definitely cannot happen, not under any of the circumstances that occurred. The Duchess that Louis knows is definitely not like that. Ashley went against her grandfather, who did not want to agree, just to save the guy and even covered him with her cloak. All this definitely meant something. Beginning to feel more relaxed, the hero closes his eyes, rubbing them due to slight fatigue and pain. Thinking about my wife makes me feel better, because this is all nonsense. Covering his eyes with his palms, the guy takes a deep breath. He seems to be the only one here who has feelings. They appeared completely unnoticed, making it clear that this has its place in the world. Turning over on his side and closing his eyelids so as not to see the blinding sun, the blonde sighs. He would like to know who exactly he is to the princess, who never gave her answer. It seemed like only a few minutes had passed, even if it took much longer. Opening his eyes, the man notices a blurry silhouette standing right in front of him with beautiful hair. Continuing to blink, Graham turns his gaze in concentration in order to understand exactly who exactly is in the same room with him. Before falling asleep, the young man was completely alone. Rising from the floor with hair more like a nest, the guy realizes that Luby is sitting next to him. The girl was busy with something, however. Realizing that the man had woken up, she moved away a little so that he had some space. A soft smile illuminates the beautiful features of a lady who is not angry at all. She looks peaceful as she asks if he slept well. It's becoming more and more like a dream that doesn't want to end. The blonde looks up, trying to figure out what's going on. He did not expect to be noticed, not imagining the possibility of escaping before someone came here. The cheeks themselves turn scarlet, making it clear that embarrassment is taking its toll. Looking surprised and disheveled, the guy stares intently at the Duchess, who sits just a few steps away from him. Standing up and sitting down a little, he is still silent. It was evening outside. The sky darkened, making it clear that it was time for the moon to rise to its rightful place. The stars were shining brightly, not allowing themselves to be hidden in any way by clouds, and only one light from the panoramic window in the room remained unextinguished. Moving back a little and taking a comfortable position, the woman chuckles, saying that her lover was sleeping so soundly that she didn't want to wake him up. Nodding quietly, the man says that he understands everything, even if this is not at all the case. Reaching out his hand, the blonde notices the thing that was on him all this time. The girl even covered the guy with her cloak, which kept the prince warm all this time despite the fact that the room was already warm in advance. The young man silently looks at the floor, not intending to say anything. You can tell by his facial expression that he is extremely upset, even if he doesn't say everything that's going on in his head. Thoughts are interrupted by the voice of Ljubljana, who holds out something, asking that the interlocutor not be surprised, but simply accept what is asked of him and read the contents of the sheet. The eyes run over the lines with concentration, making it clear that the guy is extremely interested in this. The text says that this is a marriage contract that seemed never to be seen again. Almost breaking into a scream, the guy asks what it is, showing how surprised he is. Remaining unshakable, the red-haired woman chuckles, saying that this is the marriage contract that the young man so wanted to receive. Louismond, blushing, turns his gaze somewhere to the floor, trying to explain himself in order to be understood. Without words, realizing the next remark, the lady reaches out to him and adjusts the cloak on his shoulders, saying that they managed to get permission. Remaining as calm as ever, the Duchess continues to adjust her robe. Today, in the imperial palace, she received the Empress's blessing for them to get married as soon as possible to save the young man. Louismond cannot take his eyes off the beautiful lady. He was indeed the same person who had offered the contract, which now lay right in front of him, like a delicious apple that left no patience not to bite into. Nodding her head, without talking about all the details, Luby says that she was satisfied with everything. The lover does not need to know about Kalina's conditions, because in 3 years the lady will be able to kidnap him. Again, persistently holding out the piece of paper, the girl offers to look through the items and then sign. It contains all the information regarding the couple's marriage, or rather everything they need to know. After the divorce, the man will also be considered part of the Ashleyan Duchy. Even if he marries again, his identity and status will remain intact, and alimony and pension will also be paid. For this, the girl wants something in return, namely fidelity to marriage for these 3 years, and also deprivation of paternal rights to children who are due to be born in the near future. If you think about it this way, it could be considered callous. The hand itself clenches into a fist from indignation, which came too unexpectedly. The girl didn't want to talk about it all, but the guy himself suggested this figure of 3 years, which can no longer be changed. The last point was added only so that later the man could not say that he could not leave because of the child. They have an agreement, and it is designed to ensure that Lewis leaves the estate without lingering feelings for his loved ones. Switching back to her interlocutor, the lady urgently asks him to read everything carefully in order to add or change something, but in response she only receives a refusal. Not understanding what is wrong and what the problem itself is, the beauty asks if she needs to do this, to which she again receives a refusal. This is not the #1 priority. Still unable to come to terms with this, the red-haired girl asks what the problem is. This is done for security purposes because this is a contract with restrictions and conditions that the guy will have to adhere to for the next few years. The pen is in your hand in a split second in order to write your signature on paper. Her ladyship would not allow clauses to be written into the contract that could cause at least some trouble to the future husband. Moving to be as close to the girl as possible, the guy smiles and says that he completely trusts his beloved. There is no reason to ever doubt this. This makes the heroine freeze in shock. She tries not to show her true thoughts, but there is too much going on in her head. The heart beats faster and the breathing quickens, making it clear that the girl is excited. Grabbing the piece of paper, the red-haired girl turns away, agreeing with him, since that's what he says. The voice seems unstable due to stuttering, which was caused by embarrassment. Looking away, in which all warmth and love is read, the guy thinks only about the Duchess. This is exactly what he should have expected, given that the beauty never behaves differently. Virgo is responsible for the words spoken to the end. She helped him, and even when he was locked in the estate, she came to let the guy know that he was safe. The one with whom the hero spent the night put this burden on her shoulders. It becomes clear that the lady does not want to change anything, so she will do everything to make them happy. Looking again at the interlocutor sitting next to him, the young man looks at her with love in his eyes. All these features suited the beauty perfectly, because she perfectly combined it all in herself, being his future wife. He will be her husband, who will also try to do everything in his power to gain trust. The red-haired girl signs the contract, regretting nothing. Her hair falls a little on her face, preventing her from concentrating, but making her look even more beautiful. Next to this woman, it's as if something is changing, because Louis immediately relaxes, and his anxiety fades away, making it clear that everything is fine. One gets the feeling that everything is floating before their eyes, and they are somewhere in a weightless space, which makes it clear that everything is gone. The man can no longer hold back and falls to the floor unconscious. Everything sways, making it impossible to see anything, but the last thing that remains before your eyes is the figure of his wife, who is trying to shout out, calling him Louis. It is important for her to understand whether her future husband hears her. Opening his eyes a little, trying to concentrate, the young man blinks nonstop, intending to get up. The girl did not call him by his full name. This is very pleasant to hear until you feel dizzy. Only a few hours passed, which managed to turn into a whole immeasurable space. The room is dark, and only one candle and nightlight on the edges of the door are lit to create coziness. The young man lies in bed unconscious, completely unaware of what happened, and not even suspecting that the Duchess had been sitting near his bed all this time, without moving a step. The man looks peaceful, but at the same time worried. His eyelids twitch, as if he is about to wake up from some nightmare that will overtake him. Ashley looks at her husband with warmth in her eyes, trying not to replace it with concern. Graham's body was too weak due to constant overwork and fatigue, which definitely took place in the body. A few hours ago, a doctor visited the estate and made an accurate diagnosis and verdict. Nothing bad happened, except that, be that as it may, it was difficult for a young body to survive so much at one time. He will recover quickly if he rests and receives the necessary care. This arrangement of things did not suit Crystal at all. The girl was given a wonderful bath for complete relaxation, while the guy himself slept on the floor the whole time. If you think about it, it becomes obvious that the man is not okay after this. Louismond had to go through a lot while living with the Count. This became clear even without reading any biography or further questioning. He probably worked himself up even being here, thereby making himself nervous. Squeezing her hand, which had rested peacefully on her knee all this time, into a fist, the girl thinks about what this reminds her of. The young man is completely defenseless and behaves appropriately. He'd held on to Luby so desperately back then, just like Cullen had after the king had done something terrible. The baby was scared, so, holding her close, the girl calmed her down, saying that everything would be okay because her older sister would protect her. Some strange movements from the side of the bed attract attention. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the guy has finally woken up. The doctor said that this would happen much later, thereby driving the beauty into a stupor. Running closer, the Duchess bends over the guy, who seems to be barely breathing. He tries to inhale as much air as possible, starting to wheeze something incomprehensible and not answering questions. My lips were completely dry, which made it extremely difficult to move my mouth. The blonde had never experienced such strange sensations, which were truly completely new and unpleasant. Having uttered his only words, the guy leans back onto the pillow and extends his hand. He doesn't want to die at all because everything has gone too far. He wasn't going to lose his 8th life this way. Quietly calming the hero, Ashley promises that he will not die. Everything will be okay, even if he doesn't think so. The guy's hand reaches forward and grabs the shirt of the girl standing next to him. He squeezes her convulsively, listening to the words about how she won't let anything bad happen to him. Lowering herself and pressing her face to Louismond's chest, the beauty sadly looks at his closed eyes, which are no longer trying to open. Everything will definitely be okay, even if it takes just a little time. The young man's eyes slowly open, trying to study everything around him. The ceiling looks familiar, but it's not the most interesting part in this house. Looking down, the guy notices the Duchess, who is sleeping peacefully, holding her husband's hand. Looking at the clear and distinct facial features that remain relaxed, the hero tries to restore the chain of events in his head. The last thing that comes to mind is the contract that we managed to get in the office. Nothing else is known because the actions seem to be shrouded in fog. The couple's hands are intertwined, which makes it clear that more than an hour has passed like this. The girl's warmth warms her. Getting up and sitting down in bed, the guy still can't concentrate. It sounds strange to even say, but why did the girl wait for him to wake up and sit here the whole time? For some reason, the beauty does everything for the sake of the prince and tries to prove that she cares. No one has ever done anything like this, which clearly captivates the young man. Approaching the heroine's face, he examines her. Their lips are very close to each other, even if it happens completely by accident. It seems as if something is going to happen, but everything is interrupted. The whole idyll is interrupted by a lady who suddenly wakes up. Frowning, she asks if her lover has finished admiring her and if it is possible to move. Jumping to the side, the blonde blushes and stares in horror at the girl, who grins. With such loud breathing and movements, absolutely anyone will catch him. Standing up and placing her hand on top of Louis, the girl smiles a sweet smile, asking if the young man would like her to teach him how to pretend to sleep properly, which could one day save him. Trying not to stutter, Louismond is unable to speak a word normally, failing the mission. He wants to know what his wife said just now, even if he doesn't need it at all. Pretending that she does not understand anything at all, the beauty grins and asks if an explanation is needed about the not-real dream. The man just wants to know why the maiden called him that. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, the red-haired girl seemed to remind them that very soon they would get married, so she thought about addressing each other as convenient. She has a nickname, Luby, that can be used. Approaching and almost interrupting the girl, the guy calls her Bia. There is a large choice, but he wants to call her by this name, and not by what other people have come up with. This option seems to be the best. In his past life, the young man heard something not very good, which made him realize that this was the last chance to change everything. Duke Feltarg had a strange bad temper, in which he became the last thing the prince saw before he died. He was angered by the fact that the man lusted after his Luby. The hand itself squeezes the sheets lying nearby. Now it doesn't matter at all, because what happened has already passed long ago, leaving no trace behind it. Now nothing has such a strong meaning anymore. Even if the Duke takes off his head, Ljubljana will still be his Bia. Everything has changed, and nothing will be the same as usual anymore. After a few minutes of thought, the blonde hears the voice of Luby, who, after a minute of silence, says that in fact she always did not like the previous nickname, which was irritable. Deciding to do this, the man repeats Baya again, savoring the taste of the name, preparing for how it will sound on a regular basis. The Duchess smiles back, looking happy. She clearly likes this boy, who still remains quite cute and belongs only to her. Trying to choose something to say next, the girl giggles, saying that she is surprisingly extremely awkward, even considering the fact that she has never felt this way before. The hand itself reaches towards the interlocutor. You need to think about what to say next, because 3 years is not so much. Thoughts are spinning in my head, making it clear that the young man wants to stay with her longer. Maybe it will even be forever, because he really wants to be with his beloved. The hand reaches to the face and stops a few centimeters away. The next step is for the young man to bury his fingers in the bright hair, which seems too soft. The virgin does not belong to anyone else, remaining only for Louis, who no longer wanted to share her with anyone. This arrangement did not suit him, despite what others thought about it. The girl's lips stretch into a smile, slightly exposing her snow-white teeth. It is clear from her that such determination mixed with something new is exactly what she likes. The couple can no longer contain themselves, being so close to each other. They lock lips with opposites, finding it most beautiful. Only 3 days have passed since the last incident, and since the guy fell ill. These days passed unnoticed due to the time spent together, but something unexpected still happened. Immediately after this, the prince's temperature jumped. The doctor was extremely agitated, not knowing what to do, but gathering his strength, gave him a lecture and insisted on bed rest, which is best observed regularly. Meanwhile, rumors spread throughout the castle like a snowball, drawing in as many people as possible. The servants could not shut up, passing it all like a chain from hand to hand. Among all the rabble, there was the funniest one about the fact that the Duchess fell in love with the illegitimate son of a tyrant and spent all 3 days in bed with him. It seemed absurd, but it continued to act, gaining strength. Anger from everything that has piled up fills me headlong. The fist hits the tabletop with force when, like a beauty, she screams that there was only one Louismund in the bed. Because of this, the claims become incomprehensible. This remained too minor a problem now, because the lady had not slept for the 3rd night because of the mountain of work that Callan had dumped on her. I couldn't believe that my sister was capable of this. Going through another stack of documents and rereading the reports, the girl sighs. Whatever she had done, this punishment was too cruel even for her. In the beginning, things weren't that bad, but over time the situation got worse. So it got to the point where the lady wrote a letter of outrage that had to be sent. This still did not make any sense because the message would not have reached the addressee. The blonde would have understood what was going on, realizing that it was probably about the fact that Ashley didn't want to work, so she wouldn't have had to read it. Count Graham, who considered that relations with the Empress had gone wrong, visited the palace to complain and express his deep indignation. He could not calm down, realizing that this was too much for him. Not wanting to listen to all this, Kalina simply tried to calm this whole conflict with patience. Everyone is tired, but this is not a reason to give in to emotions that are overflowing. As it turned out later, it all started because the Empress sent the Count a letter allowing a marriage that he himself did not agree to because of his grandson, who belonged only to him. Everything will be fine only if the heroine agrees to pay a large monetary compensation. She will have no choice, otherwise the decision will be reversed. Ultimately, justice prevailed. Early in the morning, a meeting took place between Crystal, Louismund, and Graham in the Imperial Palace, in the presence of the Queen, who controlled everything. The future husband and wife stand in complete silence, not wanting to start this unpleasant conversation, which in advance seemed like a complete failure. Count Graham also had no intention of saying anything, remaining strangely taciturn and not very happy to see the couple again. His most important servants stand on his left and right. It seemed that lightning would soon begin to flash in the room due to the rising tension that continued to press on the consciousness. The situation does not improve, even with time. Stepping forward, no longer able to simply remain silent, the man looks menacingly towards the couple, saying that despite the agreement approved by the Queen herself, he is against this marriage. He is not going to give his louis to the Duchess, even if he has to fill his eyes with sand. This whole situation was already quite annoying to the woman, making it clear that everything was bad. But giving up and giving the guy into the clutches of his grandfather was definitely not part of the plan. Deciding to try to smooth out the conflict, the girl nods, thanking him for raising his grandson to be a decent man who knows a lot about everything. There's no regret in her voice when Ashley says that in exchange for permission, she's giving away a generous reward that will definitely be worth the shutting up and nodding of heads. First in line will be a diamond mine in the west, as well as a salt cave in the south. The Ashleyan mine brings in the highest profits in the empire, making it an even better deal. The salt cave is in no way inferior to the above. It is said that the size of the salt mine can cover the area of several villages in the area. These dimensions look quite impressive. This does not bring any disappointment or loss, because all this, the crystal, was given by the Empress after she ascended the throne and settled a little in the new place. It's very simple, because when the Empire gets rid of all the rebels, all the property will become a national treasure, so there is no problem here. The property will go back into state ownership. Reflections are interrupted by Louis, who, holding out his hand, rubs the girl's knee, trying to attract her attention. He does not try to hide the conversation from the rest of those present, remaining still extremely clear. Bowing his head, the blonde asks not to give away so much property. There is absolutely no point in this, because it will not help the matter. Knowing his grandfather very well, the young man can definitely say that this is not a deal worth agreeing to. Nodding lightly, the red-haired woman tries to calm her husband weightlessly, assuring him that this is nonsense, about which he shouldn't worry so much. Even if this is impossible, the plan should work. Turning away, the man sighs convulsively. He looks down, trying not to notice anything around him. The beloved does not understand the seriousness, because all this can be used for an uprising, thereby spoiling everything for the Empire. Turning around again, Ashleyan notices Luemon's slump. He seems upset that people aren't listening to him when he's talking about something really important. Reaching out, the Duchess takes his hand in her palm and squeezes it tightly, trying to soothe him with her touches. She knows what he is talking about and what he is worried about, but everything will be fine, no matter what. No one knows what things may happen by chance in the future. However, Luby, who has already calculated everything in advance, is counting on a good outcome. After all the difficulties experienced in life and devotion, Kalina gave only mines with crystals and salt mining sites in the north. It seemed unfair, but it had a certain motive. This is all because the places can be used for rioting. The riddle was not difficult, so it did not take much time to solve. I didn't want to quarrel with my sister, given my temperament and temper, but the fact itself made me feel lousy. No matter how strong the force of the revolt, and no matter the outcome, it will not change the villagers. It will not even be possible to take away the spies who serve the Empire from there due to the attack. Looking at her lover, the heroine experiences physical pain. He overreacts, just like he always does, not knowing that he shouldn't apologize so much. Everything has a hidden plan, which will one day be carried out in the right direction, revealing itself correctly. Deciding to cheer the guy up a little once again, the lady approaches the prince's ear, asking him to raise his head higher. He is no longer subordinate to Count Graham's family, which means he can enjoy his freedom. A man should sit up straight and look straight at his grandfather. He will not do anything to someone who is no longer in his power, because he has status and power only in his estate. Listening to the advice, the blonde turns to the side and raises his head up. He looks at a man he no longer recognizes. His habits remain the same, and the fires of greed burn in his eyes. Strange sensations still do not cease to haunt the guy, even after all the words spoken. It is difficult for him to believe that everything is already behind him. Raising his chin even higher, the young man frowns and looks around at his interlocutors with a look that expresses all the anger and irritation towards them. Nodding slowly in approval, the Duchess turns back to her grandfather, who is obviously ready to give an answer, even if complete agreement was visible in his eyes from the very beginning. Smiling a false smile, the Count says in surprise that the girl loves Louis too much, which means he cannot interfere with them. An old man like him cannot interfere with the love of young people. Spreading his arms to the sides in a hospitable gesture, the brunette offers to forget all old grievances and seal the friendship between the two great families with a marriage that will be concluded very soon. The man is given papers on which he needs to sign in 2 places to transfer everything he needs. Frowning, the heroine folds her arms over her chest, noticing what a greedy person the guy is. Grasping the pen as if in despair, the Count signs everything that is needed. If the rebellion is successful, perhaps he will be called Grandfather of the King. It would be a great honor for him. Everything will be fine in any case and in any scenario, because even if things fail, it will be possible to use Luamund and hide in the shadow of the Asvillian Count family. Without experiencing any emotions, the blonde still silently continues to glare at his relative. He seems to be happy with the idea that by selling it, he will gain more power and money. Taking the paper back, the red-haired girl carefully reads everything and nods. Now, everything is becoming official, and all she has left is this person and nothing else. All that remains is to wait for the moment when the rebels rise. The Duchess's assumptions turned out to be correct. She had never made a mistake before, so this time everything turned out not much worse than expected. Graham is just the tail of this rebellion, not the body. Behind this is someone else, more powerful, who rules the entire matter, planning every next step for each of his pawns. If they really want to make Louis their king, they will definitely want to interfere in every possible way with the marriage to which consent has just been signed. Their goal is much more primitive, because people just want to revive the past kingdom, which existed with a tyrant as its head. The blonde is just another pawn who has a blood connection to the royal family. Even the guy himself does not matter much, because for a sufficient reward, they are ready to happily transfer him into the hands of another person. All the rebels are waiting for is the separation of the Duchess and the king through this marriage due to disagreements. The man is only connected to the previous government by blood. In fact, he would make the worst king, given his ability to govern. This leaves no doubt that this could not have happened under any circumstances. Louis was treated in a completely different way almost all the time. If they really considered him their king and were devoted to him, the guy's life would be completely different. Rising from his seat, the Count interrupts the heroine's thoughts, bending down and asking her to leave. They need to talk to Luamund for a bit, and this conversation will be completely private. The woman already takes care of the boy enough, but family conversations are a completely different, serious matter. Still, without any scandals or objections, it is worth leaving the premises. About to say something, the Duchess turns towards her future husband. He interrupts her halfway, saying that it is better to do as Count Graham asks. Freezing in surprise, the man begins to get angry. He definitely could not tolerate such a strange pronunciation of his own surname under any circumstances, especially from this puppy. Ashlyn also did not intend to remain silent, therefore trying to focus as quickly as possible. She tries not to speak out on this matter, only glaring at her interlocutor with a cruel look that makes it clear that it is better to shut up. Turning her gaze to her lover, the girl asks him again, as if clarifying whether everything will definitely be okay. It's important for her to make sure before she walks out the door. Louis is too sensitive to everything, smiling his usual charming smile, which makes the lady calm down. The guy assures that everything is fine. He also has something to say to his grandfather, after everything that has happened recently. Nodding and turning around, the girl heads to the door and by opening it again, reminds that she is always there when needed. Don't be shy and call her for help, even if it will be strange for others. Heeled boots click on the floor, signaling that the Duchess has left the room. Turning sharply and breaking with her heels, she disappears. Just about to walk a little further to go out into the corridor, the red-haired girl freezes, realizing that we are talking about something connected with her. The man says in a harsh voice that he is no longer groom. Turning away and hiding behind the door to continue listening to the conversation, the lady intently looks at Louis, who stands silently and then continues to talk. The grandfather is no longer allowed to visit his grandson or to appear in Aswillen's house, at least somehow hinting at his lack of hospitality. A smile appears on the heroine's face by itself. This is exactly what you need to do with people like this rogue. The guy acts like her husband, showing himself in all his glory. No longer intending to listen to anything and stand outside the door, the beauty turns around and heads towards other rooms. She doesn't know why, but she just wants to walk around, making a circle. Already halfway through the journey, the Virgin notices something or someone. She looks to the side with concentration, realizing that the man is clearly familiar to her, and quite well. In the distance, you can see the alarming face of Duke Feldharg. He looks annoyed at the world, making it clear that something has clearly gone wrong. The man had never been known for his friendliness. but today everything was even worse. Turning in the other direction, the girl tries to avoid annoying supervision and behavior. She didn't like it when a person couldn't keep up with another, leaving him absolutely no choice. Perhaps it would have been best to pretend that the lady was not there, but the guy beat her to it, calling her by name. Even with one eye he can see perfectly, and this has served him well over the years. Turning towards the interlocutor, the beauty smiles welcomingly and waves her hand, making it clear that everything is in perfect order. She greets the young man, not wanting to hide her true emotions. The blonde bows his head and looks intently at the ground under his feet. She seems too beautiful at such an exciting moment. You need to find the right words. Not understanding what's going on, Ashley looks at the guy with concentration. There was no way she was going to do something wrong again, since they hadn't even really started a conversation. Closing his eyes so as not to convey his negativity, the guy sighs, suggesting that everything went better than expected. His thoughts are very difficult to read, just like his emotions. The Duke is clearly holding back, so, sighing with relief, the heroine realizes that the guy is not like this because of her. Nodding, she confirms his words, because everything went just fine. They gave possession of crystal mines and salt mountains, for agreed to the deal. Ashley had no choice but to build his pre-prepared plan of actions and words in his head. Surely the young man will say something about a normal person, because of whom he now has to feel sorry. The words don't come, because the blonde clenches his teeth hard instead. He seems too annoyed to say anything other than repeating the same phrase. Apparently, Louis fell deeply in love, since so many jewels came into the possession of the beauty. This remark was perhaps the most unexpected, so Louis's eyes widen. There is a problem somewhere that goes to the very roots. Apparently, Cadric is too sensitive to talk about money, or someone from the lower class has taken possession of this wealth. The hand itself is drawn to the back of the head when, like a man, it tries to calm down. He cannot openly say that the problem lies in the very fact that the heroine is getting married. This accounts for much of the unknown and the scary. Still not understanding anything, Ljubljana gently asks if he needs to decide this for him. Everything would be much easier if she could do this. The girl did not notice the truth even now, leaving no chance. The problem will remain the same as before if it is not solved, and the heroine understands this perfectly. The eyes widen in surprise because the man cannot really formulate his thoughts, going into riddles. Cadric frowns and talks about his words and hints. He promised to always help, and as far as possible, he will do it. However, even with time, nothing will change. Coming closer, the lady looks interestedly into the eyes of her interlocutor. She wonders why this happened and what exactly he is talking about. Going around in circles, the guy still can't get to the point. Now we need to think about something important, because the matter may be connected with Kalina. She was always on the Duke's side, even if he did something wrong, because Feltarg was quite a valuable person in the kingdom. With the Empress, everything is simple. She had a goal on which she was completely focused, making it clear that everything was not so simple. She focused on building the Eastern Platinum. Most of the Empire's funds are spent on this every 10 years. The words spoken a few minutes ago could be deciphered as a hidden meaning that should have been conveyed to the girl. Apparently, they wanted to help her with a dam that she herself would never have completed. Many hints that I want to help meant that the Empress successfully ignored all the proposals of the Duke, who most likely was more than persistent, trying to maintain the chain of command. The incomprehensible place referred to the scientist's house, which was recently destroyed. Someone grew up poor refers to the meager-looking officials who came from there and entered the state. Realization like lightning strikes the main character's head. Now everything fell into place even without any additional clues. You will need to talk to Kalina about this before it's too late, so as not to miss the chance. The only question remains to be found out. Why did Lena exclude Cadric from her list when turning to the others? Obviously, this was unfair. Cadric, Duke of Feltarg, holds the most power of the 3 duchies of the Empire. This was known to everyone in the kingdom from the very beginning. He is deeply involved in government affairs, which are gaining momentum every month. It is also possible that a man has loyal vassals who are always ready to help him. Along with the support of Western territory, he has more and more allies. The Duke's business continues to grow and remains more than successful, considering that he only started it recently. Only a few years have passed since the start. There are even more questions because for some reason Kalina pushes the guy away because of such little things that in fact mean absolutely nothing. It would be better to marry him and gain even more power. However, since this has not happened yet, it must be concluded that something unpleasant happened between these two. Asking what Kadrik thinks about this, the heroine hopes to hear a prudent answer. Everything turned upside down and lost its meaning due to the fact that she misunderstood everything. The guy, who did not expect such a question, asks again because he did not know that she would be interested in his opinion. Virgo is simply curious, given that his knowledge would definitely be useful for the Empire. The matter cannot be left without detailed details, because the Duchess understands perfectly well that she needs to be confident in order to inform her sister about everything. Then she will decide for herself what to do next. The blonde freezes and looks around nervously. Obviously, they are talking about two completely different things, which remain the same mystery for both sides. You need to choose words that will explain clearly. Finally deciding, the man sighs heavily and nods. If the lady is so interested in his opinion and what he would like to tell her, then so be it. There was still no choice, because this happens only once in 100 years. All thoughts, as luck would have it, get confused and prevent you from focusing on what is most important. It is not necessary to pretend for the heroine to think that something is wrong. Coming closer and leaning towards Ashley, the man quietly exhales, saying that he does have a few thoughts on this matter. He is in no hurry at all, and this is one of the most important mistakes. After a few seconds, a white-gloved hand breaks between the bodies, leaving a barrier that prevents the young people from getting any closer. The lady examines the glove with concentration, realizing who exactly it belongs to. The hand pulls his wife along, hiding her from the potential danger that is almost overtaking. Quietly swearing under his breath, Kadrik steps aside, realizing that his plan has failed miserably. He hoped that the Duchess could be persuaded with the help of some important arguments, but obviously, this will no longer happen. The red-haired woman does not pay any attention to the strange behavior on the part of her interlocutor. She can only turn towards her lover and look into his eyes in surprise. The blonde stands silently, not daring to say a word. His cheeks were covered with a slight blush, making it clear that he was clearly embarrassed, and his heroism was over, because now he was experiencing mixed feelings. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the beauty asks about the conversation. She didn't think it would end so quickly, so she completely lost track of any time they had. The guy does not intend to tolerate such an attitude towards the woman he loves. Therefore, without answering the question, he carefully pushes her aside with his hand and comes forward. He will have to explain his position, steadfastly enduring everything that is necessary. The Duke grins, knowing that he should start the conversation first. It will be difficult, but not completely impossible, which makes everything much easier. He asks what Graham is doing here. Frowning, the prince clearly does not share such a joyful mood. He looks extremely annoyed, saying that these are his words to Feltarg. The man is clearly crossing the permitted line. They both look at each other, almost shooting lightning bolts. For some reason it seems that this will end very soon, but not in the best way, given the circumstances. Ashley looks at the two with concentration. The husband is absolutely not inferior to Kadrik, even if before he did not do his best to hide this side of his character. Usually the guy looks more like a scared rabbit. Almost starting to scream, the guy says that he always knew that this could happen when surrounded by such a person. Bia must stay away from him, and this is not an easy request. The Duke, who is about to answer something, freezes. He asks again whether he heard correctly what was just said. Bia is a pet name that has not been heard around them before. Not understanding why everything suddenly changed, Kadrik asks about the nickname Luby. He was the one who started it, and all this time he remained the excuse for everyone else to remember to do it. Without even giving the heroine a chance to answer the question on her own, the man steps forward, asking that Feltarg no longer dare call his wife that way. That was a long time ago, so it doesn't matter at all anymore. Anger pours over the edge, completely preventing you from concentrating on the thoughts that pop into your head. A man wants to rush at the upstart who dared to tell him what to do. Instead of a fight, a verbal duel begins, which only gains dangerous momentum over time. Each of them shouts, insisting on their own name for Ashley, who simply watches silently, wondering what she should do next. Unable to bear it any longer, the heroine forcefully grabs Louis and, turning him to the side, leads him to the exit. It was just a misunderstanding, so the best thing to do was just calm down. The man again seems too fragile an exhibit, with a broken heart. Tears gather in the corners of his eyes, making it clear that he feels strange about all this. He quietly repeats his beloved's name. Grabbing the guy's head, the girl presses him to her, nodding her head. There is no need to worry about something so small, considering that everything will be fine either way. The idyll is interrupted by a voice from behind, whose owner is clearly not going to just give up. Sarcasm is the most offensive because the man calls the guy a puppy, who simply cannot be in the taste of such a noble lady. The Duchess's patience had long since run out, losing any boundaries she could no longer stop. Turning, the lady looks angrily at the Duke. Louismond is her future husband, and not showing respect for him is regarded as something out of the ordinary. Starting to stutter, the interlocutor quietly asks again, unable to believe that he is a future husband. The Empress gave her blessing, and the discussion with Earl Graham had just ended. Now everything is definitely decided. The anger still does not subside because Rui was in shock because of the Duke, who just made one wrong move, trying to whisper something in his ear. Gritting his teeth and trying to breathe deeply, the guy examines the couple with concentration. They talk about marriage right in front of him, which makes it that much worse. Crystal was about to say something wrong, but the blonde stopped her mid-sentence. Looking at her with pleading eyes, the guy asks that they finally leave here, leaving everything behind. Without waiting for the answer that was to be given in the next second, the man scoops his wife into his arms, looking quite determined about what he is doing. They simply have to leave there as quickly as possible so that the guy, who still remains a nasty person who bothers everyone around him, is left alone without the right to see the Duchess. A hand in a white glove, belonging to itself, soars into the sky as if responding to the fact that the lady was picked up. The reflex works great, even if it's not always what you need. Grabbing the man's throat, the girl gently squeezes him with her fingers. Not understanding why this happened, both are in slight shock because of this. The blonde was the first to come to his senses, starting to snore and try to say something. He asks to let him go because the air no longer enters his lungs, dragging him with him. Smiling a victorious smile, the Duke rejoices at this. Ashley's reflex has not yet rusted, so any touch to her or her body is considered something extremely dangerous and unpleasant on the part of the enemy. Realization comes very quickly, so the lady freezes, looking at her lover in horror. Of course, she didn't want to hurt anyone, so she tried to control herself and her actions, even if it didn't go very well. Lowering her hand, the girl immediately begins to apologize and examine the guy's neck. She can't believe this happened, but the prince had his share in it too. He raised his wife too abruptly, without thinking at all about the consequences. There was still a need to say something else, but it quickly disappeared as soon as the young man, without saying anything else, moved towards the exit where they were originally going. There will be no goodbye because they are leaving the premises just like that. Now the guy looks more like a jealous dog who, on a walk, did not like another dog who was trying to attract attention. It sounds funny, even for the Duchess herself, but she is sure that it would be so. Realizing that she needs to say at least something to Feldharg as quickly as possible, the lady turns, saying that she is leaving first. Or rather, she is being taken as far as possible from this place. Waving her hand after her, the red-haired girl chuckles. The Virgin invites her friend to the wedding, but since he won't come, she is at least expecting a gift, which, according to the prince, they don't need either. Remaining somewhere in the distance, the Duke shouts the Duchess's full name for the last time. He looks even more irritated after the last remark thrown at him. Only a few weeks have passed since the incident. In the castle, as usual, there was silence everywhere except the main office, in which all the necessary important matters of the kingdom were usually discussed. Kalina smiles, saying that she didn't know the man was so interested in the Eastern Dam. Her sister approached her and asked her not to exclude the help of the Duke, so the Queen decided to appoint Feldharg as the general manager of the Eastern Dam. She will also contribute the bill for the construction of the waterway as a donation in Cadric's name. This all quite irritates a man. He was not prepared for the even greater responsibility placed on his shoulders, because even up to this point he had too many things to do. The hand itself forcefully squeezes the sheet of paper with the contract. A cry is heard throughout the entire castle about how terribly Ljubljana did to His Highness. He never wanted all this, and then in the corridor they seem to talk about completely different things. While in her office, the heroine shifts some documents, signing an official document. Louis silently sits opposite, waiting for his beloved to be distracted and say at least something. Putting everything aside, the red-haired woman smiles, saying that from now on they will begin to actively prepare for the wedding, which should be very soon. It remains to wait for the exact date in order to know what to do. The date will be determined by the imperial palace and the empress herself, who should make a verdict very soon. Until this point, all preparations will take longer than it takes in time, giving the servants time to relax. The head maid will take care of all the preparations, so there is no need to worry about this at all. This is not the first time she has organized some important events, thereby saving the main character. Looking at the document that came first from the pile, Ljubljana reads out the plan, which indicates that the office is located in the western part of the mansion, and the bedroom is in the central one. The eastern part can be used for personal purposes. Louise listens to everything with interest, because behind everything listed is a brief description of the Ashley Duchess that she is. This is for informational purposes only. The man looks around, continuing to listen to everything that is said to him. A familiar feeling appears, which is like a vampire sucking the last strength from the body. Everything begins to swim before his eyes again, signaling that the young man will very soon fall into an unconscious sleep that will be impossible to interrupt. Bia talks too interestingly, given the fact that her voice sounds like velvet. The professor in the House of Scientists was exactly the same. He always told two interesting stories, thereby showing it. Even if Louimon slept for 20 hours last night, he was still drawn to sleep every time, which was impossible to resist. Dozing and thinking about the past is interrupted by a voice that becomes rougher and louder. The girl turns to her lover, asking him to sign the bottom of the piece of paper on the required document. Despite the fact that the man lost years in the House of Scientists, he is not so stupid, so he will not sign documents without knowing their contents. This is understandable even to a fool who knows absolutely nothing about life. It cost a lot of money without having any meaning, so quickly writing out his signature, the young man quickly hands the piece of paper back to the Duchess so that she can accept it back, handing the letter to the head maid, the lady, so that it would be accepted as soon as possible. The personal budget should be available for Louimon's use in the coming days. This will help him a lot in his own purchases. Freezing, the blonde points his finger to the side, asking if this is really all for him. The amount he had just seen on the sheet was simply enormous. There were a lot of zeros there, making it clear that this would definitely last for a long time. Turning away from the maid, Bia blinks her eyes in surprise. She asks if this is not enough, which does not suit him. If something happens, everything can be adjusted, making the amount larger and more accessible for free use. Calling the missus over again, the girl promises that she will make some adjustments, to which she hears an active protest in the direction of any changes. Words don't work because it becomes too late to say anything. Everything has been decided, so this year the kingdom will allocate the same amount as indicated, and next year they will double it. The man is trying to understand what just happened, because it was quite spontaneous, so he didn't even have time to come to his senses. As the maid approaches, she offers to show Mr. Lewis to his restroom. The woman steps aside and leads the guy to his chambers. Left completely alone, the blonde still mindlessly looks to the side, being in slight confusion. He looks strange after hearing the numbers. It should be regarded as a gift that is not given to everyone. You don't have to be shocked by everything because the best solution would be to take action. This money is a great opportunity for Louimond. Getting up and approaching the table, the young man begins to create some kind of list. With so many funds, he will be able to easily turn all his ideas into reality, giving them life. First on the list is a plan to overthrow Duke Felharg. Realizing that this sounds ridiculous, the hero quickly crosses out the line, not understanding why he is so worried about this man who has done absolutely nothing for this. It would be best to write next a more important point about how to become a good and worthy husband for the Duchess. Buying things that will be popular in the future, as well as supporting nobles who are trying to achieve success, may be a good start. It would also be a good idea to seize the wealth that Cadric had accumulated in previous lives. There are probably millions in his piggy banks that could also be used for the benefit of the people and the future. It is necessary to buy back the diamond mines and the salt mountain, which the woman managed to give to the hero's grandfather. After this, the man promises that he will shine all the rubies of this world to Bia. She really deserves a lot more than what she has now. Only a few days have passed since the incident. Everything goes on as usual, and the wedding moves forward in preparations and remains in excellent condition, despite the fact that on the ill-fated day, a letter arrives saying that the event should take place in 3 weeks. Grabbing her head and beginning to panic, the headmaid begins to shake in horror. This happened despite the fact that they promised to make the deadlines in a month, or better yet, even later. From the very beginning, the Duchess proposed to make everything much simpler. A priest could be called in so they could take vows of concord and exchange rings. If the heroine had a choice, she would have done so, even if the maid had not ordered a wedding dress from the most famous designer of the empire. According to the woman, this was Ashley's dignity, which means everything had to be done as best as possible. Now everything had changed, and the friend looked confused, ready to cry because of the injustice. Perhaps everything would have been easier if the date had been completely different. Walking closer to the sofa, the woman falls to her knees, begging the beauty to ask Her Highness to at least do something about it. The refusal is heard immediately because the Duchess cannot do this. You shouldn't expect anything different, because even if Ljubljana wanted to change something, nothing would work out. The Empress will do everything in defiance to thwart her plans. According to the lady, it was not a real wedding. Dad is just playing family, so you need to complete everything as quickly as possible without any hesitation. Raising a glass of wine, exactly half full, the girl takes a sip. On the one hand, nothing can be done, even if necessary, but on the other hand, you can try. Taking a break from her thoughts, the girl, as if nothing had happened, asks to order more drinks. The maid, almost crying, screams that it is inappropriate to ask for wine at such a moment. Louisman's reaction to the announcement was no less violent. He didn't understand why they were given only 3 weeks, when it usually takes a little longer. They won't be able to prepare a wedding in 3 weeks. The missus, who no longer hoped for support in this matter, grabs a handkerchief and wipes her face with it. At least one person on the estate thought it would be too short a time. Thanks to the prince, the lady carefully wipes the tears from her eyes. The man is completely different from Ashley, who is not at all interested in preparing for the wedding. She remains steadfast, going about her normal activities that interest her. Starting to fuss, the blonde asks about everything, getting to the smallest details. You need to look at what flowers you will need to use to decorate the ceremony, because lilies, as a symbol of family, would be the best choice. He promises that he will provide information on where to buy fresh lilies in bulk. The next request is to renounce the Graham family symbols. The heroine no longer has the strength to just stand quietly and listen to it all. Such details cause great admiration on the part of the Virgin. The woman talks about how much she respects Sir Louismond. You can always rely on a person who knows what he wants and exactly how he is going to do it. In the future, the man will not have an easy time because of Crystal, or rather, her character. Smiling, the guy notes how he always respected Madame Ramones for the ideal management of the mansion. He cannot blame Bia, because he understands that this is not at all interesting for the Duchess. Both laugh, realizing that this is the truth. Ashley has her own specific attitude towards all things in this world, which is very different from the rest of the people around her. Peering around the corner, the red-haired girl smiles. The two seem to have a good relationship, which will be good for their castle's progress. There weren't enough squabbles that would ruin everything. The next day, an even more active phase of preparation for the wedding began. Louismond supervised all the preparations together with the headmaid. They sang well, given the fact that they both liked the same options that would definitely suit the main character. First in line were, of course, lilies. They have been discussed more than once, and both organizers agreed that this would be the best choice for a wedding. The man picks up one of the flowers and carefully inhales the pleasant smell. He was able to see many weddings from his 8 lives. The guy even helped at some of them. But this is his first wedding, especially with his loved one. The eyes focus intently on the lily, which sways easily in the wind. Even the smallest details on the list could not be left out, no matter how difficult it was. The hand itself squeezes the flower with force. Thoughts swarm in his head, preventing him from concentrating, but only one thing is known. The young man would like to hold Ljubljana like this at the moment. The maid, who was nearby to observe, calls out to the prince, who seemed completely lost in his thoughts, which pulled him further and deeper. The woman asks him to be careful and look at his hand. Realizing that there is almost no pain, the guy looks down at his palm, which began to bleed because of the plant that had been there all this time. The incident happened quite unexpectedly. It's just a small prick with a thorn that means absolutely nothing. The girl disappears, promising to bring medicine that may be needed, to which she receives only a slight nod in response. Lily falls from her hands to the ground, carrying scarlet splashes with her. It seems that everything is fine, but a strange anxious feeling will remain in the hero's soul, which does not allow him to relax even for a minute. Sitting in the office, the lady is ready to lean back and forget about all her work. Incredible fatigue makes you want to lie down, even if there is not much left to complete now. In addition to sending wedding invitations to all noble people, the beauty can remain close to Louis, which is good news. An invitation to the Marquis Odile is on the agenda. He will probably not come because they have their differences, but above all, his family comes from a family with a good history. You also need to send a letter to Duke Feltarg and the Dominant, because they will probably want to be here, even after all the disagreements. The maid, appearing as if out of nowhere, brings an important letter, which was addressed to the Duchess on an urgent basis, which meant that it was not subject to waiting for a response. The girl carefully opens the sheet of paper, fluently reading line by line. The number of attacks in the country is increasing, which greatly worries the commander, despite the fact that everything seems normal. The man asks when Ashley will return north. Brigades need the help of a leader to resolve many conflicts and resist many attacks. Sighing, the lady refuses the offer to send a reply letter. This is a really important part, but it's not time to go back north yet. Things will change over time, but for now we need to leave it as it is. Night fell over the kingdom, covering the sky with a dark blanket so that people could fall asleep more easily. There is complete silence, as well as emptiness due to the absence of any living soul in the area. A man in a black cloak jumps from the other side of the palace gate. Ashley gets up from the ground, carefully shaking off her clothes from unnecessary dust and earth, which only gets in her way. Carefully pushing back her hood, she looks somewhere into the sky. The clouds covered the stars and the moon, leaving them no chance. Setting out on the road, the beauty heads forward, starting to run, in order to be in time for the place where she is heading today. We need to do everything we need to do before dawn. There are almost no lights visible in the city, because everyone who sleeps turns off the lights in the windows by closing the curtains. Only one house remains alive with lights on all floors, which could be disconcerting if one doesn't know what's inside. A man at a bar takes out 2 empty glasses made of durable material. The screams around are silenced by the pounding and a deep voice trying to attract attention. The owner is up to something, so he offers to place bets that could influence the course of events. The dispute is over who will wear the wedding dress at the Duchess of Ashley's wedding. Some may bet on the illegitimate prince, who is more beautiful than the woman, and others on the Duchess who hung around with the King of Beasts in the north. Each jar must be filled with pros and cons. A second later, one of the containers was filled with coins to the very top. The brunette stares in surprise, not understanding why everyone bet on Louismond. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to start an argument, because you need at least someone to counterbalance. Picking up the pita with beer, the beauty brings it to her lips and takes a sip. These players sometimes completely go beyond any limits of what is permitted, without thinking about the consequences of the game, which at any moment may not turn out in the best way. The bartender, noticing the heroine to the side, sitting in the very corner, hastily approaches her, hoping that this is his last chance. He cocks his head to the side, asking if the man would like to place a bet. Pulling the empty mug to the heroine's cheek, the man continues to advertise his bets, because if the Duchess bets money now, she can win 100 times more. This sounds like a good option, but is it true? The brunette understands that nothing bad will happen and invites the girl to bet everything, because if the guest wins, he will sell this place and pay 100 times more. Crystal cannot wear a dress under any circumstances. A young man in a dark cloak appears behind Ljubljana as if out of nowhere. Smiling, he asks if the owner is confident in his words because a lie can be severely punished. The person offering the bets is already quite tired of eternal work, so such ignorance is regarded as something extremely terrible and unpleasant. He can't contain himself, but a snap of his fingers catches his attention. A coin flies into the empty jar with a roar, glittering as if it were gold, which makes it clear the true value of the thing. This hasn't happened in this house for a long time. The brunette freezes and exclaims in surprise, "This really can't happen because the young man just took and threw a gold coin against a whole bunch of others." This is regarded as something more ideal. Behind the young people, talking and whispering begins, which makes the heroine sigh heavily. Obviously, people can't believe that someone just put gold in the mug, which ordinary workers don't have very often, especially for betting. Ashley, unable to restrain himself, turns to the arriving guy, asking him what these antics are. They attract attention, which is clearly not desirable in this case, because then their meeting will be jeopardized. Smirking, the interlocutor asks what irritates the Duchess so much, who certainly has no right to tell him what to do. He can use his money as he pleases. Grabbing the guy by the collar, the girl heads towards the exit, dragging the Duke with her. Every time he opens his mouth, it doesn't end well, only spoiling the mood of everyone around him. This is not advisable to do under any circumstances. Having walked enough meters to find herself around a corner where no one would find a mate, the maiden finally lets go of the man, who in the end has completely stopped resisting, simply accepting his fate. Not wanting to waste precious time, the beauty chuckles, asking about the stupid outfit that the young man put on himself without asking exactly what was wrong. The cloak looks scary and ominous, instilling fear in normal people. Raising his hood, the guy asks what's wrong. The girl herself asked him to dress like that and hide his face, even if it didn't quite work. There is no need for them to meet at all, not taking into account several pressing problems that still remain real. Ashley sighs, realizing that there is absolutely no point in trying to argue anything. In any case, they need to go to a quieter place so that no one can find them or even overhear them. Turning towards the sounds, which still remain very close, the Duke quietly asks if it is worth leaving a group of people to stand aside, just as they wanted. Calling out to the lovebirds, one of the men says that they had to leave while their older brother was leaving. Now there is absolutely nowhere to run, given the fact that it looks like they are in the money, which means they can benefit. Laughing a nasty laugh, one of the gang assures that everything will be fine. They are not going to kill anyone. But to do this, young people need to take off everything they are wearing and get away as quickly as possible. In general, such a reaction from civilians is surprising, but everyone has a vice, and these people turned out to be robbers. The brunette standing nearby seems serious as he draws his sword. Sighing heavily, Ljubljana asks to do everything without blood, so as not to stain everything around here, thereby ruining their time. There are still unresolved issues with them that should be checked and discussed as soon as possible. Freezing, the man turns towards the interlocutor, asking why he cannot use a weapon. It seems as if there is nothing in this that could in any way spoil the meeting. The guy's like a puppy who doesn't understand what's wrong. It's strange to hear the question of why they can't randomly kill people. We must thank Kalina for connecting this man with the Imperial Palace. By choosing the right expression for refusal, the beauty says that she is going to get married. She can't let her family life be ruined before it even begins because of a few drunk people who decide to attack them. Not understanding what is happening, the men raise their eyebrows, trying to ask why they need all this. At first glance, it seems that the couple is simply playing, despite the fact that they should not be bored. No longer willing to wait for the rich to agree to the deal, one of the group takes out a blade, shouting that they will take everything off themselves. The choice was given, but since it was not accepted, it cannot be something right. Not paying attention to what is happening, the lady slowly raises her head, looking at the starry sky. It is simply beautiful in its dark colors, which the main character clearly likes. Remaining calm, the lady closes her eyes. There is absolutely no need to capture such a dirty spectacle as what is now happening behind her. There has been more than enough of this in Ashley's life, so now it's time to just rest. Everything went smoothly and quite quickly. Smiling a little at the corner of her mouth, the lady nods in encouragement, saying that the guy really did a great job, no matter what. Lou Dante throws his sword over his shoulder, smiling back. He thanks for being praised, getting up from the bodies that lie almost motionless after the altercation that happened between them. Bowing in a respectful gesture, the man thanks for the compliment. He is always ready to carry out any order, even if he and the Duchess remain on equal terms. Lowering himself to straighten his clothes, the guy throws off his hood, which all this time carefully hid his face from the whole world around him. Light strands fall on the forehead, slightly covering the eyes. The brunette has known the heroine for a long time because she is none other than Lou Dante. She called him for her own purposes, but the Duke gladly agreed, rather because of his excellent character, which has always been like that. Smiling again and closing his eyes, The young man asks what happened. He always tries to find out as much information as possible, especially when they are looking at him almost point blank. Dominant. The youngest among the dukes supporting the empire at such a time. Despite his age, his abilities are unimaginably strong, because he is the best knight in the entire empire, without exception. Many people only envy him for his skill with a sword. Throwing his hands behind his head, the brunette leans back, asking his sister to put on a wedding dress so that the man can earn extra money on the bet that will win. He is handsome, but this is only a shell, since from the inside the guy thirsts only for blood. Showing an unpleasant gesture towards the interlocutor, the beauty smiles as if she is laughing, creating a shell of sarcasm. Even if she had to wear a dress, it would definitely not be for Lou Dante. Nodding his head, the knight says that he came here for a reason. He is not at all interested in that dispute, because due to lack of time, he will not attend the wedding, which means he must give a wedding gift right now. It all lies in information, without which the event will most likely not be entirely successful. Leaning back, the red-haired girl understands that the young man just wants to cheer her up with words. If she thinks this way, then many difficulties will arise that will themselves get in the way. No longer intending to joke or play, the Duke gallops closer to the lady, being only a few steps away from her. Leaning over, he whispers that this is really important to know in order to save that very solemn day. The heroine freezes. She doesn't quite understand what the guy means, but her eyes automatically widen due to fear that is usually not seen in the strongest warrior in the land. She is afraid not for herself, but for Luamund. The hand goes down on its own and convulsively grabs the handle of the sword, which has been on the belt all this time without any movement. The gloved fingers begin to tremble, not wanting to obey the owner. Taking a few steps back, the lady swallows noisily. She is again haunted by a strange feeling that haunts her. It feels as if someone has put the tip of a sword at your throat in order to inflict harm after the right moment. As soon as a man approaches, a feeling always arises that has a bad effect on the thoughts and state of the heroine. She never understood what the problem was, even if it would have been nice to find out everything from the beginning. With Kadrik, everything is the same, despite the fact that they seem to be friends, or at least not enemies, since they serve the same emperor. It's not just because Felharg, the knight, is a better knight than her, because there's something else at play here. This cannot but worry the girl, who always reacts sharply to every bad moment. The feeling and look in the eyes always gives you a shiver, making you want to go home and curl up in a ball under the blanket. That is why the blonde does not advise getting close to Lou Dante. No one knows what is going on in the young man's head, given that he arrived here completely by accident, without initially intending to serve anyone else or help other people. The Duchess, not understanding what the hint is about, twists her mouth and frowns. There was no way she could get close to someone like a dominant, no matter how crazy it sounded in the eyes of others. They had indeed been hanging out together in recent days, however, without making the excuse of having only one eye. The Duke should have noticed that it was Dante himself who stuck to the girl, insisting on each of the meetings, appearing at them at the most unexpected moment. Not understanding what the lady is getting at, the interlocutor asks why the man stuck to her. There must be at least some reasonable answer to this, even if there is none. Putting her finger forward, the girl begins to list the reasons, because he could do this, since the heroine is the sister of Her Highness, and she can influence the marriage issue. Don't waste your time and skip all these steps. They had just such a conversation not so long ago, and now every line flashes through their heads as if something familiar, making it clear that Kadrik was right about something. As always, gray eyes, which all this time have been looking straight into the eyes opposite, look down and notice details that are impossible to notice at first. The hand still forcefully squeezes the hilt of the sword, which remains in the sheath, since this is just fear. In fact, the girl is not in danger, but she needs to be able to fight back at the right moment in order to save herself. Raising his head again, Lou Dante smiles. It is not immediately clear whether there was a reason for such strange joy, or whether it happened by pure chance. Seeing how nervous Ashley is, he seems to be enjoying himself, which is even stranger. The anxiety will not go away, driving the heroine into a dark, remote corner, not even giving her a chance to escape. That's probably what he was thinking about. When a great knight approaches a man, the last thing on his mind is what to do, trying to remain alert. If the lady does something wrong, she will easily be deprived of her life, which will make everyone nervous. Either way, this guy has no idea what's going on in a lady's head. He is not going to do anything to the Empress's sister, no matter how cruel he is. Leaning closer to be right next to Ljubljana's ear, the brunette quietly says that the rebels are targeting her wedding. They have some kind of plan that is unknown to anyone except them. I can't believe this is true because everything seemed to be going well. They are going to take Luamon, and before that they are going to destroy the event so that it will be easier to do it in a full house. There is no need to worry so much, because this will not be just the wedding of the Duchess of Ashley. All attention in the kingdom will be focused on them, and this will be authorized by the official publishing house, which was subscribed by the Empress. Calming down, the heroine lowers her voice, asking for information. The young man must be absolutely sure of her in order to tell her anything. Throwing his hands behind his head, the man grins again. The woman takes everything too seriously because it seems that among the rebels there is just one more extremist. A completely different force appears, which will be independent of others. The second group wants to restore the old kingdom of Aden. It could even be the third and fourth, because a lot of them have formed in recent years. This information turned out to be much more valuable than the previous one. Luby didn't know that there were more rebels who were up to something. She only knew of a few that weren't so well hidden. Grinning, the young man notices the amazingness of this event. There is no point in restoring something that someone has already destroyed long ago. This was done for a reason, but for a better life for people, which, of course, raises many questions. The kingdom was not destroyed in a good position, which means it is questionable. Nobody knows why the rebels need all this and who will become their new king. Plans are hidden from the outside eye, making you nervous. The Empire is a completely new country that was founded less than 10 years ago. No matter how sad it may sound, not everyone would like such radical changes, even if most people simply agreed with the acceptance of the new government and new life in the future. This made it obvious why people worry so much and cling to old memories, hoping that they will be able to return to something familiar. They don't know what awaits them, so they prefer something old. In such a situation, it makes no sense to pretend that a bad relationship has formed with Kalina because of a man who is the son of the previous government. This could affect the reign, even if the Empress in such a situation would hardly be so absurd. There is clearly some reason for this that Ashleyan never managed to find out. That is why the beauty is put in danger in order to eradicate as many rebels as possible, who are going to make everything worse with just a few hours of time. The guy doesn't allow you to concentrate, running from side to side and asking about everything in the world. There is something wrong with the expression on her face, and he also thinks that by looking at him again, the maiden will realize that she will have the illegitimate son of a tyrant as her husband, which will undermine her reputation. Losing her temper, the heroine screams, begging him to shut up. Sighing heavily, as if he had been offended, the young man simply nods, saying that Ljubljana is again thinking about all sorts of nonsense. Nothing can get through the armor that protects feelings, because the maiden becomes so serious only when talking about her majesty. Of the three of them, Dante is closest to the Empress, and now decides that he can brag about it. This cannot be true, since the Duchess is her older sister. All this worrying is useless, so don't take it so seriously. Ignoring another request and refusing to remain silent, the man says that he thought about getting married earlier. Liubi was supposed to be the last, but it seems that the situation has changed. It sounds like another nonsense, because it's unlikely that any woman would like to see a husband who returned home stained with someone else's blood. For the Empire to be stable, it is important for Her Majesty to quickly find a husband and firmly establish an heir. The guy was sure that he would marry first as soon as the Empire was formed, but everything went wrong. The only thing that is confusing is how he thinks that he will become a partner for Callan. Sighing slowly, in order to control herself, the Duchess remembers Cadric. He could rightfully be the first because he is also a duke. A man would clearly be better than the brunette standing opposite. Freezing, the dominant slowly turns towards the interlocutor with widened eyes. It seems as if he heard the most terrible stupidity in his entire life. Not even a second passes before the guy bursts into laughter, which echoes through the alley, filling the entire space. It doesn't seem like Bia said anything funny, but this reaction says otherwise. Wiping away fake tears, the brunette smiles, asking if the heroine only said that to make him laugh. There is nothing left to do but believe it, because Felharg has no chance of getting Callan's heart. Grunting, the girl says that after the hysteria that the guy threw, she will push Kadric forward, helping him become an emperor. Objecting, the young man only manages to say that he tried to help his sister and save her wedding, completely forgetting that it was a wedding gift. Deciding to quickly save his situation, Lou Dante comes up with an absolutely absurd idea that actually doesn't sound bad. He offers to protect Ashley's future husband, who is not always able to do this herself. Giggling now, as if the maiden had heard the joke and they had switched places, she asks why he needs this, since she herself can perfectly provide protection. This cannot be reality when the lady is not in the capital, unless she is going to take the prince from the House of Scientists somewhere in the direction of the north. She had a plan to make sure everything was perfect, because she was really going to take him with her. Luoman can simply be wrapped in thick fur clothing to maintain temperature. Insisting on his position, the dominant reminds that the lady still cannot be with him all day long. As long as he is in this capital, no one will be able to protect the Duchess's husband better than him due to his excellent abilities. After Ashley's words, it's worth thinking about because the man is the head of the intelligence service in the entire empire, so it would be nice to protect Louis with the help of this man who has the Imperial Guard. There are still too many buts that, after all, influence the course of events, so the beauty turns away, announcing her verdict. She will refuse, and for good reason. A place next to Her Majesty cannot be exchanged for anything, even if someone really wants it. The girl believes in her sister's insight, so if one day she takes a gardener or a gatekeeper as her husband, the Duchess will support her. If you think about it like that, there are plenty of strange people everywhere. If it is someone abnormal, it will be possible to deal with him without Kalina's knowledge, so as not to upset her. Snorting loudly and muttering with displeasure, the young man turns to the side, complaining that he told everything for nothing. No one is going to help him move up the career ladder. Humming and pretending that she is not interested in Dante's departure, the heroine remembers one important detail. We need to find out if the Empress is aware of what will happen at the upcoming wedding. Turning half a turn, the guy smiles. They are close sisters, so they have to deal with this on their own, without any outside help. After the last words, the young man simply heads towards the exit from the dark alley. It is safe to say that he is not serious at all, thereby not doing anything wrong, just revealing the truth. It doesn't matter what he planned or said, but judging by his confidence, he will do anything to achieve the Empress. The first step is to find out whether the boy really loves Callan and whether it is mutual. After returning from the capital, another incident occurred at the ball when the lady met the dominant. He, as usual, was not distinguished by manners, which he simply lacked. So he asked why his sister was fussing so much lately. It seems that he was not joking, but simply sincerely did not understand what the problem was. It would be much better and easier for her to sit in the Duke's mansion, because it is completely inconvenient to constantly see each other. Ashley was not happy with this, because she was looking for a worthy husband at events like this. They had another altercation. Each one worked diligently on his own task, completely unwilling to acknowledge anyone else. It would be too much to just provide all the information about decent people, but Dante, as usual, offers to promote him closer to Kalena, which he refuses. Shaking the champagne in his glass, the man again jokes about the lady leaving too early. It will be very difficult for her, because it is because of him that Ljubljana's standards have been raised, so finding a worthy man will not be easy. Smiling, as if nothing had happened, the guy promises that if something goes wrong, you can always turn to him for help. Sentences can be interpreted in different ways. Stopping and turning back, the red-haired girl asks in surprise. Just a minute ago, the man wanted no one but Lena, but now it seems he is offering help in finding a husband in the form of himself. Raising the glass to his mouth, where the smile fades, the brunette quips, saying that as soon as the Duchess becomes Empress, he will be happy to help with this issue. The young man would not like it if he did not receive the best, since he himself is wonderful. His partner should also be the best in everything. This is not the case for Ljubljana, who remains a minor character in the book. Raising his glass again to examine the beautiful whitish color of the drink, Lou Dante continues to list the virtues that a future bride should have. The list seems endless. Through the transparent liquid, the young man notices the Empress, who is sitting on the throne. She was and is the very goal. An excellent match for him. He should definitely be in the best place. The Duchess will never be able to become like her sister, because she is too lazy. He is not interested in what will happen next, but if the lady decides to go to an audience with Her Majesty, it would be nice for him to be praised properly, and even better if the maiden said all sorts of things about Cadric, reducing his chances. The morning of the next day turned out to be surprisingly warm, taking with it the previous cold of the night, which had long passed. The castle, as usual, shines awaiting the arrival of the mistress. Quietly entering the hall, the girl begins to carefully look around, as if someone could catch her hand, preventing her from quietly going to her room, because she had been gone the whole night. It all didn't start as planned, because Romance appeared on the stairs, adjusting her glasses and asking where the lady went, doing it in secret from everyone, not wanting to warn anyone. Trying to find the right words to lie skillfully and plausibly, the beauty straightens her hair, saying that she woke up early, so she decided to take a walk. Today is the dress fitting, so the Duchess has no right to run away somewhere. This thing completely flew out of the heroine's head. She had already planned her day, thereby forgetting the fitting date, which Louis and the head maid had independently appointed. Squinting, the girl asks if she needs to wear a dress at this wedding, thereby throwing everyone around into a stupor that seems to have made Madame Romance speechless, at least for a few minutes. The servants behind begin to whisper triumphantly because they knew this would happen. 2 of them bet their 3-month salary on this, and another even bet all their savings on this, being confident of victory. The maid, indignant, raises her voice at them, driving them out of the room. They dare not leave comments or say anything at all while talking to Ljubljana, who is extremely difficult to tame. Hiding her eyes, the woman asks the reason why the lady does not want to try on the dress. This cannot be because of the strange rumors that are spreading on the streets in anticipation of the upcoming wedding. Smiling, the girl nods ambiguously. No one knows what's going on in her head, in fact, just like no one knows what her next actions will be. The skirmish is stopped by a man's voice heard from somewhere above. Down a few steps, Louis asks if his lover slept well last night. Immediately turning to the side, the girl smiles, saying that she slept quite a bit, but it was still good and quite enough. All that remains is to ask a response question for politeness. Rubbing his eyes, the man answers sleepily, and the answer is quite pleasing because he also slept well no matter what. He spent almost the entire night alone and didn't notice it. While going down the stairs, the guy almost falls several times, and when he finds himself at the foot, he begins to yawn with a vengeance. Something tells me that the words are not true, because he looks too sleepy. We can only speculate, because the lady did not sleep next to him and could not control how he slept. She had urgent matters that could not be put off, so before going to bed, Bia expressed a desire to sleep separately and instead went to meet Lou Dante, which was a mistake. Breakfast, as usual, is quite ordinary. Each of those sitting at the table is in complete silence, as if thinking about what they should do next. Louis seems more silent than usual. Clearing his throat, the man decides to start a conversation. He asks about the most important matter that was urgent yesterday. He was very worried about his wife because she returned late, which meant she needed a good night's sleep. Trying to reason with the woman, Louis reminds her that he is in a deep sleep, so if someone comes in and lies next to him, he will not notice anything at all. This is said just in case, so that no one forgets about it. The best solution now is to try not to be caught in a lie. Smiling, the lady is glad that Louisman did not wait for her, because the Eastern water supply business was transferred to her, so too many documents had accumulated. One of the maids is clearly unable to listen to all this, because she hopes that the heroine does not think that her husband really was not waiting for her, just going to bed. The couple simply continues a peaceful conversation because none of them is going to reveal the truth about themselves to their partner. Each of them has their own plan, not wanting to share it with anyone else. The conversation is interrupted by Romance, who bows and announces that the dress designer has arrived and is waiting for her in another room to try on options, and then choose the best one. Nodding, the red-haired girl gets up from the table and heads towards the exit. No matter how much she wanted to do all this, no one left her a choice to use. Walking out the door, the lady abruptly closes it, not allowing the maid to follow her into the distance. She should be with Louis and help him, because the lady is able to sort out her formal costume herself without any outside help. Madame would not be the most important if she did not know how to object to the Duchess. She tries to explain that Louisman is able to deal with all the preparations himself, while the gentlemen need the woman much more than anyone else. It seems to the heroine that nothing can break through because all the facts remain on her side. If the groom sees the bride in her wedding attire, the marriage will be unhappy. You always need to keep your eyes open and try with all your might to preserve the upcoming hustle and bustle. According to the Duchess, Miss Lemons is too close to Louis, so she definitely needs to be on her guard. Not knowing what could happen, the girl lived in fear almost constantly, without any rest. Madame Romance twists her face in surprise. She had not heard such nonsense for a long time, realizing that this was an obvious excuse for leaving her with her future husband and retiring in splendid isolation. Shouting that everything will go well, Ljubljana slams the door right in front of the maid. She said everything she thought was necessary, which means it's time to go into the sunset. Walking into another room, the red-haired girl looks around, thinking about what should be done first in order to leave preparations as quickly as possible and take care of other more important matters. Oddly enough, the girl was stupefied by the fact that there was absolutely no one with her who was supposed to help her choose a decent outfit and try it on. The room is completely empty, leaving the lady in complete silence. It seems that there are a million different dresses in white shades that beckon with their beauty, inviting you to try them at least by touch to understand the pleasant texture. Strange feelings of their own accrue somewhere in the chest. The brunette turns her head from side to side, hoping that very soon she will see at least someone to ask her questions. Turning towards the exit, the lady is about to leave, but suddenly she hears light sobs, which make it clear that there is still someone here. 3 girls are sitting in the corner, huddled close to each other, trying to calm down so as not to cry more than before. They are shaking as if someone has scared them. Noticing the gaze, one of them quietly asks what will happen to them. They will do whatever the lady wants just to stay alive. The Duchess smiles, nodding her head. She had an interesting idea for them. One of the ladies shouts that Luby can tear as many dresses as she wants, except for her body. Not wanting to cause any more panic to the poor girls, the beauty with open arms offers to start trying on clothes for the wedding. She came here precisely for this, but such simple information makes the maids scream in surprise even more than ever. To them, it sounds more like absurdity. Sighing quietly, the Duchess only understands that this will take much longer than expected. There are terrible rumors about her that make others afraid of her and react properly, thereby ruining everything. The maid takes a handkerchief from her pocket, wiping her eyes and nose. She looks the most upset about what happened. She just needs to try to calm down. Only a few minutes passed, during which it was possible to understand that everything was not as bad as it seemed at first glance. The nose remains red, a reminder of what happened. The gaze switches to the Duchess sitting opposite the woman. She does not look as scary and terrifying as the rumors that spread throughout the palace day after day say. Coming closer, the beauty tries to tell herself to calm down and not cry again, because you need to show at least some respect for Her Majesty, no matter how difficult it may be. Smiling, the heroine almost stutters out the usual phrase about the weather. According to her, she is unusually good today. Nerves remind you when the lady turns towards the window. Today it is raining, during which there is thunder and lightning, slowing things down. This makes it clear that the maid has failed miserably. The red-haired woman smiles easily, trying to make her interlocutor relax. She doesn't want the servants to be afraid to even speak in her presence. A sweet remark turns into words full of sarcasm. Bia didn't know that the lady liked such cloudy weather. Usually everyone around me likes sunshine, which is the complete opposite. Crossing her legs, the lady chuckles because in such weather, all clothes usually get wet, which makes a person nervous and angry with himself, as well as with everyone around him. Looking boredly out the window, the maiden sighs, because she thought that tailors didn't like this. Usually, this is not very good for the created images, which they work on, showing the result with all their might. Leaning back on the sofa, the main character thoughtfully examines the interior and the lightning that does not subside. She doesn't look too interested, but the pose itself leaves everyone else speechless. Everyone freezes as one, covering themselves with a light blush. They did not expect the Duchess to be such a person. Instead of rumors, they found a wonderful person. Looking at Luby with a loving gaze by profession, the tailor admits that her heart was already pounding from such beauty. This can be perfectly combined with any proposed outfit. A gloved hand rises into the air and gently taps a finger on the table nearby, wordlessly ordering the dossier to be placed right in front of her for further review. Bringing the folder, the girl places it in front of Ashlyn. She must first carefully look at each picture and details, and then give her answer about the dress she chose. The Duchess opens a notebook containing many sketches. She has already paid a decent amount, so she can choose any design she likes. There are no obstacles, except that there are only dresses. Trying not to interfere, the girl breaks down, noticing a wonderful option that the Duchess might like. Pointing her finger at the sketch, she asks the customer's opinion. Classic and elegant designs are definitely in fashion right now. This is not the first wedding that has been held with a dress similar to this, and each time everything ended more than successfully. The next option remains no less attractive. Fun designs are also in fashion now. Many people love dresses similar to this, giving their preference to something more extraordinary. The latest design is more daring due to the open back, which will be a little ventilated, but no less wonderful. A hat covering the face will add elegance to the look, allowing it to attract more attention. The eyes are focused on the pictures that flash one after another, leaving in the mind only light echoes of images that are simply not forgotten. Looking up, the heroine is embarrassedly silent, and then says that they all look exactly the same to her. For a person who is used to regular clothes, especially in the form of a uniform, there can be no difference in dresses now. Trying to immediately improve, the heroine says that they are all equally beautiful, so it becomes more difficult. Since they are all exactly like this, among them, I would like to choose one where the width of the skirt, even if it is voluminous, will not look strange. Tailors immediately understand what we are talking about. They have a great option that seems perfect for Ljubljana. She is looking for something specific, which means they have something to offer. The wonderful dress looks mesmerizing, making everyone around groan at how spectacular it is. The long sleeves and capped neck lead into a long skirt that fits exactly the description Ashley gave just moments ago. The girl thoughtfully examines the robe, intending to understand what exactly is wrong with it. There is nothing to complain about here, especially since after a million options, it looks the most adequate. The tailors standing in the background begin to exclaim in surprise, admiring their own work, which sounds extremely cute. Nodding, the lady turns towards the maid, asking if it is possible to inflate the skirt more so that it becomes exactly what is needed. The woman nods, asking about the volume that should be. Without wasting a minute, already knowing approximately what exactly she needs, the beauty extends her finger and points to one of the sketches on the pages. The Duchess turned out to have a lot of wishes, which was completely unexpected. She would like the girls to use cinches, otherwise the dress will look too bulky, and also leave the skirt without layers. The crinoline will not be used, so you need to think about this a few more times. Looking at the necessary images, the Virgin plunges into the processing process with complete confidence. Not wanting to distract anyone, Ljubljana still quietly asks if it really won't be difficult to do, to which she receives an immediate answer. Smiling, the brunette nods, saying that they will succeed. While running a pencil over the paper, the woman remembers one method that most likely will not please the noble lady. To inflate the skirt, commoners use plain paper, which has become cheaper recently. The effect lasts only half a day, but the dress is very light. A smile instantly lights up the heroine's face. She nods, agreeing with this proposal. This doesn't seem like a bad option, so you might as well just go with it. Taking the notebook back into her hands, the girl adds some sketches that can be added. It won't be difficult, but no one understands why something like this needs to be done. Finishing with the edits, Ljubljana asks that the dress be kept a secret from Mrs. Lemons. If the bride is seen before the ceremony, the marriage will not be happy, which remains a strong argument. Sighing, the heroine prepares to hear another ton of reproaches that can pour in at any second, as was the case with Madame Ramon's. This is a definite threat. Not even a second passes before the tailor falls to her knees, shouting that she will keep this secret to the grave, protecting it with all her might, only at the request of her mistress. The headmaid is left idle, so it is best to follow the Duchess's words and look after Monsieur Louismond. Entering the room, she asks if he is okay. A man, dressed in a beautiful white suit, adjusts his cuffs, nodding in agreement, because everything is really fine. He needs to choose the exact design that will fit just perfectly. Fortunately, the guy has been living for the 8th time, so he knows exactly what he needs. Throughout his life, he dressed in too many outfits, each time roughly figuring out what suited him. Taking a break from the preparations, the blonde asks about how Bia's fitting is going. He hadn't seen her for several hours since breakfast, so he decided to make sure. The mistress said that she would do everything herself, but you can understand from Riemann's face that she is worried about Bia. She examines the interior, trying not to show it, no matter how difficult it is. Looking down, the future husband thinks about how he can resolve this situation. It would be nice to do everything to help the maid, but Ljubljana would never let anyone in on her affairs. Distracting the man from his thoughts, the woman reminds him that the doctor has arrived. He promised to monitor the blonde's health, helping him get back on his feet. Going to the reception room, the young man sits down opposite the doctor, extending his hand to him to check his pulse, which should be normal. Smiling, the doctor nods happily, saying that the interlocutor is completely healthy. There is no longer any need to worry so much that something will go wrong right before the wedding. The blonde man thanks the man for the job done. He was worried that the illness would last much longer, frustrating their plans, but everything turned out as well as possible. Getting up from his seat, the doctor is about to leave the estate, however, remembering some important matter. He begins to rummage through his briefcase in search of some kind of medicine. In his hand is a jar filled with pink pills. They had to help the man in order to feel more confident without any problems that might arise. Ever since the doctor learned that Louismond would become the husband of the Duchess of Ashley, he intended to convey this. He still couldn't get around to it due to lack of time, which finally appeared freely. He felt incredibly sorry for the young man because he fainted from exhaustion of male energy. Trying to argue something, Louis intends to return the pills back, but the doctor disappears behind the door with the speed of a comet, wishing the prince to be healthy and strong. Sighing quietly, the blonde nervously straightens his hair. The doctor mistakenly accepted his point of view, which had no meaning. In his 8 lives, the guy had never needed such memory medicine. Realizing that this is useless, the man hands the jar to the servant, who happily nods his head, agreeing to accept the gift. He doesn't need it, so he needs to get rid of it as soon as possible. If a guy intends to have children, he needs to watch what goes into his body. He should have 2 children in 3 years. It is advisable to start preparing in advance, which means the first attempt will take place very soon. Children are the cutest creatures in Louis's eyes. Their first child should be a girl, similar to Baya in character and beauty. We can only hope that the baby will have red hair and a beautiful eye color that will impress everyone around her. The guy is sure that his daughter will be as beautiful as her mother. The decision remains with the man, so he will not be able to part with the child for a moment, not wanting to let her go from his arms. Typically, aristocrats have a nanny do this, but as a father, Louis wants to do it himself. Nothing will matter, because finally the guy will have a family. The family will be real and sincere, different from those who use the prince only as a tool for power, not wanting to have anything to do with him in the future. Happiness will make a man complete, because he never even dreamed of such things in past lives. It would be wonderful, but even such a family will have its time. The marriage contract could not be terminated, so all that remains is to follow the book, which describes a similar situation. This novel describes in too much detail everything that needs to be done, which makes the young man believe in his abilities. First, you need to show your good side, helping others to believe how wonderful a man is. Perhaps if everything goes well, like clockwork, Bia will be able to melt the ice in her heart and fall in love with her husband, break the contract, which clearly states the period of 3 years, which will soon begin to count down. Lowering his head into his hands, the guy looks thoughtfully at the cover of the novel. He wants to see Bia, but no one knows if the woman is busy. It would be good if at least today the lady did not spend the night in her office, giving herself the opportunity to rest. The girl can't even imagine how much the blonde misses her. Without her, he feels lonely and cold in the bedroom, which is intended for the 2 of them. The most important thing that all brides with handsome and available grooms need to do is to ensure safety from other girls. No one can resist the beautiful shell that Louis will have forever. It was for this reason that the Duchess arrived at the Imperial Palace, which, as usual, was overwhelmed with pressing issues and matters that needed to be sorted out. Walking inside, Ljubljana heads forward, straight down the corridor. She is not sure of her words, but it seems that this is where Louis's mistress works. A middle-aged woman jumps out of one of the offices located in this room. She blinks her eyes in surprise, not believing that Ashley has already arrived at the estate. The Minister of the Interior leans against the wall, almost sliding down it. She has too much to do with preparing a project in the East. This became known not long ago, so the woman asks to save her by allowing her to resign. Smiling, the red-haired woman says that Her Majesty promises a good pension, which, of course, makes the worker jump up and quickly run away. Not all words should be taken exactly as they are. The woman takes the Duchess inside one of the rooms in which the conversation is to take place. Pointing to the seats, she suggests that the guest sit down on one of the sofas. Nodding, the girl switches to a topic that interests her. She needed to find out where Peony Lauren was now, who had been visiting them at the estate quite recently. Smiling, the minister says that everything is in order, because she will arrive soon. We need to wait for her here, because the lady was called by the Duke for some personal conversation, the contents of which are forbidden to be disclosed. There is more than enough time left, so the Duchess asks why the woman doesn't hire more people. This is also a lot of work, but nevertheless, she is glad that Her Majesty destroyed the scientist's house, because if it weren't for so many personnel, everything would have gone downhill. She couldn't bear it all, so around this time Callan passed judgment on the house, which was destroyed. It was this man who forced Lewis to come out of the tower in which he had been hiding for a long time. As if by chance, the heroine asks about the minister's husband, to which she, looking around, says that he did not run away and still remains in place to support his wife. No one will replace the chief accountant if he dies from overwork. Turning around, the gray-haired woman heads towards the exit. She promises to bring Miss Peony as soon as she returns in order to get back to the office. Shifting her gaze to the watch on her hand, the lady notices with horror that more than enough time has passed. This cannot but be sad, because today she had more appointments than planned. It may be necessary to cancel the next meeting on the list in order to talk everything over with Peony, who should appear any minute. The conversation will take a decent amount of time. My thoughts are interrupted by a persistent knock coming from the other side of the door. Realizing who exactly has arrived, the Duchess allows the person to enter the room for a conversation. The door opens and a middle-aged woman in a sober suit appears on the threshold. The glasses make it clear that she was once in the scientist's house, along with the rest of the people who were kicked out of there. The girl intently examines the image of her companion, who looks extremely strange. For anyone who sees a person for the first time, this is an absolutely normal reaction. The girl's glasses hide her eyes, which are difficult to see because of the sun that falls on the glass. She is silent, only slowly moving inside the room. Stopping just a few steps from the Duchess, the scientist greets her interlocutor by bowing her head. Introducing herself as the Secretary of the Interior, she pays respect to Ashlyn, who remains silent. Surprise creeps into the head with a slight note of doubt, because the woman does not look like someone bad. She leads with excellent leadership, which means she has a good character, which helps in some difficult matters. Awareness of the situation makes the heroine shrink. Ljubljana came here to meet the woman her future husband loves, but the first impression turned out to be quite good, which is clearly frightening. Deciding not to think about it so much, the girl points her hand to the sofa opposite, inviting the woman to sit next to her. There is no need to worry without knowing the whole truth. Raising a mug filled with aromatic drink, the beauty takes a sip, trying to get it over with as soon as possible. I want to avoid conflicts out of nowhere. The lady seems too pleased looking at Ashlyn. Her eyes literally glow with a light that comes from her very soul, making her feel uncomfortable. Most likely, Peony does not think that she was called because of Louismond. The face is more reminiscent of joy or excitement that some distant boss called her to talk about a promotion. Lowering her cup of tea, the lady chuckles. Obviously, there is a division between public and private here, because even a simple secretary is so thorough, knowing that I am a duchess. Clearing her throat in order to attract the attention that was already given to her, the heroine asks Lauren what kind of work she has been doing lately. Smiling as wide as possible and exclaiming Crystal's name, the brunette nervously straightens her hair. She is always happy to be asked to tell something in detail. To begin with, we should thank Ljubljana for doing such an honor and allowing Peony to tell everything as it is. She is preparing to repair the road west of the capital. The waterway is being repaired and the road has been re-bricked. Curving with misunderstanding, the red-haired girl tries not to be nervous. The girl tells everything so naturally, as if she was initially preparing for the presentation. The lady is really concerned about maintaining the waterways, so this task is becoming a priority for now. There's no denying that the brunette is very smart. If the lady had participated in the Eastern Waterway project, she would have been able to use what she learned in her current job repairing the waterways. This remains a question that needs to be answered. Peony has ambitions that make it clear how serious she is. It's not a sin to take such a desired talent with you to the north, but in such a situation, it would be more regarded as an exile. Everyone here seems to be interested in the Eastern Water Project. People in the palace have been working for many nights to get everything they need for construction. Historically, the rulers of the new generation had to engage in these works. Many believe that this was done only for entertainment, but no one knew that it was also to strengthen dominance in a huge enterprise. Everything adds up to one big picture. It becomes clear why Callan is promoting her project to the highest ranks, trying to interest as many people as possible in this. There is no denying how brilliant the Empress is. All her decisions are correct and chosen in the best possible way in order to help herself, her state, and people. My thoughts are interrupted by a female voice from the opposite direction. The lady carefully calls out to the Duchess, hoping to attract Her Majesty's attention. She probably came to see Lauren because she has some important intentions towards the secretary. These words pierce the consciousness like an arrow, because in fact the reason for the visit is different. No one knows that Ashley came here to look at the face of her husband's mistress. Squeezing her hand in a pleading gesture, the beauty asks to be allowed to think that they want to use her for nobler purposes. Not intending to upset her interlocutor, the red-haired woman smiles, nodding. Perhaps this will be so, but in my head it sounds more like some kind of nonsense. Jumping up from her seat, Peony is ready to throw herself on Crystal's neck. She knew that if she worked hard, she would definitely be noticed, no matter what. Everything is so great that Lauren doesn't want to do what everyone else is doing. Other people want to drop from the east because of problems. However, here things are different. She is a history major, and fortunately, she gets to live as her new chapter opens. The girl is given the opportunity not just to watch on the sidelines, but perhaps to become someone who participates in the project, remaining at the center of the events of this very story. Peony is just a scientist, which means it will be difficult for her. However, this is not true. In their house of scientists, there was always a sign hanging above the entrance to the dining room, saying that a healthy body, a healthy mind, in order to force people to study. Now everything becomes even clearer, because Lewis's body never looked like the body of someone who was completely uninvolved in physical activity. Realization comes quite quickly, because thinking about such things at the moment in an office where there is another person is not the best idea. All that remains is to agree, because you can talk with Duke Feldharg, who is responsible for this matter as a whole. The girl thanks, smiling widely. If the lady is in pain because of the wedding with Lewismond, there is no need to worry, because the red-haired one will leave the country in 3 years. Peony looks much better than she expected. If she works with such motivation, she will quickly be promoted, noticing her extraordinary abilities. They would need to leave the country quickly before the rebels killed Lewis, who they needed. Perhaps someone could trade their abilities and ambitions in exchange for love. However, the young lady certainly could not do anything like that. To get the prince, the maiden cannot sacrifice anything. Covering her eyes, the girl admits to herself that she lost because everything is over, obviously not in her favor. Nothing else can be changed, no matter how much you want to. Only 3 years should pass, which you need to wait out. After this, the Duchess will not interfere with anyone and will return Luamon to this lovely person. It was already deep night, making it clear that the mistress was clearly delayed. Entering the estate, she is immediately greeted at the entrance by 2 maids who greet the mistress. Not paying attention to anything around, the lady spins from side to side, asking where her future husband is now. One of the maids bows respectfully, saying that the master is in his room. After the doctor visited him, he never dared to leave. Nobody knows the true reason, so the heroine decides that the guy must just be very tired because of the preparations for the wedding, which he completely shouldered. Nodding, the red-haired girl climbs up the steps. If this happens, then there is no need to bother him. He should be well rested before starting a new day. The maid, who turned out to be the most heroic, stops the mistress, asking if she wants to change her mind and go see the young man. There is concern in the eyes. Turning, the Duchess raises her eyebrow in surprise, not quite understanding what they want from her. She is sent to Luamon's room for no reason. According to the maid, the master would not be bothered by his beloved at all, even if he is now resting. Ashleyan doesn't like the fact that ordinary employees think they know her man better than she does. The brunette's hands frantically squeeze the hem of her dress, waiting for the answer that was supposed to arrive in the near future. This made the beauty nervous. The gaze switches to his companion. She trembles like a leaf out of fear. However, he still continues to insist on his own, showing his incredible courage. Freezing on the step, the girl leans towards the lady, asking why she thinks so. She needs some answers, but in response, only an incomprehensible whisper is heard. Finally, gathering her strength, the lady gives out the information almost in one breath. Last night, the prince could not sleep at all without his wife, who left his chambers. He waited for Crystal's return almost all night, doing various things, and the maid brought him candles until dawn so that he could wait for the heroine. Now everything has fallen into place. In the morning, the man looked completely sleep-deprived, yawning every minute, assuring that everything was fine. However, it turned out that he did not sleep a wink at all. Almost crying, the brunette begs not to leave the gentleman alone. Perhaps today he also decided to wait for the bride, and 2 days without sleep will not benefit his body. No longer able to withstand such pressure, the girl covers her face with her palms. The maid runs up to her, asking why she is crying so much if nothing happened. She is just very sorry for Mr. Lewismond. Turning away from her interlocutor, the Duchess notices 2 guys whispering in the corner. One sent the other to call the head maid, because it was obvious that these girls were going to die. Walking closer, the red-haired woman tilts her head to the side, looking down at the brunette. It seemed that she simply had an overreaction that was difficult to control. The brunette notices the gaze on her. Removing her hands from her face, the beauty tries not to cry anymore, looking forward. Now the face shows horror because of what he saw. Just a few centimeters away is the Duchess, who is resting her cheek on her hand in boredom. Sighing, the lady asks if the maid has cried after everything that happened. This reaction was extremely strange, because instead of aggression, a calm question is heard. Starting to whimper again, the maid was interrupted. Crystal doesn't want to seem rude, but she should answer the question first, and then cry as much as she can. Nervously straightening her hair with her hand, Ljubljana remembers the messenger she sent. Very soon, Mrs. Lemons will come to save her charges from certain death at the hands of the Duchess. Smiling, the heroine asks that everything pass as quickly as possible because she needs to leave here before she gets hurt because of everything that is happening. She needs to get away from here to safety. The girl looks at her interlocutor standing opposite in surprise. She no longer sobs, only looking interestedly into her eyes, in which most likely there is no answer. The maids both seem ready to say something, but neither of them dares to utter even a word. They suddenly change their minds, deciding that it would be better this way. It looks like things have finally calmed down. Since the lady has finally cried, we can tell you what so sad happened while the Duchess was away from the estate. Formulating sentences, the brunette expresses her indignation. Monsieur Louismont is doing everything possible for the Duchess and for this house. It was very sad to see how hard he tries, but his wife does not notice anything. The man seems to love Crystal very much, but is not getting his due. He should be given more attention and time so that the young man feels like a full-fledged member in this house. It's strange that everything has changed so quickly. The maids, who just recently were afraid and cried, now demand so much from the mistress, who did not give any reason. Frowning, the red-haired girl asks if they really like the guy that much. Each of them nods because the blonde is very kind and always worries about the Duchess. Every day he checks how much alcohol the girl has drunk and also tells the cook in advance what to cook the next morning. When the head maid showed the estate budget for the next month, he discovered an error in the document that saved a lot of tears and money. This winter will be quite cold, so the prince also plans to insulate the walls of his sleeping quarters. Such information was definitely not what the beauty was counting on. The heroine could not even imagine that Louis was now responsible for all matters in the house. Without allowing the lady to come to her senses, the maid points to the shirt that Monsieur Louismont himself chose and ironed, preparing it for his wife the next morning. Listening to all this, all that remains is to rejoice at such progress. It seems that the young man has become softer and has stopped frowning so often over all sorts of trifles. Everything said makes a woman feel as strange as possible. She didn't know any of this, so she thought everything was exactly the same as before. As you know, the Ashleyan Duchy has no owner. The estate is huge, and it is full of people under control, but the Duchess is not interested in this. The head maid is the person who is in charge of it all. Due to lack of time, Crystal decided to completely hand over control to the maid, who hoped that the mistress at least a little doubted her abilities. Not wanting to listen to all this, the girl just laughed, because that would be a betrayal. Mrs. Lemons will always be a confidant who only tearfully complained that Her Majesty forced her to live here. Such warm conversations were also present among these two, who still could not agree, converging on one single opinion that would suit everyone. The lady decided to marry Louis only under a contract that would end in 3 years. There was no point in handing over control of the estate to him, even though that's exactly what happened in the end. Suddenly, Louis gained a reputation among the employees and became the boss. Everything happened unnoticed, so over time there was no place left where he could not reach. He tried to do everything at once so as not to disappoint anyone. From the moment the man arrived at the castle, the atmosphere in it also changed. Everything became clear after the maid first decided to speak to the mistress, even with great fear. The workers were always afraid of the Duchess and were horrified at the sight of the strict Mrs. Lemons. This was the same problematic area, but the prince managed to adapt this place for a comfortable life. They are getting married for fun, and it's all not true, but this does not change the fact of the wedding. The heart beats strangely, echoing in the beauty's head. My thoughts are interrupted by the maids, who never left. Once again asking not to mistreat Louis, each of them is afraid that he will run away somewhere because of everything that is happening. Bowing her head in a gesture of consent, the girl cannot refuse many requests from her subordinates, who clearly remain extremely dissatisfied. Going down the stairs, the Duchess leaves 2 girls behind her. For the first and last time, she decides to listen to her subordinates in order to do what they ask. The maids, clutching each other's palms, almost jump with joy because the heroine went to Sir Louismond, who will now definitely feel better. Standing near the exit from the main hall, Louis waves his hand as a sign of farewell, intending to do his plan in a matter of minutes. Walking down the corridor, the maiden stops near the very necessary door. Raising her hand, she knocks on the wood, repeating this several times. There is no answer, so there is nothing left to do but wait, standing in one place. It seems that the man will never open it unless he does it again. Not wanting to linger any longer, the red-haired girl opens the door, sticking her head out and looking around the room. The lady quietly calls Louis's name, hoping to attract his attention. Freezing in surprise, the Duchess covers her mouth with her hand to hide a loud sigh, which could have a bad effect on the silence remaining in the room. The blonde is sleeping peacefully on the table, his head in his hands. Obviously, there was too much work for him, so overwork took its toll. Coming closer, the lady carefully runs her fingers through her silky hair. He is too beautiful for her, remaining untouched by anyone. Smiling, Bia chuckles, realizing that the guy is too cute, especially when he sleeps. Looking after the entire estate is not an easy job, which, of course, paid off. As luck would have it, a picture pops up in my head of how the guy proposed. He promised that he would never fall in love with his wife, even if such a marriage proposal was not the best. A man who shakes the hearts of other people also has its advantages. The girl sighs heavily. She never thought that she would be able to get married so soon after the start of her search, and also fictitiously, leaving herself alone for the rest of her life. It's difficult to admit, however, if everything continues like this, it will be difficult for the girl to let him go somewhere into the distance with another person. She might just change her mind about keeping him with her at the estate. Not much time has passed since everything that happened. The wedding day is approaching, making everyone nervous. This day was the most beautiful and important day in their lives, despite the fact that the preparation was not ideal. The tailor who brought the dress came in person to help the Duchess change and then evaluate her own work. A woman sitting in front of a mirror examines her reflection with interest, without turning towards the person. The silence extends for some more time. Turning half a turn, the heroine slowly nods so as not to interrupt the work of the makeup artists and stylists. They need to repeat themselves to get everything done. Madame Lemon seemed overly impressed by the sight she saw. The eyes sparkle with joy, which is difficult not to notice, and the cheeks are filled with a joyful blush. The maid straightens the dress while the woman exclaims in surprise, because she expected to see something unusual instead of a normal dress. The happiness didn't last too long because something caught her attention at the bottom of the dress, which couldn't be missed when the hem was lifted. Questions flow on their own, even if the red-headed one does not want to answer them. Straightening her dress, she pays absolutely no attention to it. Smiling her sincere smile, the heroine says that this is a secret. No one should know about the details that had to be added in haste to protect the future wedding. Sighing dejectedly, the head maid asks to return to her the delight that she was able to experience not so long ago. The eyes widen on their own, revealing the hostess. The maids, who are on both sides in order to fully assist the Duchess, blink their eyes in surprise. Luby is simply beautiful in such attire. The hairstyle only complements one of the images. Carefully examining her reflection, which still looked back welcomingly, the heroine tries to make sure that their words are correct. Finally looking up from what she was doing, the beauty turns her gaze towards the other people in the room. She looks wonderful. The hairstyle and dress are in perfect harmony, adding accessories here. The hand goes down, grabbing the hem of the dress in order to move on without dragging it along the floor, thereby dirtying the snow-white edges that sparkle so much in the sun. Thoughtfully examining the thing, which is light in shape, the girl admits that she really has mixed feelings. For the first time in a long time, the beauty wears such clothes, which usually do not appear in her wardrobe. The maids never stop praising the dress and how the Duchess looks in it, which makes Bia a little embarrassed by such close attention to the person. I would like to thank you, but it would be best to simply not be arrogant. If you remember the face and attire of your future husband, you can compare the royal person to a squid, which looks just as awkward. Getting ready to rest a little before the ceremony, the girl heads towards the exit, hearing reproaches behind her. If she lies down, her hair will be ruined, but if she decides to sit down, her dress will wrinkle. You should remain careful with any movements. Anger creeps into my head uncontrollably. She cannot lie down or sit down, thereby making it more difficult for herself to get the rest she needs so much before the upcoming event. Stepping aside, the maiden sarcastically asks if Louis is being tortured in the same way as she was. She definitely wants her future husband to feel at ease, even if it seems that this is not destined to happen. A married couple is one, which means they must suffer together. It was decided to hold the event in the beautiful garden of the estate. Everything had long been decorated for the ceremony to begin. Flowers decorated the path to the arch, which glowed in the sun, inviting the newlyweds to go to it. Guests look around with admiration, easily appreciating the interior, which several designers worked on at once. Looking at this elegant decor, you want to sing and dance. Some are seeing something like this for the first time, while lilies add scent to the decorations. Conversations are distracted by movement near the entrance to the castle. The blonde, who just recently had a conversation with one of the scientists, invites him to look in that direction. Now is the time for the appearance of the bride, who slowly moves closer to the altar, dragging her long hem and veil behind her. The girl is truly extraordinarily beautiful in her wonderful appearance. She didn't want to dress in any way immodest, but this dress perfectly combines style and beauty. The appearance of the groom is an equally important part of the evening. The man had been preparing for this for several nights, choosing everything carefully, so he deserved it even more. Louisman is dressed in a wonderful white suit that exactly matches the color of the bride's attire and the theme of the event. Lilies were the most successful design solution. A few minutes after their appearance, the couple meet near the altar, looking at each other in complete silence, unable to find the strength to say anything. The servants in the background do not spoil the situation even with their whispers, which turn into shouts. Everyone was betting that Ashley would not come in a dress, which showed that the maiden acted completely differently. The others also couldn't believe that it was really Ljubljana, who usually dressed like the knight that she was. The eyes are focused on the man who is standing very close. A blush fills her cheeks, making it clear that the girl is embarrassed by such beauty. The prince truly did not yield to a single soul at this festival. Just how wonderful he was remained just as wonderful. It seemed that such a sight would be impossible to get out of my head. Tears begin to accumulate in the corners of his eyes and deliberately flow down his cheeks. So the beauty, running closer, asks why he is crying. One can only hope that she imagined it. Unable to do anything with himself, the blonde only quietly pronounces the name of his beloved, hoping that he will be understood, giving him another chance. The girl is too wonderful. Any words that were stored just in case to describe the image of the wife disappear. Her hair sparkles in the sun, and this snow-white dress makes it clear that this is a wedding. The woman's eyes widen due to the bad thoughts that are constantly creeping into her head. It's hard to believe that something will go wrong, even if it's written all over your face. Tears were regarded completely differently, so now Crystal wants to cry. It cannot be that the prince at this moment wished about his decision to marry the bride. Looking the man up and down, the Duchess sighs. She gave many chances for him to escape, but it was Louisman's choice to stay close to his beloved and even agree to the wedding that he personally worked on. A hand gently falls on the man's shoulder so that he can be encouraged. Now, after everything, she is definitely not going to let anyone go, even if the guy is crying. For the next 3 years, this man belongs only to Luby, who is no longer going to put up with anyone. After a while, it will be the guy's choice, but for now it's over. After a while, the maiden promised, and was going to return it to Peony Lauren only in order to provoke people, and so that they could finally enjoy each other. If the prince was going to regret this, he should have done it much earlier, without offering himself as a husband. Now he will not be able to escape the tenacious grip of the Duchess. Guests and servants, watching Ljubljana's mood change all this time, clutch at each other in horror, hoping to fill the space. One can only hope that a girl in such a state will not decide to kill someone. Coming closer, the lady in a quiet voice tries to calm her lover, asking him not to cry anymore, thereby not making things worse for himself. Smiling through her anger and confusion, the girl repeats over and over again what a good day it is today. Considering the weather and the event, this was absolutely true. The hand itself reaches out to the young man's cheek, and the pads of his fingers automatically stroke the soft skin. Louis sobs, calling Bia's name. From Luaman's point of view, the girl looks too happy, which gives him a confidence he didn't have before. Apparently, the lady really considers this day beautiful and wonderful. They have 2 different points of view and thoughts, because the guy thinks about the beauty of the bride because of the wedding dress, and is also glad that Feltarg did not arrive at the event, and the girl does not understand why he is doing this. First, the man arranged all the people in the estate, and now he is crying because he does not want to get married. It is still useless, because the beauty is not going to hold on to him. The guests in the hall begin to whisper, because if the groom had not been forced to marry against his will, he would not have cried at the altar. They say that the Duchess fell in love with a guy and then stole him from the house of Count Graham. The couple moves forward, trying not to pay attention to the words coming from around them. The Empress and 2 counts never arrived at the event, which once again confirms everyone's guesses. Approaching closer to the altar, the young people stop and are silent, expectantly. Lumen still continues to shed tears, thereby incredibly irritating the woman next to him. The priest, frozen as if rooted to the spot, examines the 2 standing very close by, waiting for a receipt. Despite all this, they need to get married. Without making a sound, the heroine conveys everything she wants to say through the power of thought. It would be nice if today what was planned happened without delay. The man standing next to him begins to read the necessary words from the folder, trying not to stutter. The mission was failed in advance, so the voice trembles but continues to lead the ceremony. After the wedding begins, Luaman sighs happily, looking much calmer than before. It seems like he's pretty tired of waiting. Hearing the question, the guy turns to his beloved, causing her to freeze, saying that he did not hope for the consent of the monastery because he is the illegitimate son of the king. The excuse does not ring true because the young man had just recently cried because he did not want to get married. It seems that he just wanted to escape and is now playing some simple role. In fact, the monastery was against it, but Ashleyan sent them 2 carts of gold to pacify their ardor. Of course, Louis doesn't need to know this, so the monks try to keep their mouths shut. Clearing his throat to attract attention, the blonde asks the couple to join hands. This must be done for the next stage of the wedding. Stretching out her hands, the maiden finds herself completely in the palms of the prince, who gently squeezes them, not intending to let her go. Smiling with her eyes, the lady realizes that she is blushing. Luaman's hands are large and soft. Warmth emanates even without any touching, warming others. Examining Bia's palms, the man wants to start apologizing because her hands are covered with scars and calluses. Compared to them, soft and unharmed, they seem something out of the ordinary. The red ribbon is slowly lowered onto the intertwined hands. It symbolizes the shedding of blood. The oath for 2 in the formation of a married couple remains something important. After the words, smiles appear on the faces of both young people, who still continuously look into each other's eyes. They see nothing around them, enjoying their company. Ashleyan simply cannot believe that after all the difficulties that she had to overcome during the preparation, she is finally left with the very person she dreamed of so much. Guests watch the ritual in fascination. Everything happens in a measured manner so as not to interfere with the couple's focus on each other. The girls in the second rows begin to whisper. No one thought that these 2 were so well suited to each other, clearly worth the attention of others. The blue-haired girl no longer has the strength to listen to this. She had been sitting right in front of the couple all this time, who were discussing various things. But now her patience had run out. Clenching her palms, the lady frantically fiddles with the hem of her dress. Lisanna didn't think that everything would end like this, without any benefit for the heroine herself. The musicians receive a sign from the organizers and begin to play calm music, signaling that the most important part has just begun. The priest raises his hands, lowering them onto the heads of the young people. They both need to swear loyalty to each other, so Ashlyn should start first. Dropping to one knee, the woman closes her eyes, promising that she will fulfill God's will, promising to be faithful to her husband under any conditions and temptations. A dangerous-looking man appears in the crowd. He is wrapped in a dark cloak, which does not at all fit the dress code of this event. The hand falls on the hilt of the sword. One of the musicians catches the eye directed directly at him. They are accomplices, and the most important part for them is about to begin. The hands begin to move more actively along the strings, trying to increase friction, making the music more restless. A second later, screams are heard from all sides, filling the entire space around. Swords fly into the air, and the knights intend to save the prince. Several rebels step forward, realizing that they will have to fight the unprepared guards. They promise to save the young man from the clutches of the Duchess, which is what they are now going to do. One of the musicians, who was closest to the altar, raises his instrument into the sky, intending to throw it to the ground to extract the desired item. The thing falls and with a crunch breaks into 2 equal parts, which reveal a bunch of arrows and a bow, hidden inside all this time for safety. Throwing supplies to the rest of the musicians, the man supplies them with a weapon, so they draw arrows, shouting about the Aiden Empire. The glorification of the great kingdom does not subside. The guests scurry around in horror, not quite understanding what is happening, while one of them, clutching his head in horror, realizes that this is an uprising. People are heading towards the exit with wild screams, hoping to open the gates of the hedge, which beckons with its beauty as soon as possible. They need to escape as quickly as possible, rushing headlong. Count Graham pretends that he also did not know what was going to happen. Therefore, not having the desire to crowd at the door, he climbs in and hides under the table, under which there should be a safer space. Almost crying, the man angrily exclaims about everything, because it was unclear who dared to do this without the consent of the grandfather of the new king, who is now sitting right here. Lisanna, who had been watching what was happening all this time, hides behind a tree, rejoicing at the outcome of events. Initially, everything was planned this way. Turning around again so that no one can notice the body, the girl prays that everything will go well. She wouldn't be able to handle it if things went downhill. The Duchess stands silently, looking around. It seems that everything started too spontaneously, not even allowing the ceremony to be completed, but it was clearly thought out. Jumping up from her seat, Crystal is about to rush forward with full confidence. She could influence the outcome of the battle, which is gaining momentum right now. Louis, who still does not fully understand what is happening, intently watches his wife's movements. He quietly asks what's going on. Not having time for detailed explanations, the beauty pushes the guy aside, asking him to stay away and not go anywhere, so as not to fall into danger. Grabbing the hem of her dress, the girl heads into the thick of it. People are still rushing in different directions, hoping to intimidate those present, thereby carrying out their plan. The blonde looks fearfully after his beloved, once again calling out to her from the side, hoping that she will return and stay next to the prince. The girl with dexterity jumps onto the surface of the altar, which was made quite recently for defense purposes. The scream orders the guy standing next to him to lie down. Having time to react, the blonde crouches down, trying to find out what Crystal is going to do in the near future. The formation, as if in slow motion, flies towards the priest, who backs away, hoping that someone will save him. The altar fell, covering the guy, who angrily shouts the name of the mistress who did not act quite appropriately. He was almost crushed by a huge weight. Clapping her hands, the girl rejoices at the successfully completed task. Everything is going great, because the best thing for the monk is to sit out the skirmish there for now. Louisman's gaze turns to the altar, which is no longer able to stand still, lying in an inverted position, tilted forward. From under him, a plea for help is heard, because the guy wants someone to pull him out of there. This thing was done by none other than Louis, who did not understand where the protective functions came from. A shout from the side distracts me from my thoughts. The voice calls out to the prince, insisting that he finally turn aside for further conversation. Looking at the couple in complete bewilderment, the blonde asks what they need from him. There is no answer, because the men just want him to go with them, because a couple is capable of protecting the monarch. Taking a few steps back, the prince expresses all his hostility. He didn't even intend to go anywhere, given the fact that no one really explained what they needed from him. Approaching Bia, the young man tries to make excuses because he doesn't know anything. Nodding, the girl assures that everything is fine. He definitely doesn't have anything to do with it. Ljubljana does not intend to wait any longer, because she needs to find out the identity of the attackers as soon as possible and expel them from the wedding, completing the ceremony. Remaining in place, the heroine screams in order to be heard better. They definitely have some kind of purpose that no one intends to reveal. One of the men frowns, answering in the same tone. None of them are going to reveal their names to traitors who are not on the list of those to whom this can be done. Looking around the crowd, the lady analyzes what is happening and the situation around her. There are 30 of them here, but apparently there are another 50 archers with 15 arrows each right behind them. The accusations thrown towards the main character sound too funny. She was never a traitor, considering herself to be something more worthy than this. It sounds ridiculous, because the only traitors here are the people who attacked her. The man opposite, unwilling to calm down, is outraged that she dared to kill the king, destroying the kingdom, and then proclaim herself an empress and duchess, which almost no one recognizes. There are no more words to describe the whole situation without a hint of anger. The girl needs to quickly release the prince from being held hostage. This will not save his life, because their leader is standing right in front of the maiden. Smiling, Ljubljana frowns, because it has been a long time since she heard something like that from the people around her. The guy became bolder, realizing that nothing would happen to him for this. Things need to be called by their proper names, which cannot simply be taken and decisively replaced. Picking up the bouquet to throw it away, the redhead cracks her neck. The guys who called her that knew the joy of making their latest mistake. None of them survived. The next second, the heroine finds herself in the hands of a knife, which all this time was hidden in the lilies that remained somewhere to the side. Tearing the skirt of her dress with a knife, the girl thinks for just a moment about the consequences. She feels a little sorry for the evening dress, even if nothing can be changed. Lowering herself, Ljubljana takes out her sword, which is still sheathed, ready to be used. It had been a long time since the lady had fought with the rebels. There remains no confidence that the girl will be able to contain her power. The anger had been building up inside for months and weeks, needing to find a way out. Stuttering, the leader is speechless. All this time, the bride was hiding weapons, of which there were too many in the arsenal. With no hope of retreating, the voice orders everyone to attack, concentrating their forces on Ashlyan, who will be the hardest to conquer. Lewis, who has been standing to the side all this time, is about to run, but a hand grabs him by the collar with an iron grip, pulling him to the side. The young man finds himself somewhere behind the Duchess, who intends to defeat her opponents, thereby protecting her husband. Holding a knife in her teeth for convenience, the girl still somehow manages to ask the guy to be quieter and not interfere with the course of events. Feet slide along the carpet while the heroine rushes forward. She knows exactly what she will have to do, even though she finds it hard to believe that someone would dare attack them at the wedding. Jumping, the woman seems to soar into the sky, raising her weapon above the heads of the men, who move back in fear. The first blow lands directly on the first guy standing very close. The splashes fly in different directions, staining everything around, turning it red. Lowering herself in a prepared position, the red-haired girl looks around, calculating how many more blows it will take to destroy everyone. The heroine passes by like death, mowing down people who remain only in the past, silently falling to the floor one after another. Deftly dodging blows that are about to be delivered to the head, Ljubljana sits down on the floor, taking out another knife to have double protection. The blonde, standing to the side, quietly pronounces the name of his beloved. We can only hope for a favorable outcome, because the husband is really worried about Luby, who could get hurt at any moment. Thoughts are interrupted by some touches from the outside, which cause not the most pleasant sensations. One of the opponents grabs the man by the arms, trying to drag him away. It seems to the guy that this is the end of everything he could think about, because the 8th life will end right now. The wife turns her gaze to the source of the sounds. A moment later, the knife, which was in the teeth all this time, flies towards the rebel, who slowly begins to move somewhere towards a tree for cover. The thing pierces right into the forehead of the brunette, who freezes in a silent scream. The hands let go of Lueman's body, falling lightly to the sides. Lewis, still terrified, staggers to the side, trying to regain the balance that has long been lost. The pupils shrink, starting to run from side to side in an attempt to find the Duchess. Taking off, Bia runs to her husband, grabbing him and pulling the guy closer to her. There are even more opponents, so the lady simply advises him to cover his eyes. Closing his eyes only because the blonde trusts his lover, the young man sighs, hoping that everything will end well. In this life, everything remains the same. Helping to think positively, turning from side to side in order to change position, the girl launches knives one after another towards the people who are just arriving, forming a kind of circle. The knights, no longer able to fight, simply retreat, still hoping that they will be able to kidnap the prince. Horror appears on the surprised faces. The Duchess truly is a monster. Unfortunately, these are no longer rumors, but a very real reality that remains right here and now. The leader, looking around the battlefield, tries to move back in order to take at least a minute for the thoughts that were still filling his head. Too many people died during the battle. Unwilling to retreat, the brunette calls out to the archers, ordering them to fire in Crystal's direction. It is very difficult to hide from arrows, no matter how much you would like to do so. Coming to Louis's defense, the girl warns them that this will not be the right move. Men must understand that their precious prince will suffer because of the bow and arrow. Obviously, the leader has lost all patience, no longer hoping to win. It wouldn't be a loss because there would always be a few more of the king's illegitimate children who were probably hiding somewhere. The heroine was well aware that words would not work, but it was still worth a try. Getting into a pose on her head, the girl turns around, hearing that they are going to shoot at her, aiming many bows. It's not that simple. So the Duchess inserts 2 fingers into her mouth, and then an unbearably loud whistle is heard throughout the area, signaling the start of the battle. The arrow, which appeared at the direction of Ljubljana, hits straight into the heart of the leader, who, emitting a strange cough, backs away, preparing to fall. Next in line are ordinary archers who, not expecting this, do not have time to escape, so they also receive a portion of arrows directly in the chest. Realizing that the job is completed, the red-haired woman waves her hand, ordering her people to stop. This was definitely enough to make an impression. The hooded men obediently lower their bows, no longer intending to harm others unless they are ordered to do so. Now only the leader remains, who is bent over, sitting on the ground, continuing to cough. Coming closer, the lady leans over his face, frowning in a strange grimace. She demands that the man repeat what he called her, because 10 minutes ago he was completely sure that the girl was a traitor. Seeing the sword in front of him, which remained just as sharp, the brunette tries to back away so as not to get hit, realizing that this is most likely the end. Begging for mercy, he begins to cry. Sighing heavily, the heroine understands that he is pretending that he knows nothing, asking for something that is impossible to get after everything he has done. Holding out the blade, Ljubljana swings, knowing that this is the end for him and everyone else. She also does not see the need to tell her name to any traitors who decide to attack. Having done her job, the beauty doesn't even blink an eye, turning around and calmly walking into the distance to leave the place completely stained with scarlet liquid that sticks to her clothes. A girl with blue hair who decided to look out from behind the tree gasps in horror while putting her hands up, realizing that she could be heard, thereby revealing her. Tears themselves begin to accumulate in the eyes due to fear. If she is caught, she will also have to die, thereby completing everything that she had not previously managed to do. Hiding behind the trunk again, hoping to remain unnoticed, Lisanna shakes like an aspen leaf, as a result of which she accidentally hiccups, which almost betrays the beauty. Luby, passing nearby, freezes due to an unexpected sound. It's worth thinking about this, because everything could seem to be, but not be, the truth. Overwork is to blame for this. Deciding not to pay attention, the girl heads to the side, hoping that she will find Louis within reach, very close without any search. Noticing the figure, she calls out his name. The man is still standing in the same place with his eyes closed, just as his bride told him to do before launching an attack with casualties. The gaze moves down on its own, examining the palm from both sides. The glove no longer remains snow-white, causing the dark stain to spread as far as possible. The guy is shaking due to fear or excitement, so only a heartless person would not feel sorry for him. Virgo is not sure whether she can approach him in this form. This would probably be too cruel a sight for someone from a home of scientists. Luby cannot predict his reaction because Louimond might get scared and run away. The reflection is interrupted by another figure in a dark cloak who appears directly to create a lover. The man takes out a sharpened knife, which in a split second can end up in the guy's body. The heroine's eyes widen. She needs to act as quickly as possible in order for this battle to have a favorable outcome. He is not like the other rebels, but this does not negate the importance of the event. Rising into the air, the beauty easily jumps, raising the knife, which at the moment flies somewhere to the side, heading straight to the target. The young man hears some whistling sounds next to him, but does not dare to open his eyes without permission. He is scared, even if he has to endure everything that happens. The figure falls lifelessly onto the cold asphalt, no longer wanting to do anything. The girl, trying to calm her lover, asks if he is okay. Opening his eyes, Louis lowers them under, hoping not to lose his excitement. He says that everything is fine, clearly not living up to his words. Instead of somehow continuing what she started, the lady runs towards the guy, forcing him to duck. There seems to be no end to the attackers. The blonde only manages to turn to the side, noticing one of the arrows, which is deliberately rushing towards him, about to hit his head or something more important. While the young man is pondering what needs to be done, the beauty appears next to him in a split second, intending to save his skin. Grabbing the prince's jacket, the red-haired woman throws him to the ground so that no one has the opportunity to hit the target, thereby bringing good news. Sinking to the ground, the lady cautiously looks around. She understood her lesson because you shouldn't just relax when enemies are still on the way. The arrow whistles past the target and hits the asphalt a few centimeters from the body that was just standing at that very point. Obviously, this is again the work of archers, because they decided to kill the young man with an arrow from a tight bow, making an attempt that could very well be crowned with success. Looking around, the beauty stops on the roof. There are 3 archers located there who again cling to carry out their plan. A million arrows are rushing at the couple, all of them aimed at the same place, hoping that at least one of them will hit the right place. Unfortunately or fortunately, it will be impossible to kill the guy this way. About to flee, Ljubljana changes tactics. Turning around, the girl notices a bow and arrows lying not so far from her, words inviting her to try her strength in battle. Jumping to her feet, the Duchess pulls one of the arrows. We need to put an end to this so that each of them can finally breathe deeply without injury. For complete order, Bia has to kill the most important of the attackers, so turning around, she aims at a man who is deliberately trying to escape justice. The girl is no stranger to accuracy, so the arrows hit the body one by one, knocking the man to the ground. The cloak envelops his lifeless body on the ground. Sighing heavily, the beauty is glad that everything has come to an end. This time, the rebels were well prepared, trying to do everything possible. But because of Ludante, Ljubljana saved herself and her husband. The blonde, finding strength, slowly rises from the ground, trying to shake off his suit from the dust and leaves that cling to it. A quiet voice calls his beloved. Things are bad because Bia has been cruel again. This time, it was impossible to avoid such an outcome of events, so everything seemed quite logical. Deciding to have this conversation, the lady slowly turns towards the guy, asking if he is okay. Hoping for a positive answer, her eyes light up. The man interrupts the girl with his loud sigh, which reverberates throughout the room. Horror and anxiety flashed in his eyes. In a split second, he runs up to the lady. Louis grabs her face with his palms, carefully examining it from all sides. There is a wound on the face, which makes the man worry too much about the girl's health. Going down, he begins to examine the girl's body in great detail, asking where and how badly she was injured, hoping that the answer will be given immediately. Not wanting to hesitate any longer, the blonde sits on his knees, forcing Luby to climb onto his back. It is necessary to visit the doctor as soon as possible so that he can examine the Duchess and tell them about the girl's condition. The red-haired woman looks at her fiancé incredulously, hoping to understand what is happening. He won't let up, begging her to go with him to the doctor. Giving up, Crystal admits that she hasn't had someone care about her like that in a long time. Usually people considered her a tyrant who did not care at all about her health, which to some extent seemed true. The hand of its own accord reaches out to the back of the lover, who still stands frozen in one place, waiting for the beauty to accept his proposal. The blonde freezes. He no longer hoped for agreement with his proposal, but the girl's warmth confirms that she can and wants to go with him to the doctor. Nodding her head, the beauty presses herself against Louis' back, inhaling his scent. The guy emanates extraordinary warmth, which radiates care and something else mixed with it. Burying herself in her husband's clothes, Crystal quietly reassures him, saying that she was not hurt anywhere. There is no need to go anywhere because she was extremely careful in the battle. All the blood on the clothes was not her own because it belonged to other people who died in battle with her. A quiet, "thank you," suddenly escapes your lips. The blonde intends to ask why he receives gratitude, but the maiden precedes him, finishing the phrase. She is glad that the young man was not afraid of her, even after everything happened. Extending his palm, the hero squeezes the Duchess's hand, quietly reassuring his wife. He understands her experiences, but clearly does not share them. Everything is just the opposite because it is the young man who should be grateful to Ljubljana for the protection she showed him. If this had not happened, it is not clear whether he would be next to her now. Bia is used to cruel remarks. She had never heard anything like this because, as a rule, people always blamed her for all their troubles. Kissing the back of his hand, the blonde repeats how grateful he is that the Duchess was able to protect him, and on top of all this, remain completely safe and sound. The beauty is unable to utter a word. She stands frozen and looks somewhere down at the guy who continues to kiss her hand. It seems that now another problem has been added. Embarrassment closes her mind, but the girl is still clearly aware that she wants to take possession of this person, not just for 3 years, but preferably not for the rest of your life. Going down, the woman sighs and offers to continue the wedding ceremony. The young man freezes, looking at his beloved as if he had seen a ghost. Now there is a complete mess all around, which would definitely be a hindrance. Trying to convince Crystal, the blonde offers to arrange everything another day, to which he receives an objection. The girl wants to do it now, and no one can convince her. If the ceremony is interrupted right now, the Duchess will again have to make a request to the Empress, and then wait for the appointed date. Only after this will it be possible to start preparations for the wedding again, which will have a bad effect on their 3 years together. The man is no longer able to argue, only quietly asking if the lady will regret her decision a little later. Extending her hand, the girl asks Louis to continue the ceremony and keep her company. If a man is okay, then there are no obstacles. The guy looks fascinated at his wife, who looks too beautiful even in her dirty dress, soiled during the battle. There is something special about this. Receiving the palm, the hero rises from the ground. This was something that he himself wanted to do, but in the course of events, he did not dare, simply not finding enough courage for this trick. Smiling, the red-haired woman nods her head. She is pleased to hear that someone listened to her, no matter how absurd the idea may be from the outside. Looking back at her servants, the Duchess carefully examines the arrivals. The smile disappears from the face on its own, leaving only thoughtfulness. The 2 attackers at the very end were different from the rebels. People first tried to kidnap Louismond, while the latter had the goal of killing him. There was a third person in the chain who attempted to kill Louis. He hoped that everything would go smoothly, so the prince would not cause him any trouble, but he failed. The ceremony must continue as quickly as possible. The servants approached the altar, rescuing the monk from under the thing that was lying heavily pressing him on top. The people around who were asked to return looked extremely worried. No one understood why they really decided to continue the ceremony if it didn't end in the best way. The Duchess, however, was a real monster. Lisana, standing in the distance, intently examines the ground in the hope that she will be allowed to fall right under it. Everything she had to do just failed. The altar was restored again, making it shine as if nothing had happened. After adjusting their clothes, the couple moved on for the ceremony. If you just sign the marriage contract, then everything will be over. Despite how the ceremony turned out, you shouldn't miss your chance. Taking the pen, the girl carefully writes the desired signature on the paper, but notices drops of blood that seem to have dropped by themselves next to her. Turning to the priest, the Duchess asks a question about what happened. It shouldn't be a big problem even if it turned out that way. He promises that everything will be fine. Louis is next in line. Straightening his hair, he also takes the pen and carefully writes his first and last name on the sheet. Now the marriage of these 2 is officially fixed in heaven and on paper in the palace. Their hearts belong only to each other for the immediate allotted time. The guy, impressed by what he's been told, reaches out his hand to Luby's palm, who doesn't quite seem to want to feel any kind of touch on her body. Raising her hand in the air, the girl avoids Louis, who looks at her lover in bewilderment, trying to find some logical explanation. Placing her palms on the dress on which red marks remain, the girl shakes them off, angrily reminding her that her clothes and body are all covered in blood after the fight. The words are interrupted by a velvety voice, which again calls the main character by name. The man tries to attract her attention before committing his plan. A second later, the Duchess finds herself in the arms of her lover, looking around in horror. Her eyes widen a little as she starts asking questions. Trying to slap the guy on the shoulder, the girl becomes indignant. It seemed to Louismon that the woman was avoiding him, not wanting to have anything to do with him, which in general was not true. If things go like this, he can definitely hold her in his arms further. Sighing, Crystal asks about the blood. You just need to take a closer look to understand the whole problem. The snow-white suit is stained with scarlet spots. The guy seemed completely oblivious to little things like this. He asked to look at him in order to make it easier to say what he wanted to say. Approaching just a few centimeters closer to Ljubljana's face, the man seems ready to kiss her, but instead he tries to calm the Duchess. Being just a few centimeters from his beloved's face, Louis vows to be the most faithful husband who will always take care of his wife. A smile itself appears on the face of the hero, who always wanted to say similar words to the heroine. He hopes that 3 years will pass unnoticed, causing her to change her mind about the contract. The hand reaches out to the cheek, gently stroking the skin with its fingers, trying to give an answer to what was said. She also promises to do everything possible to remain faithful and good to him. With a name that belongs to God and a name that belongs to the earth, they swear to be only for each other. The oath was given in all the names of the Duchess, because she promises to do everything possible for their happiness together. People in the audience blush, turning away out of embarrassment. Such a moment seems something special, even for those who are present there. Lysana, standing to the side, is shaking with indignation. Even in such a situation, everyone finds a reason to rejoice and smile. This couple is simply made for each other. The hand angrily squeezes the hem of the dress, which remains calmly lying on the heroine's lap. She cannot calmly look at this picture without the desire to take revenge. No longer wanting to endure anything or try to say anything, the girl turns around and runs as fast as she can towards the exit, causing tears to fly in different directions. Louis acted in the most terrible way by falling in love with Duchess Ashleyne instead of Odile. The choice was just such a terrible woman, terrifying everyone. The carriage stops at the estate. Crying can be heard even beyond its borders, forcing the servants around to understand what the problem is. The butler moves closer, opening the carriage door, allowing the heroine to step outside. She had already arrived without any warning, having done so much earlier. Wiping her eyes, the girl tries to hide the red marks after tears, adjusting her voice. There weren't many things that ended earlier than planned. Going out into the street, the lady heads to the estate. She would really like to snuggle and cry to the nanny, or at least the maid. But because of her status, of course, this weakness is not allowed. All this is because this palace has its own rules. Walking inside, heading to the desired room, the girl stops in front of the door covered in writing, which is the right one. Walking inside, Lysana sits down and curtsies, notifying her father that she has already returned. Indeed, only 2 hours had passed since her departure, which could not but be alarming. Looking out the window, the man quietly recalls what happened at the event. Colonel Gale had already begun to act, even if the whole plan had failed. The beauty shrinks, looking intently at the floor, so as not to incur the wrath of her father, which usually had no end. Turning towards his daughter, the guy notes that this was a good choice for him. He did what he had to do, knowing full well that failure was guaranteed for him. The colonel has always been radical, which is why everyone thinks he will stay. As you know, the family was deprived of influence, but even in defeat it will not bring them any harm. Everything went smoothly, only if the fox did not leave a thread that could serve as a clue and lead to unpleasant consequences, which could be regarded as treason. Concealing her identity, the girl went to the capital and conveyed the message through an unsuspecting maid. It wasn't the worst choice, even if she didn't say anything. The beauty shrinks, trying to pull herself together, but all attempts remain failed somewhere in the distance after everything that happened. A rough voice asks what the reason is. No longer able to withstand such an attitude towards his person, the man starts shouting, calling the lady by name and ordering her to calm down. Proudly raising her head up, the lady looks straight into her father's eyes, which sparkle with anger mixed with the madness that came not so long ago. You just need to stop being afraid and remain persistent. Arrogance will also help in achieving the goal, and the heroine definitely cannot take it from her. Smiling a fake smile, the guy rejoices at this outcome. This is exactly what he needed. Only the future Queen of Edina can lead in this way, so it is worth training to be persistent. An example is given of Queen Alina, who was able to protect her first prince from the tyranny of His Majesty. She, like Lisana, was elegant and unshakable under any circumstances. In order to become a princess or empress, a girl needs to take care of Louis-Monde, who, as it turns out, really loves the duchess he married. Trying not to show his nervousness, the man quietly asks again, trying to understand what just happened. Words cannot be true. Letting everything pass by, the father returns to the fact that even with Louis's admiration, Lisana is not allowed to cross the line of what is permitted, which has clearly been outlined. No longer communicating with the girl, the Count sends her to his room so that she can rest. Looking quite tired, she makes everyone worry. Continuing to look somewhere out the window, the guy again thinks about his plans. The girl should become a queen, but if he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have started training her from an early age. There is a knock on the door, which attracts the man's attention, and then the butler enters the room. He announces that Graham presented the Salt Mountain as a gift. Turning half a turn, the Count hums thoughtfully. The old man dared to give only the mountain, pretending that that was all he received. Obviously, no one in the Count's house suspects that Odile knows the entire contents of the deal. All the conditions are spelled out there, including a diamond cave, which would bring more benefits. Graham mistakenly thinks that he is the center of a rebellion, so he fears that the cohesion of the rebellion will be weakened if the man turns his back on him. Promises about the wedding were the most important guarantee. The servant asks about the mine, which could be lured out with the help of force and threat, but the Count is not at all interested in this thing. The Salt Mountain also needs to be returned back, because it is of no value. She could bring in a lot of money, but she's definitely not in Odile's position. The guy, who doesn't understand what's wrong, asks questions. The Salt Mountain could improve the financial situation, and could also be used as a training ground where many troops could be hidden. Maybe this is just an insidious plan that was conceived a long time ago. People from the estate should not be led to mountains of gold that could mean the end of their dynasty. Most likely, the castle wants to estimate the financial situation and size of the attackers' forces. Some of them had already planted a spy there, who was aimed at conveying as much information as possible. Sending the butler to do as he was told, the Count leans back in his chair. He smiles, realizing that everything is going according to plan. Bursting into suffocating laughter, the man realizes that Duchess Ashley is a strange specimen for any collection. The girl was just messing around, and after what happened, she suddenly decided to change. The prince, being a descendant of the Ainos family, was a wonderful addition to the couple. He did not suit the beauty at all, but for some reason she chose him. The Count was amazed at his intelligence when he learned that the prince, in order to escape death, fled to the House of Scientists. The Empress destroyed the establishment, thereby forcing him to suddenly marry. Dibba, the surviving guy, decided to get away from danger, but now he himself goes to the most dangerous place for the sake of salvation. Duchess Ashley is that seething point that will definitely not give him peace. Seeing such courage and wisdom, the Duke's soul grows stronger. Prince Louisman will definitely become the King of Aden under any circumstances, even if it costs everything in this world. There will be no choice left, even if the man tries to run away or hide again. Odile will make him a king, making him believe in the old days under the rule of a tyrant. The Duchess arrived at the estate of Count Graham, who apparently did not expect such a visit. Hiding his eyes, he helplessly screams for help. Lowering herself onto the hilt of the sword, the heroine glares at her interlocutor with a murderous gaze. No matter how much he liked this wedding, he has no right to hire a killer. Crawling back, the guy tries to object, because this is not true, but no one listens to him. She is very angry now because the wedding was ruined. The man may no longer dream of meeting Louis, because if something goes wrong, the woman will try to send him straight to the north. The Count's reaction simply irritates him to the very bones in his body. Consciousness refuses to accept someone so cowardly and helpless. Turning back to the man, who was still sitting in the same place, the heroine thought about something. Even though she knew that the Count had nothing to do with it this time, it would be nice to get revenge on him once again for mistreating Louis. The blonde interrupts his wife, trying to silently ask her to stop doing something else. They still have a lot of unfulfilled tasks. The girl looks into her lover's eyes, nodding her head. She agrees to everything he ever suggests, no matter what it's about. Louis suggests continuing with the wedding reception. They need to complete everything as quickly as possible, while still having time to enjoy each other's company. Already in the middle of the banquet, members of the Imperial Administration arrived from the House of Scientists. They were a little late due to work, but still congratulated him on the wedding. They are all alone, because every day the only thing that comes first for them is work, so Luamond is one of the first. We wish him a happy married life and fun days ahead. The next question irritates the Duchess incredibly. The husband asks where Peony is, to which he is told that she is too busy. Being a caretaker on the Eastern Roots project, the girl sometimes doesn't even go home. I wish my friend would at least come to dinner, but that didn't happen. Turning, the blonde looks at his wife, being sure that a few seconds ago he felt her gaze on him. Scientists were people who were always happy to join their ranks. Evening has come, so before leaving, the friends promise that they will find a place for him if he suddenly expresses a desire. Everyone has left the wedding venue, except for some people who still remain in their places. This confuses the groom a little. Looking at the aristocrats, he wonders why they suddenly decided to stay here, looking extremely worried because something was not given to them. They look intently, not moving them even for a second. There is greed on their faces, which makes it clear that they really need something. Everyone, as one, wants to receive 5 colored stones on the wedding altar. Throughout the holiday, they seem to be inviting people to come closer and pick up a few of them. The stones are a symbol of the close relationship with the newlywed family. This custom passed down from the old kingdom of Aden, bringing with it many others. According to legends, guests who receive a gift may be entitled to assistance. If people fall on hard times, you can always put the item in a box, and then the family will be obliged to do everything for their well-being. These decorations were an excellent chance to receive support from Duchess Ashley, who usually remains extremely cold and indifferent to the problems of her acquaintances. One of the men, not intending to wait another minute, comes closer to the Duchess, asking her what he needs starting from afar. Turning and glaring at the guy with the piercing gaze of a killer, Ljubljana asks what needs to be said in her direction. She didn't hope that anyone would have the courage to ask for anything. The young man, almost crying, steps aside, claiming that he does not need anything. Pointing to the boxes, the heroine says that she has prepared small gifts. You can accept them and quickly leave the event. The aristocracy whispers about what kind of girl is a tyrant. It seems as if the lady has no concept of noble manners. The woman haughtily watches the guests, who cannot get enough of what they are given. Staying grateful is the most important trait in this life. The real altar, which Luimon made, remained in the mansion because the lady did not plan from the very beginning to distribute the stones to the guests. She wasn't attracted to it at all. Memories of the very day when the tyrant brutally killed the parents of the heroes still remain in my head. No one responded to the call for help. That day, the Duchess took out all 5 colored stones that the family treasured so much and sent each of them with a letter asking for help for the first time. In total, there were more than 12 decorations that were supposed to somehow brighten up the future, but no one responded to that call. Everything went exactly according to schedule, exactly as it should have been. A wedding and then a buffet that remained in the memories of dukes and aristocrats. It was time for the wedding night, but Louismond looked embarrassed. Sitting in the warm water, he gently asks if they have to go that far. Bowing, the guy actively nods his head. This is a must because no matter what anyone says, the first night is very important for a married couple. The cheeks themselves are covered with a slight blush, which makes it clear that the young man is too embarrassed even at the thought of Bia. It's not so scary because the couple joined their bodies long before the wedding, but what was happening still made Louis worry. Coming out of the bathroom wrapped in a terry robe, the guy walks forward into the hall. He is about to do what needs to be done, but when he enters the room, he only exhales in disappointment. Falling onto the bed and starting to roll on it, he notices that all the suffering was in vain. His wife didn't even come, staying in another room. Turning on his side and looking somewhere at the floor, the blonde asks himself questions that cannot be answered. Perhaps the lady still has work to do. The girl is in her office with one of the knights. She ordered an investigation into who the attacker was, later revealing that it was Gale O'Drek, who was tasked with guarding the outskirts of the capital. It was he who capitulated before the battle at dawn, where the tyrant was beheaded. After what happened, the man had no choice but to follow the new queen, but they say that when he is drunk, he always glorifies the kingdom of Aden. It looks like he pulled it off without any help. Duke Dominant continued his investigation, but at the moment more information could not be obtained even through force. Rising from her seat, the Duchess also orders to find out about the 2 who attacked Louis. The knight himself can begin the investigation without the intervention of Lou Dante. If you don't use the Dominant's intelligence, it will take longer, but you can try to speed up the process, despite all the problems that will arise. Miss Lemons, who has been standing outside the door all this time, enters the office, calling out to Ljubljana. She immediately asks about the maid's condition after what happened this afternoon. Bowing her head, the lady assures that everyone who was in the mansion was not harmed. There is something more important now. A lady should not leave her husband unattended on the first night, even if she was about to go to him right now. After all the arguments with the maiden was incredibly tired, realizing what this promised her. The woman offered a silk shirt, which Luby refused, because it was all see-through. Walking further into the hall and stopping near the desired door, the lady extends her hand, hesitantly lowering it on the handle. It's the first night that everyone is a little nervous about. Opening the doors, the girl sticks her head in, quietly calling Lueman's name. She wants everything to go as well as possible, but it seems that this was not heard. The guy lies on the bed with his eyes closed and snores peacefully with his mouth open. It seems that too much time has passed, which was taken up by conversations in the office. Coming closer, Ljubljana quietly calls her husband again, to which she receives no response other than heavy snoring. She was late. The hand clenches into a fist which tries to control the anger. The young man actually fell asleep, although he promised to wait, as befits newlyweds. Looking at the peaceful expression imprinted on the prince's face, the girl becomes increasingly bogged down in the aggression that wells up. She didn't think that they would treat her like this on her special day. Kneeling down, the Duchess quickly changes her mood at the sight of her seductive face. His sleeping appearance is too cute to be angry. Holding out the blanket to cover the guy, the girl sighs quietly. The young man was too exhausted from the last day and weeks of preparations. Carefully crawling under the blanket next to the man, the red-haired woman tries to turn on her side as quietly as possible and hug the sleeping body. Feeling movements on the side, the blonde suddenly turns to face the Duchess, who freezes. He still sleeps, but now in a different position. The couple lies in the same bed, not even knowing how lucky they are to be next to each other after everything that happened. Every moment becomes more valuable than ever. This wedding night also seems quite ideal. It became more comfortable for the girl to fall asleep listening to the breathing of another person next to her. She was always afraid of such a cozy feeling that was not available before. The only one awake seems to be Duke Feldharg, who is sorting through documents with some graphs in his office. A man in a cloak materializes as if out of nowhere, getting down on one knee in gratitude. He tries not to show his shame. Wearily resting his head on his hand, the blonde reminds them in disappointment that the people failed in their plan to kill Louis. It was extremely simple, but with the Duchess nearby, it was almost impossible. The man asks if someone managed to uncover their plan, but the interlocutor shakes his head negatively. At the same time, a group of rebels burst in and seemed to help them remain undetected. It all ended better than expected, as the chaos clearly came to its advantage. The Duke sighs, asking if Ashlyn, who was also there, is okay. By answering with a short yes, the guy gets the opportunity to finally go away to his chambers and no longer annoy the owner, who is already upset. There is complete silence in the office, which helps to concentrate on the new plan, which must be brought into reality as soon as possible, before they have time to live longer than a few years together. The hand squeezes the sheet that is in the hands. There is too much unnecessary information that will not help the case, which the servants have completely ruined. Clutching the letter into a ball, the Duke looks angrily to the side, not understanding how this could happen. I wanted to hit someone so that they would forever understand what they should do and what not. The next day, rumors began to spread in high society and among the servants, which completely spoiled the whole mood. Some thought that the Duchess would bring beasts from the north to destroy the capital. The woman became quiet, showing no signs that anything was wrong. Maybe she's just being cautious because of the Empress's hatred. She married the illegitimate son of a tyrant king. There are rumors floating around that relate to Ashlyn, who overslept again today, waking up too late hand in hand with Louis. Approaching the lady's face, the blonde sleepily asks how she slept. He almost pushed her off the bed, but overall everything was fine. The remark was interrupted by a kiss that took away the words intended to be spoken. The eyes themselves widen from the surprise that overtakes. Stopping the kiss, which is developing into an impulse, the guy moves away, quietly pronouncing the name of his beloved, almost whispering it in her ear. Instead of responding to such an impulse, the girl jumps up, pushing Louis further away. They have things to do, so they should get out of bed as soon as possible. They cannot continue in the same spirit, otherwise it may not end entirely favorably. The girl has not been able to get out of bed for 2 weeks now, gathering her strength. The couple went to bed last night, and perhaps it was a reserve of energy for the following nights. Louis had an excess of adrenaline in his blood, which made him do strange things. Sitting at breakfast, the heroine examines a cup of tea, asking Madame Lemons about her husband, who may be being fed something. The answer is negative, which seems quite logical. Even more questions remain about what happened to him. They lived together before, but perhaps something is changing for the newlyweds. Not everyone is like this, but Louis seems to be madly in love, which the mistress must reciprocate. Trying to justify herself, the heroine stumbles, noticing the fact that she is also in love with her husband. These are not strong feelings that can be described with just a few epithets. The maid smiles, asking the Duchess not to stress herself out, but to simply enjoy the moment they manage to get. It's the most important. Turning around, the lady heads for the exit, promising that she will now bring some more tea, which will help you stay cheerful. Taking a break from conversations, the maiden switches to a report from the north. The number of animals is growing rapidly, presumably because winter will come earlier this year. The knights ask Madame to return quickly. Throwing the paper aside, the red-haired girl exhales noisily. They are also pretenders who most likely simply do not want to work. The door opens again, and Louis is shown in the opening, who seems to glow and bloom because of the joy that spreads with him throughout the room. Coming closer, the man squats down next to the sofa, asking about work. Ljubljana still hasn't finished all the paperwork, leaving some for later. Lowering his sad gaze, the guy, like a puppy, steps aside. If it is something urgent, then there is nothing you can do except take the time to solve the problem. Realizing that there is no choice left, the girl promises that all matters can wait, at least until tomorrow. The joy on the prince's face becomes genuine. Coming closer, the man takes the girl into his arms, asking if she really doesn't need to deal with this right now. All that remains is to ignore the sister's instructions. Smiling, the beauty turns away because she is ticklish from her lover's kisses. Since they are newlyweds, they have the right to have a little fun. Miss Lemons appears in the room, bringing with her a cart with tea and a kettle. The heroine completely forgot about her promise. Louis doesn't know that the maid is here, so he will feel awkward. The best thing to do would be to leave the room, so Bia waves her hand towards the exit. Nodding, the lady understands everything from half a word, getting ready to leave. The last thing she wanted was to interrupt the newlyweds who had earned their time together. Leaning towards the girl's lips, the guy talks about how much he loves her. The Duchess is truly extraordinarily happy and would like to spend every day like this. The whole idyll was interrupted by a horde of servants who ran into the room, bothering Ashley. They came an hour ago and heard that she would do everything possible, but they still dragged themselves back. They attack the heroine, asking about the entrusted task that the Empress assigned. She asked to provide an answer today and not to delay it, not paying attention to the fact that it is physically impossible to complete so much work in one day. Moving back, the servants stop near the table. Callan's orders are that until all the work is done, they wait here. A few hours later, it was all over, so the guy with glasses announces that tomorrow we need to attend a monthly meeting, so we definitely need to clear the day. Anger exceeds everything in the world, so hitting the table with her fists, the lady orders Lena to be told that she has no right to burden her with work after her sister has just gotten married. No one knows the Empress's deep plans, so she has to agree. This is too much volume, which makes your insides clench with fatigue. Turning her gaze to the window, Ljubljana notices with disappointment that it is already completely dark. The moon came into the sky, illuminating the paths in the garden. Louis, who had not been seen or heard for almost the entire day, bursts into the room again. The beloved spent almost the entire day in the office, so she probably had time to get hungry. Sighing, the girl asks for something to drink to relieve her fatigue. This is prohibited on an empty stomach, so a plate of food appears in front of her. Scooping a little soup into a spoon, the young man holds it closer, asking his wife to try the dish prepared especially for her, which has not yet cooled down. This day was difficult and too tiring for the Duchess, but Louis's care completely saved the situation, promising that everything would be fine. The food was truly wonderful. Thanks to her husband, Luby ate and felt much better, thereby lifting her spirits. Lowering himself, the man promises that he will try to relieve all the fatigue that has accumulated in Ljubljana's body. It won't take too long. Carefully unfastening the fasteners and taking off his shoes, the guy frees the heroine's feet. They also feel incredibly tired after everything that has happened. Hands reach out to the foot, beginning to gently massage it from side to side, moving down to the fingers that are pressed together. The young man's heart breaks every time he sees the many scars on her legs or body in general. As the husband approaches, he kisses the foot, hoping to ease the pain. The beauty closely watches the movements of the man, who is trying to do everything as quickly as possible, but at the same time carefully. The cheeks turn red. The hand reaches forward of its own accord, grabbing onto Louis's wrist, who is now distracted from whatever he's been doing for the last 5 minutes. The woman pulls the blonde closer to her, looking into his eyes, which glow pleasantly. Perplexed, the young man asks what happened. The body itself pulls even closer, forcing the guy to fall on the Duchess, who plants a passionate kiss on the man's lips. Now the very moment has come. Slowly sinking onto the sofa, the girl pulls the guy's body behind her. They deserve to have that moment after everything that has happened in the last few days. Plates of food fly off somewhere to the side, crashing on the stone floor with a crash. Now this doesn't bother any of the newlyweds at all. The couple looks into each other's eyes, being very close and feeling each other's warmth. The moment seems to be the most pleasant in their entire lives, not counting the last time this happened. The man looks at Luby, who is intently looking at the beautiful features of her man. He says her name quietly, trying not to choke from lack of air. The woman always thought that the guy was a rabbit who could be easily controlled regardless of the circumstances. However, everything turned out to be much better. The beloved is more like an animal who is waiting for that very moment to go on a rampage and start doing whatever he wants. Not wanting to endure it any longer, the beauty grabs the back of her head and pulls the prince straight towards her, realizing that a little more and she will explode due to the overabundance of emotions that overtake her. The next morning came completely unnoticed because of the time that flew by like crazy. The maids knock and come in to bring water for washing. Once in the room, the girls cover their faces with their hands from the blinding light, which seemed to spread throughout the room, sparing no one. The couple stretches in bed, which is completely disheveled due to yesterday's pleasures. The blush on your cheeks glows, giving off a pleasant feeling to everyone around you. Smiling, the beauty seems happy. She feels an influx of strength after so many body movements that have occurred. Until now, she really lacked physical activity. Approaching Bia's cheek, the blonde kisses her carefully. Such a sweet sight seems too wonderful for the maids who witnessed all this. After the wedding, the lady changed for the better. Especially when she spends time with Louismond, it becomes noticeable how happy she is. The maiden used to be scary, having changed in just a few weeks. Rising to the mirror, the lady gets ready, straightening her tie. Today, she is going to her monthly meeting, which will take place at the Empress's palace. Nodding, the man offers his help, carefully tying the bow tie, which still did not want to obey its owner. The Virgo did not marry so that the guy would do such simple things, but he is pleased to see his wife in a shirt that he ironed and a tie that he tied himself. Turning away, the lady agrees. She can allow a man to do things the way he wants. Almost crying, the blonde realizes how much he does not want to let Bia go, even if she returns to the palace very soon. Seeing off the cart, which inexorably evaporates in the distance, the young man waves his hand, hoping that the girl will return home as quickly as possible. The meeting room always brought out strange feelings in Ljubljana's body. It is too large to be used for meetings between the Empress and the 3 dukes. Turning around, the girl notices men who react differently. Ludante waves his hand in greeting, rejoicing at the appearance of his sister, when Kadrik, as usual, grumbles. The brunette looks at her friend in surprise, noticing the fact that she has blossomed, probably having fun during her reclusive life in the castle. You can tell by Feldharg's face that he doesn't like this kind of talk. He was not prepared for the lady to feel better so quickly surrounded by Louis. Scratching the back of her head, the red-haired girl decides to tease her friends. If they want to feel better about themselves, the best thing to do is to just get married quickly. She really likes it, so both of them should definitely get married. The dominant is offended and says that this is what he wanted, so he asks for help with Kalina. Unable to stand it any longer, the blonde raises his voice, asking what she likes so much in a marriage that does not judge her anything good. If you think about it this way, you can't even single out anything unusual because the lady likes absolutely everything about being with her loved one on a regular basis. Moving to the side, the guy hits the table with all his strength, which is located in the middle of the room, occupying almost the entire space. Looking into the